Are Erica and Paula in?
Paula's here.
Erica?
Yeah, I'm here.
See Melissa. GR?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, and Shannon. Okay, good. All right, so we're going to call the meeting to order and move on to approval of the agenda.
This is GR. I move we approve the agenda for the September 28th, 2020 board meeting.
Is there a
This is
second?
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Habiba. I think we're missing Carol. Okay. Gordon Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes.
Okay, we'll move on to report of the president of the Board of Education. And I will be brief because I think our meeting might run a little long. I'll just tell board members there were 2 birthdays this week. I don't know if other board members had birthdays, but Paula and Shannon both happy birthday. Paula gave Dr. Lewis and Erica and I this really great idea. Apparently at every birthday, she sets goals and then goes back and reviews them, has done this for years. And I'm going to steal that idea and start doing it on my birthday. So appreciate that. I hope you've had a great day. For the meeting tonight, I wanted to recommend that as a board, we make a slight change in how the meeting flows to comparative to last week and allow for questions and dialogue during the presentation. So I hope that's agreeable to you all, but that's my intention for this evening. And you can tell me later if you object in your opportunity for commentary. And then just to folks watching, we appreciate that you're here. We recognize that this is a important issue to what we'll be covering today is an important issue to the educators and students and families in our districts and the administrators. We take the responsibility really seriously. For my part, on Thursday, as I often do in my very poorly attended social media presence, I put out a call and asked that people attend tonight's meeting. I gave them directions and I extended an invitation that if you want to talk to me, you can. I extend that invitation nearly every meeting, but particularly when there's something significant happening. In my tenure on the board, nearly no one has ever taken me up on it. And I frequently find myself reaching out to individuals to try to gather more information and get perspectives from people on the ground. That was not the case this weekend, as you might imagine. And so starting Friday at 7 and ending sometime around Sunday at 9, I had continual conversations with community members. And I want to thank everybody that spent part of their weekend talking to me, particularly to teachers. I believe it was over 50 teachers and nearly as many family members. So it was, for me, a pretty profound experience, and I had a lot of takeaways from it, and I'm carrying those with me into the meeting tonight. And then I did want to remind folks, in addition to the fact that it is Paula and Shannon's meeting, just to tell you a little bit about our board. As we are making this decision, we are hopefully sincerely representative of this community. Among us, there are single moms, kids like me that were occasionally raised by a single mom, those with advanced degrees and those in graduate school. We are people working in the community, teachers and raising children ourselves, working really in a way that we hope is honoring of the community that we love. So with that, I will step aside and give some space to Dr. Lewis and the report of the superintendent.
Thank you, Board President Jones. Good evening, everyone. I just have a few things. Well, few is three. I have more than three. Several things I do want to share. One is we did open 3 of our student support centers last Wednesday for children and staff members needing assistance with children while they teach and support students. If there is additional space available in these centers, we will offer those spaces to the students who would benefit most from being on site. We will use our remote learning exception problem-solving process to make these determinations. Both of our high schools are also using the remote learning exceptions tool to bring students on site when there is need. There's a need that cannot be met through remote learning. These students will be in the high school cafeterias and supervised by classified staff. Our schools launched the district common assessments last week. It appears that testing in the remote learning environment is going fairly smoothly. We appreciate the work of teachers, most importantly our families, those at-home proctors, in making sure that our students complete these assessments independently. Starting today, Free State High will be added as a meal site, well, was added today as a meal site, serving free meals for children ages 1 through 18. Families may pick up grab-and-go meals at Free State Monday through Friday from 11:30 to 12:30, with weekend meals being provided on Fridays. And just an FYI, we are currently serving 1,700 meals per day at 6 school sites. That's really good. As you know, the Kansas State Department of Education did eliminate the daily learning log requirement for remote learners after hearing concerns from parents, staff, and school districts. So that's something to be excited about. Instead, the state requires that the district work with school families to submit a remote learning assurances form for each student enrolled. This is an accountability measure for school districts. The form acknowledges that we have shared the expectation that students attend their online classes and complete assignments as best as they can, just as they would if they were in our school buildings. We strongly encourage families who have not yet completed the form to submit it by tomorrow so our staff can continue to focus on student learning rather than tracking down those missing forms. The remote learning assurances forms are required also as a part of our state financial audit. In addition to our 8 national merit semifinalists that I announced on last week, we congratulate 11 national merit commended scholars: Abdullah Ahmed, Ethan Berkeley, Nicholas Dvorsky, Isaac Phillips, Ian Snyder, and Reese Walford, all of Lawrence High. Those are Lawrence High seniors. And Rachel Bonewell, Ryan Dewin, Rebecca Fing, Asa Morrison, and Hollis Wilkins, all of Free State seniors. These students demonstrated exceptional academic promise by their outstanding performance on the PSAT National Merit Scholarship Qualifying Test. So congratulations to those scholars. The construction of an accessible early childhood playground called William Dan Playtown, in honor of a longtime donor to the program, has begun at Kennedy Elementary School. We look forward to the day when preschool-age children from the school and neighborhoods can begin enjoying the new playground there. We did have an additional birthday, Kelly, last week. G.R. Gordon-Ross also celebrated his birthday on last Wednesday. So we had 3 board members with birthdays on last.
Happy birthday, everybody.
And that's why he's wearing his tie. This is birthday tie, I'm assuming. So happy birthday to all of our board members that celebrated birthdays on last week.
Okay, we are now, I forgot to mention one thing to explain why we are not in the boardroom. We tried to be collectively in the same board room and found out with our mics, you couldn't hear us at home with our masks on. So I just wanted to point that out and appreciate everyone's patience as we are going through this meeting remotely. All right, so next on the agenda, thank you, Dr. Lewis. We have patron commentary. I'm going to look and see if we have any patron commentary that is, if the patron commentary is part of the meeting that we have tonight. So if it is separate and distinct from what is on the agenda, those folks will talk now, and I need to go to my list here.
Hey, Kelly, this is Erica. Can we do special recognition before we do patron commentary?
There isn't. I don't believe we have special recognition.
Oh, I thought I had a list, but carry on then.
Am I wrong about that? Because I don't want to miss that.
Are you talking about retirement?
You mean retirement?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, yes. Yes, we do have retirement.
Yes. Okay. Please, Erica, go ahead. Sorry about that.
Okay, no, you're good. Okay, so the Board of Education recognizes the following staff members for sincere appreciation for their years of service and devotion to this community and its scholars and its schools. Deanna Bowen, 16 years of service. Rachel Janoski, 9 years of service. Melinda Hoover, 27 years of service. David Spengler, 7 years of service. And Patricia Mansfield, 20 years of service. Congratulations on your retirements.
Thank you, Erica. So I am looking through the patron commentary, and Elise, will you tell me if I'm wrong, but I do not see patron commentary that is not connected to our agenda tonight.
That's correct.
Okay, so for those of you that are with us, we will move your commentary time to after the presentation by the administration on the topic that you're going to speak to. So thank you for waiting. Okay, so we have board commentary now. Are there board members who have things to share?
Yeah, this is GR. I just have a couple things.
Happy birthday, GR.
It was last Wednesday. It's fine. So no, this is not my happy birthday tie. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. Appreciate that. So no, I did. I had an opportunity this morning. Last week, found out that Dr. Lewis, Dr. Stubblefield, and a couple members of ELT were going to go to Eudora this morning and visit with some administration and teachers and staff there, and invited board members to come. And it was kind of last minute, and I'm lucky enough to have a very flexible employer and flexible job, so I was able to make that work, and so I was able to join them. I know LEA was also invited to attend and didn't make it, but we were able to go do that this morning, and so I decided to dress nice because I left my house. So we were able to spend some time at their high school and at their middle school, and it was a really great experience. It was great to be back in a building with students and staff, and so that was good. It was good to see groups, to see a staff coming together and making it work, and to hear some honest feedback from them about their successes, about their challenges at the high school. We got to talk to some various staff. We got to talk to their union president as well. So it was nice to get a union voice and a union perspective about what was happening, and just to see the different things that they were doing. So that was good. And then later on, after I did that, I went over and took up an invitation from one of the emails that we had gotten, which I'll take a moment and thank all the people that have emailed us. I have read all of your emails, so I do appreciate them. I do appreciate the time that you take to email us, but took an invitation and went and spent some time at Woodlawn this afternoon with some staff there in the building, and so got to see the different things that are going on there. Got to spend some time at food distribution, so handed out some lunches both at the building, and then kind of went and drove around the neighborhood there in North Lawrence and did some deliveries of some lunches and spent some time out at Woodlawn as well. So it was just a good perspective on some different things that are going on both within our district and in a surrounding district.
Other board members?
This is Shannon. I have a couple things to share. Wanted to share that right after our last board meeting, I attended Quail Run Site Council meeting. I'm the board liaison for Quail Run. Heard actually very good feedback from the Site Council members and their staff on the start of remote learning for that building. The Site Council, I'm also pleased to report, discussed a process to adopt bylaws for that Site Council, being guided by our new Site Council policy that we passed several meetings ago, along with the administrative procedures and sample bylaws that the policy committee worked really hard to put together as guidance for our principals and Site Council chairs. So I was excited to see that that was well received. The policy committee also met that week, and we have some items on our agenda tonight that are a result of that meeting. KASB sends out policy updates in June and December every year for boards to consider. We are, as a committee, working our way through the June updates, and there were some that we wanted to take some more time to review in depth, so we will probably have some additional things to bring to the board for consideration later. But we have a couple things for first read on tonight's agenda. On Friday the 19th, I had the opportunity to participate in the National School Board Association's Western Region meeting. And I'm really excited to share that for the third year, I was elected to serve on the NSBA Policies and Resolutions Committee on behalf of our region. So I'm really excited to continue that work. It's been a really good experience, and I feel like the conversations that we are having in our district around equity, I've been able to take that to the table as a member of that Policies and Resolutions group and really have some good conversations with board members from across the country as we're looking at those policies and resolutions for NSBA. So I appreciate having that opportunity again this upcoming year. And then finally, KASB has also started a new networking event series for women board members. It's called Women Connecting with Women. And they had their first networking event last Tuesday, actually over the lunch hour, and their special guest was Governor Kelly. And it was really wonderful to listen to her talk about issues that she has faced in her career as a leader and a woman working in a political space. And I was excited to hear her speak with board members about that, but also that this is going to become a monthly opportunity for board members across the state. So I encourage my fellow board members to check out one of those upcoming opportunities in the next few months. That's all. Thank you.
Shannon, others?
This is Melissa. I board related, attend the negotiations, but just in my 3 weeks of being back to teaching and teaching remotely, I can somewhat, each narrative is different, but understand the amount of work it goes into it, and just the things that have been happening within the district that I teach in. So I've had some of the perspective from that side, as well as further west, like Washburn Rural, Atchison. So I've been able to kind of collect some information, gather some information from those districts, and as we are thinking about the next steps. And I want to, again, I would say, well, I didn't say it just now, but express my sincere appreciation to the district leaders, because I know that you've been doing a lot of work in trying to gather the resources, the data that you want, that the board requested. So that's all I have.
This is Erica.
Oh, go ahead.
Yes, I would also like to express my appreciation and gratitude to the district who've been working really hard, the school families who have been incredibly flexible during this time. So I appreciate you as well. So just a couple of things. So I attended the Equity Advisor Committee on the 15th of this month. And then I have been working with Dr. Lewis and a number of other superintendents in the area, including Topeka. You may recall last fall, we brought Dr. here. He's an expert in implicit bias, especially as it relates to medical, but he's broad enough that you can apply it to anything. And so he came last year, and the response was tremendous from the community. And so we're bringing him back for 3 full days. He's doing 12 sessions. He's doing a couple specific for our providers. He's doing several for our ALMH employees. And this year, we're happy to be able to invite high school students. And so with everything going on in the world, in our country specifically, it's just great to have an opportunity for the students to come together from all over the area to talk, to unpack, and just have that sense of community with each other and support. So I'm really excited. So they are going to have their session with Dr. Pasha as a 90-minute workshop session. They're going to have it with Dr. Pasha this Wednesday, actually, on the 30th. So I'm really excited about that.
That's pretty great. Thanks, Erica. Other board members? Carol, are you here? Carol was having... Okay. Paula, do you have commentary?
Just quickly, I mean, I don't want to intersect what has already been said. I also attended the Equity Advisory Council meeting, and that was in collaboration with POCAT also, and attended the School Policy Committee with Shannon and Kelly, and that's about it. I attended a Sunrise Project Board meeting, and the Equity Impact Advisory Committee for the COVID response team for Douglas County.
Kelly, I have one last thing, and it's it is school related because it's community related, and I just want to kind of make sure, I don't know if she's watching or not, but just give props to Meg from Lady Bird Diner, continuing to put forth the work and open her diner to feed people in addition to what we're already doing as a district. And just the fabulous work. Like, she's an excellent writer, so she made a book and she's selling that book, and the profits are going towards continuing to feed our community. So if she's watching, thank you, Meg.
It's really remarkable. It's a major accomplishment. So thank you for bringing it up. Okay, I want to pause for one moment and check in with Carol, who was having some connectivity trouble. So I want to make sure that she's actually. Elise, can I? Could you help us with that and see if you can reach her to make sure?
Yeah, I've been trying to reach out to her.
Okay, great. All right, I appreciate it. Thanks. I thought you probably were. I just wanted to double check. She has not. I heard from her a little earlier, and then I knew there was a pause. So I just want to make sure that we're accounting for her to the extent possible. Thank you. All right, thanks, board members, for the commentary, and we'll move on to consent agenda. I think we have a request for an amendment.
Yeah, Kelly, this is Shannon. I wanted to pull item 2.12, purchase of microphones and cameras, to discuss as new business after we have our return to learning discussion.
All right. Would you like to make that motion?
Sure. I move the Board of Education adopt the items listed on the consent agenda with the exception of item 2.12, purchase of microphones and cameras, which will be pulled for discussion later in the meeting.
Is there a second?
This is GR, I'll second.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill, Ross, Gordon
Yes.
Ross, Johnson,
Yes, sorry.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-0.
Okay. At this time, we're going to move to executive session. Is it Shannon and Melissa? Will you? I haven't led one yet as a board president. Does the recommendation for action come from the board president or another board member?
Go ahead, Shannon. What do you mean recommendation for action to follow?
I think it's on the agenda that that's a possibility, but if there's no action, there's nothing that
Okay.
that needs to be done with that. We can have executive session for discussion purposes.
Okay. All right.
It's listed on as no action.
All right. So I make that, but I'm sorry to
I can.
stumble.
Yeah, it's okay. I make the motion. If you want, Kelly.
That would be
Okay.
helpful.
I move the Board of Education recess to executive session to discuss personnel matters of non-elected personnel in order to protect the privacy interests of the individuals to be discussed with Dr. Anthony Lewis, Dr. Anna Stubblefield, and David Cunningham invited to be present, and with the board to return to open session in this WebEx session at 5:52 p.m. with no action to follow. I think if I did my math right, 20 minutes.
Second, this is Melissa. I second.
Jones,
Yes.
Hill,
Yes.
Ford and Ross,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kimball,
Yes.
Smith.
Yes.
Motion passes 0.
Thank you to Shannon and Melissa for your help with that and guidance. And I'll see you all in the other room. Okay. Thank you to everyone for your patience. We are going to move on to the agenda item, which is the Together Again update. Dr. Lewis, who will be starting us off?
Will be Patrick Kelly. So we're excited to come back again with another episode. I think I'm losing track of the episodes. I think this may be episode 7. Patrick Kelly, and he will introduce who will be presenting along with him.
Good evening, board members. Great to see you again. My name is Patrick Kelly. I'm the Executive Director of Curriculum Instruction, and we'll be sharing a Together Again update here. Sharing my screen. Hopefully you all can see that. Yes. Maybe not. Let me try that again. Sorry about that.
It was actually showing, Patrick.
Was it? Okay. There we go. A little better. So, as we have in the past, we're going to provide a bit of a timeline for you. This time we're going to break it down by the different updates we've provided and some of the information we've provided along the way. On July 13th, we gave our first update discussing how we were going to work in working groups and task forces. We shared our parent and teacher survey data. We presented some information on healthy environments and operations early on and promoting behaviors that reduce spread. Then on July 27th, we were back again for our second update. We talked about the parts of the reopening plan and asked you for feedback if there was any other areas that you'd like information on. We talked about staffing and budget implications, and that was the first we heard of Unified Command. And we also had Dan Partridge from Lawrence Douglas County Public Health there. You approved some calendar changes at that meeting and decided to move forward with 6 weeks of remote learning. On August 10th, we had our third update. We presented the reopening plan website and all the information that's on there. That's been a dynamic website that's been updated throughout this process. We provided some information on communications to families and staff survey information, and also information about activities and sports from the Kansas High School Activity Association. On August 24th, we were together again for another update. The Lawrence Douglas County Health Department had issued its Unified Command Smart and Safe School Reopening Guidance. So we shared that. We had a significant report on special education, talked about student enrollment and teacher preferences, and then gave an overview of our professional development in preparing for remote learning and hybrid learning. And then on September 14th was our last update. We talked about student engagement and learning logs and gave you the immediate update on that. Student and family technology access, sports and other activities, hybrid and distance learning. We gave you a broad overview. We're going to go into more details on that tonight. And our new student support centers that opened last week. Tonight, we're going to provide an update on maintaining healthy operations, including ventilation. I will share with you that tonight's presentation was designed around the questions that you asked us, that you provided us, and we've tried to make sure to do all we can to answer those questions tonight. We're also going to dive into non-instructional expectations and procedures such as transportation, arrival, dismissal, recess, lunch, those types of things. Instructional expectations and procedures, including potential hybrid schedules. Human Resources and David Cunningham is going to provide some information on some questions you'd asked. And then Dr. Lewis is going to finish up with some impacts on students. I'm going to pause here. Last time, President Jones, we asked if you would rather take questions in between each section or you would rather have them at the end. And I just wanted to offer that to you again. What would be the preference of the board?
Yeah, I asked the board members, since you sent this up it's a little less formal than our last meeting and its responses to our questions. In case there's follow-up questions during those times, I'd like board members to jump in and ask clarifying questions as we go along. if that's agreeable, so that we make sure that we don't get any questions lost and people feel comfortable making decisions, and the community can hear our thought processes as well.
That sounds great. Just
Okay.
want to make sure we had a plan there. Thank you for that. So I'll go back to sharing. That's not the screen I wanted to share. Give me just a second. I don't know what happened to my window here. Talk amongst yourselves quietly. There we go. Okay, hopefully you can see my screen again. So first up, we're going to share a video that was produced by Lawrence Memorial Hospital and our own nursing facilitator, Sonia Gomer, which provides some information about maintaining healthy operations within our schools.
As children start back to school and activities in various formats, we've visited with strategic leaders in our community to get your questions answered. We start with Dr. Waco Goodnight, pediatrician. Are masks safe for children to wear all day?
Pre-pandemic, surgeons, children with health conditions, we've been wearing masks for a really long time. So it's very well studied and documented that they're really safe wearing masks. Even children with asthma or heart conditions, or it just makes you safer.
What precautions will schools take? Sonia Gomer, nurse facilitator, shared with us the extensive plan USD 497 is taking to make children safe when they go back in person.
Students, when they enter into the building, will have their temperature checked. So that will be required for all students and staff and visitors that will be entering into our buildings. When there is a hybrid situation, 50% of the students will be coming into the school on alternating days, so it will be an A-B schedule. There also will be required that students and staff will be taking hourly hand washing breaks.
What if there's a positive case in a classroom?
We'll be collecting a list of close contacts that individual has been around. And when we have that list of close contacts, then we'll be going and sending that to the Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. And then also within our district, we're going to be notifying those close contacts ourselves and giving them instructions on what the next steps will be. Then we're going to go ahead and go to that particular space within the building where that positive case has been, and we will be cleaning and disinfecting that area. And then sending a letter out to all staff and students and families, letting them know that there has been a positive case.
Infectious disease specialist with LMH Health, Dr. Jennifer Scripture, answers what's the most important thing parents can do.
It is critically important to get kids up to date on all their vaccinations, and it is very important. Higher than critically important to get the flu vaccination this year.
Douglas County Health Officer Dr. Thomas Marcelino explains some of the factors Unified Command is considering.
So when it comes to hybrid versus online or remote or in-person school, there's going to be several measures that we look at. One thing we're going to be looking at is the gating criteria. You'll see the color-coded green, yellow, orange, red, and that's one aspect. But we're also going to be looking at, is the number of cases rising or decreasing? Are we seeing a steady number? So the percent positive of cases tested. But we're also going to be looking at, general factors that may be occurring throughout the community, like the hospitalization rate, ICU, bed capacity, and take all those things into consideration, knowing that we can't just rely on one measure, but we have to rely on several different things from around the community to tell us what would be the right thing to do.
No matter what we face, we have already seen this community will stand together.
Our community is taking care of itself in ways that we didn't know we could before. I think the important thing is that we're in this together. We protect our neighbor, we take care of our neighbor, and just to remember that, you see somebody down, help them out.
So we're privileged to have Sonia Gomer, our nursing facilitator and the star of that video to share a little bit about some questions were asked about the fundamental elements of school safety during COVID-19, and Sonia's going to share some of the work she's been doing with our district and with Lawrence Douglas County Public Health. Hi, Sonia.
Great. Good evening, everyone. My name is Sonia Gomer, and I'm the nursing facilitator for the Lawrence Public Schools. Just to give you a really quick background, because a lot of you probably don't know me, I have been a school nurse for over 25 years. And 15 years of that time, I have been the nursing facilitator for the Lawrence Public Schools. During this summer, I have been on several COVID committees within the district. I have been on the Operations and Safety Task Force, and then I've also chaired the Nurse Task Force Committee. Along with those district committees, I've also served on several community committees, one of those being Unified Command. And from Unified Command, I also was on 2 subcommittees. I was in the operations, where I was served as the deputy section chair. And in the operations committee, we worked with school districts on their reopening plans and any questions and concerns that they were having. And then I also was on the testing and response committee. And on the testing and response committee, we made up the minimum guidelines for K through 12 schools and higher education, with those guidelines consisting of pre-entry screenings, temperature checks, our daily COVID assessments, our response to a positive COVID case, contact tracing that we would do, cleaning that would happen within the schools, and then returning to school flow chart. So something that everyone could follow that would make sense and would be easy to do. Along with that, I also attend the Kansas Department of Health and Environment weekly meetings with Dr. Norman. I have working relationships within Johnson County and the Johnson County schools there. I'm also a member of the Kansas School Nurse Organization and the National Association of School Nurses, where there is a forum discussions regarding COVID from all over the United States. So school nurses from all over the United States, and we've discussed COVID all summer long. So with all of that, maintaining healthy operations, I've been doing since June of this year. And so as you know, we came out, Governor Kelly came out with the Executive Order 2059 with universal mask use. So stating that all of the students and staff that are 5 years of age and older will be required to wear a mask within our buildings. And also any vendors that are coming into our buildings will be required to wear a mask. So along with this, Tony Barron and I went out to the schools last week and we visited all 14 elementary schools. So when we were out there, we went ahead and we looked and we wanted to make sure that each school was having our healthy operations. So with signs on all the doors stating that it was required to wear a mask when you enter our school buildings. Also with that, it was the minimum distance of 6 feet. So looking at 6 feet of distance between students, where students should be standing within the school buildings, or also they should be standing outside the school buildings, because we're at the same time looking at where we will be putting the thermal scanners for temperature screenings when students enter into our buildings. And with that, we want to be sure at what locations, door entries that students will be coming. And then we're having those locations marked outside of the building on the sidewalks with paint to determine 6 feet of distance, so the students know where to stand to be 6 feet apart. In the classrooms, we were looking to be sure that there's 6 feet of space. And at the school buildings, we were also being sure that to mark in the hallways, 6 feet of space, and also looking at things in the hallways such as the directions that the students would be going in the hallways. So we have directional saying this is a one-way, you know, similar to what you see like in grocery stores. So that's a one-way this way, one-way that way. And then if schools had stairs, which would be an upstairs, which would be going down. So we have all of that directions going on. During that time when we were also talking to the principals, we also talked about hand washing, when students needed to be doing hand washing. And by the governor's order, hand washing will be occurring every hour. And we want to be doing soap and water as much as possible. But if not, students and staff can use hand sanitizer as long as it contains 60% of alcohol, which ours does. And luckily for us, we have hand sanitizer stations in all of our classrooms, which we put those in like 10 years ago. So we were way ahead of the times. So that has been done. We also were looking at, outdoor spaces, students going outdoors as much as possible, and being sure to have those mask breaks when needed outside, being 6 feet apart, where a student and staff member can remove their mask during those mask breaks. We also were there looking at isolation rooms. So every school has a designated isolation room. So we were there to look at the isolation room to be sure that there was 6 feet of distance between, if we have more than one student or staff member that's in an isolation room. And we wanted to be sure that it was accessible, it had 6 feet of distance, and that the equipment was there that was needed, such as chairs and a desk, so everything could be easily cleaned. And then we could wipe it down and be sure that there was no cross-contamination. We also, with all the 6 feet of distance that we're doing and with the different entry points for students coming into the buildings, we wanted to be sure that was limiting the crowd, so we didn't have large crowds of students, that we had very simple access points for the students to come in. And also then, with all of this, looking at where students are sitting in the classroom, we want to be sure that we have assigned seating for our students. So this will help us when it comes to contact tracing for a positive case of COVID.
Thank you, Sonia. And my name is Tony Barron, Executive Director of Facilities and Operations for Lawrence Public Schools, and I want to touch base on the cleaning operations. So we write our standards based on the Cleaning Industry Management Standard of 2018. And what that is designed to do is to assist the cleaning organizations in setting up the management system that allows us to meet our goals. So in essence, the standards should be thought of as more of a management framework that we use to develop the customer-centered organization and procedures that we do. So thankfully, Facilities and Operations has worked closely with our custodial supply vendor to develop training and best practices for our custodial staff. Many of these procedures include the latest technology and equipment available. Thankfully, we are fortunate to have a supportive Board of Education and community when it comes to procuring such equipment, as our stabilized aqueous ozone machines, otherwise known as Tersano, Clorox 360 electrostatic sprayers, Kaivac no-touch cleaning machines, ride-on floor scrubbers, and other equipment necessary to clean more efficiently. With that being said, one of our most important resources we have are our custodial employees. If you're watching, we appreciate you and all your efforts. Keep up the good work. So in order to develop these procedures, we divide tasks basically into 2 categories, cleaning and non-cleaning tasks. In many cases, our first shift custodians, otherwise known as our day custodians, are responsible for the bulk of the non-cleaning tasks. And we rely heavily on our second shift personnel to do most of the cleaning, since there are few to no occupants in the building at that time. In order to make this happen, we break these tasks down and do our best to prioritize them. So I have to say that I would say we have one of the best custodial supervisors in the region, Colin Neal. He really lives and breathes custodial cleaning and procedures and chemistry. So what he has done is he's broken down the times and the minutes of every day for a custodian, whether it's day or night, and talked about the average time to clean classrooms. So for instance, an average classroom time should take approximately 7 minutes to clean each night. And what that consists of is a surface wipe down, table, desk, board, doors, and windows. Take the trash out. Usually, sometimes there's up to 3 cans. Large particle pickups from the floor, vacuums, and mop if applicable. You know, we have been very intentional about making sure that we clean for health. Sometimes people will want us to vacuum more frequently, but the piece of papers on the floor are not really causing a health hazard when high touch points such as door handles, sinks, water fountains, restrooms are our main priority. So at the same time, he's not only broken down our average classroom times, gym spaces, restrooms, which can take up to 20 minutes. And right now, one of our most intense areas are our cafeterias. You know, when we have the multiple lunches come in for our day custodians, that's the bulk of our time. So we spend anywhere from, I would say, 30 to 75 minutes in our cafeterias cleaning them up after students leave. It's all dependent upon the elementary school or secondary level. And kitchens obviously are a high priority for us, which most of the time the kitchen staff does the bulk of that cleaning. So with that being said, we approximately have 480 minutes in a day, and it's all broken down. And how can we best utilize that time? Colin is continuing to work with our custodians and our vendors to gather equipment, to come up with procedures on how we can do that. If you happen to watch the video that was released, I believe, a couple weeks ago, it showed Colin and one of our other custodians cleaning high touch points such as door handles, and also bringing what we call a stick mop in to wipe down our table surfaces every night. So there'll be operations similar to that we'll do in the classrooms. We wipe boards down also, and any high touch areas. For our teachers and other staff in the space, we do our best to clean their desk area, but it is a very difficult task to do when you have electronics and other things around with our cleaning products. So we are continuing to work on that, and we will continue to tweak the procedures as we decide what model we will come back into the school with. So with that being said, as you said, Kelly, we wanted to maybe stop and ask to see if, before we move to the next slide and get into ventilation, this might be a great time to ask if there are any questions for Sonia or myself.
Board members?
I have a question for Sonia and a question for Tony. Sonia, so with regard to mask wearing, what are the parameters for acceptance? That's a question that we've been asked a lot. Is what are the times and what are the parameters around when they won't be required to wear masks, and what happens then?
Okay. So during the day, students will be required to wear their mask while they are in their classrooms. The only time they will not be required to wear their mask is while they are eating. So, or if they're doing any type of strenuous activity. So I've asked this question to our health department to get clarification on that. And basically they said they are to be wearing their mask at all times in the buildings, except while they're eating. They can take mask breaks when they go outside and need to be social distancing of 6 feet.
You want to go ahead?
Okay. Tony, can you speak a little bit to what currently custodians are doing in the building versus what is going to change once we have students returning to the buildings, whenever that may be?
Sure. As right now, our main priority or focal points would be our restrooms, office areas, and any other common space that's identified in the building. As you know, 21 schools, each school some have higher numbers of teachers in the space than others. Some have chosen to work from home. As of right now, Shannon, I couldn't identify with you on where our high numbers are and where they aren't. We leave that up to the building's principals to coordinate with our custodians on teachers that are in the space. Right now, we're doing very limited cleaning in the classrooms for the simple fact that we were truly, in most cases, only have the teacher and nobody else in that space. So our goal is to focus on the restroom areas, hopefully 2 to 3 times a day, high touch points. Like I said, right now, the office space, my opinion is, from being in the schools, is our office areas are probably the most highly trafficked areas right now, just because that's the main hub of our school, and our admin assistants are in there and we need information from them. People are coming in, staff members maybe stopping in and out. So as mentioned before, at the end of the cleaning operations summary, depending upon the model chosen or how we move forward will depend on how we finalize our procedures for moving forward on a day-to-day basis.
Another question that has come up quite a bit is with regard to the cleaning that needs to happen if students are back in the secondary levels between classes, do you have an estimate of how long it will take staff to do that cleaning in between each group of students?
Shannon, I have not had that conversation with high school administration at this time. If, as of right now, we do have the spray bottles and microfiber cloths in the space. If they're using that mechanism to clean, my estimate would be it would take them approximately 3 minutes to wipe down the spaces.
Thank you. Other board members?
Kelly, I have a question for Tony.
Okay.
And then also a comment. So just to Shannon's last question, just as an alternative thought process, one of the things that we learned in Eudora today is that at least at the high school, when they talked about that transition cleaning, the teachers are spraying the surfaces, and then there's a little box of those microfiber cloths. And when the kids come into the room, they grab the microfiber cloth and they wipe down the surface themselves, and then put the cloth back when they walk into the room, to cut down on that cleaning time, and to as they said, to then own their own space, and to make it a dual process between themselves and the staff. So Tony, my question to you is, because I know I've seen this a lot in a lot of our messages, and I know for you and for F&O staff that the phrase deep cleaning a building means something very, very specific. And so as we look at the schedule, either an AA schedule or an AB schedule, and people talk about the inequities of that because we're going to deep clean the buildings on Wednesday, would you address that concept of what it means to deep clean a building, and when we go back in a hybrid, whenever that is, what actually will happen during the week as we clean buildings?
Yeah, so with GR as of right now, so just talking respond a little bit to the Eudora model of having the microfiber cloths. We do, in many of our schools, we have a station where our teachers or staff can pick up their bottles for the day. And for instance, let's take a high school, for example. We would ask, if it's a 7-day period, we would ask them to grab 7 microfiber cloths, and they would take them to their class. You have a clean pile and a dirty pile, and those would be returned to the same station at the end of the day, wherever that designated space is. Now, if you're talking on a night-to-night basis, we would do the same thing. That we don't have the human resources to do anything on the night-to-night cleaning except to wipe down the tabletops and do the trash cans. And I believe I had mentioned it in Colin's outline here earlier. The 4 priorities would be surface wipe down, which includes the desk, the whiteboard, the doors, and the windows. Trash, empty the trash, large particle pickup, and vacuum or mop the floor. So those would be the primary cleaning processes we'd use Monday night, Tuesday night, Thursday night, and Friday night. Now on Wednesdays, so what the beauty that we have on Wednesdays is, as I mentioned before, a lunch period takes up the majority of our time during the day. Also breakfast, if we have breakfast. So on a normal cleaning day, on a Wednesday, we wouldn't have that. One thing I've asked of our curriculum and instruction department, along with ELT, is what a Wednesday might look like for having staff in the buildings, whether they're going to, if the teachers are going to be teaching from their space on Wednesdays. And that will dictate how much we can get into the classroom, because as you know, some of our machines make noise and are a little bit disruptive. So trying to take advantage of that Wednesday opportunity while a teacher or someone is trying to teach in that space could be disruptive. We also could develop a schedule on a planning period and ask them to move into a common space or another space if they felt comfortable sharing a space with someone else. But those are the details in the next 3 weeks that, like I said, it's hard to finalize those, not knowing what model we're coming back in. The deep clean, when you say deep clean, a deep clean to me is a 2-week process with 5 to 10 custodians in the building, where we are really carpet extracting and cleaning from what we call top-down cleaning, dusting lights and doing all that. So I'm very hesitant to use those words, deep cleaning, with our staff, because if I were to ask them to deep clean on a Wednesday, they might just lose their mind. So, so yeah, we will come up with some things. We do have the Clorox 360s that are going to be making the rounds to the schools, and that is an electrostatic sprayer. We have what we call a Kyvac misting wand, which is the same concept. It's just not electrostatic. It mists the room with the stabilized aqueous ozone. It gets more surfaces than a wipe down, but we do physically have to remove. The definition of cleaning is physical removal of bacteria, viruses, dirt, other items. So we are doing our best to do that at least 4 times a week.
Other board members? I have a question, Tony, based on some conversations I had with folks. One of the things you said that was really helpful for me is that teachers and educators in the building are seeing what's happening now, but in fact, when kids come back, things will look different. So the routine they see now is not what will be occurring when or if we have children back in their buildings. That was helpful for me. It was a really good takeaway. The question I've received from educators in the district and families is this question around, do we have enough custodians? So that's one question. And then the second question that I heard, we are for people that have compromised immune systems or are nursing moms or pregnant, the chemicals that you will be utilizing for cleaning, I think it's hard for me to even, when you describe them, I have this vision of chemicals flying through the air and landing on all of the surfaces. And that both sounds good. It also sounds like, well, COVID maybe necessarily doesn't live on those surfaces quite like that. And is there inherent risk in doing that? So could you address those 2 questions?
Sure. So I believe, Kelly, 5 years ago, we began investing in what we call the stabilized aqueous ozone machines, which I refer to as Tersano. Unfortunately, those machines, if you're familiar with the health placard, they have a rating of 000, which means they are totally safe for anyone to use. They have no health risk involved in them. Our goal is to continue to use those stabilized aqueous ozone during the days when we have students in the building. And our perfect model would be to clean with Tersano 4 days a week and use a chemical on a Friday evening, which helps to air out the space, whether you're calling the volatile organic compounds, the VOCs you hear a lot floating in the air. We call it number 16, Rejuvenol is what we use. We have used that in the space. We have teachers using that right now if they feel like that's appropriate. And we also are using the Tersano. So you've asked a great question. Our goal was to get to be better stewards of the environment, for one, and to be safer for our custodians, and not only our custodians, but our teachers, students, and staff. So that was the reason for the initial investment of the Tersano machines, which as of right now, we have a Tersano machine in every school. So we are very fortunate to have that investment. It also helps us be more efficient from a restroom cleaning standpoint. So instead of spraying a soap down and then having to rinse it and then having to vacuum it up, it eliminates one step in our restroom cleaning, where now we just spray the Tersano, let it dwell, and then we use the vacuum mechanism on our machine. So we're eliminating, in a sense, we're reducing our time in our restrooms by 33% by the investment of these machines. And the great thing about this also has a dwell time, has a 99.99, I should say, percent virus kill rate if it's on the surface for 6 seconds. If you want a 100% rate on it, you just have to wait 1 minute. So it's a very good, I don't want to call it a chemical because it's not, but it's a very good cleaning solution that we use that helps us to stay safe, not only for our staff, the custodians, and as our primary concern, because they're going to be the ones using it, but also if in this particular case, if we have it using it between classes, when we have students, it is a safe solution to use.
And staffing, Tony?
That's a loaded question. So here's what I want to tell you, Kelly. Yes, we could always use more staff. And, based on the standards I mentioned earlier, we do need more custodians. The bottom line is we have made a very strong investment in capital products, better scrubbers, better cleaning solutions. As I mentioned earlier, the Tersano machine that cuts down our restroom cleaning by 33%. KIVAC machines. We are using those, which is just a wonderful machine for our custodians to have. And so we're doing our best with the, I guess you can say, with less human resources, we're doing our best with our capital investments to make life a little bit less strenuous on our custodial staff. So I always put the request in for more custodians, and priorities are priorities. I understand we are in a teaching facility. Lawrence Public Schools' main priority is to teach students. But at some point, yes, we would love to have more custodians on staff. And we also understand that's a difficult position to fill also. So it's a tough position. And you'll see my request again this March.
Okay. I appreciate your input always. And I always learn something when you present, so thank you. And I know you have more. I have one more question for, and it's a nursing related question. So you're off the hook for a second. This question is about, you said one of the times, and it's such a, I know this is a question that's on the minds of students and families and teachers in high schools and middle schools. So if all of the students in the cafeteria in the heart of February have their masks off and they're there for 20 minutes, is that how and maybe Dr. Lewis or I don't know if Rick Henry is here, someone can talk to the plan for lunch for our high school and middle school students?
That's actually coming up shortly.
Okay, then I will wait. No one needs to answer it. Thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, we'll continue on, and we're going to turn it back over to Tony. He thought he had a break there, but he's back up again to answer a number of the questions that we had about ventilation. So we'll jump into that.
All right. Thank you, Patrick. I appreciate it. Great questions. So just to set a quick background for everyone, Lawrence Public Schools, we maintain over 2 million square feet of indoor building space, which includes 31 schools or office facilities. Like I said, as you know, we serve approximately 11,700 students and 2,000 employees. So we have quite a crew in our buildings on a day-to-day basis when we're pre-COVID. These facilities are valued at approximately $360 million, so we have quite the investment here. One of the older buildings in our system is built in 1915. One of our newest school would be the College and Career Center, built in 2015. So you can imagine the range of systems that those were designed and built with. And I talked about the community support. In April of 2013, the Lawrence community approved the $92.5 million bond issue. Some of you on the board were involved in that, and we appreciate that. Out of that 92.5, about 80 million of that was funded to improve our east side and central schools located in the central part of the town. And they were in dire need of some upgrades, which included mechanical, plumbing, and electrical. In May of 2017, as we got towards the end of the 2013 bond, it was also noted that our secondary schools needed some upgrades. So another bond was passed in May of 2017, 87 million, with the majority of that was funded towards Lawrence High to improve that school, which was built in 1954. So one of the major focuses of the bonds was mechanical, electrical, and plumbing systems, which were just all a little bit dilapidated and in need of replacement. So during the planning phase for both of these issues, indoor air quality was a priority. As you know, indoor air quality contains many aspects. Not only is it ventilation, it includes the temperature of the space, the humidity of the space, dust, pollen, even noise would be considered a factor, lighting, and indoor air quality. But focusing purely on ventilation, research during the time of 2013, one of the main components was the research that showed that students in the classroom with lower carbon dioxide levels achieved higher test scores and had reduced absences. So with that knowledge in that time, it was very important to us to make sure that we had good ventilation and the proper air exchange in those spaces. So with this in mind, we're required to design to ASHRAE 62.1 standards. ASHRAE stands for American Society of Heating, Refrigerating, and Air Conditioning Engineers. So the 62.1 are the standards for ventilation. And as I mentioned before, there are several different types of the age of schools, which means there are several different types of mechanical systems in our district. There are two types of delivery methods for ventilation that I'll talk about tonight, one of them being mechanical and one of them being natural ventilation. So mechanical ventilation is just simply the method of forced or induced ventilation by using mechanical air handling systems, obviously known as HVAC systems is what we call them. They can produce quite an amount of cubic feet per minute and have a pretty high air exchange per hour. The other form would be natural ventilation, which also is a very good component. And through the COVID pandemic, you'll see in a lot of publications that people talking about opening windows. You know, natural ventilation, how do we get fresh air into the space? As of right now, obviously fresh air is first and foremost on everybody's mind. But when we talk about the overall indoor air quality, we lose some other components of indoor air quality when we open the windows. We do gain some great air exchange rates, but at the same time, depending on the outside conditions, we may lose temperature, the comfort of the temperature, humidity levels may raise or lower. And we also, depending on the wind, the day, the time of year, dust, pollen, and other allergens that may be in the space. I also, as mentioned before, take into consideration that the noise factor. When you have a window open, what noises are there that could possibly be disruptive to the students and staff? So with that being said, I do want to focus on some of these definitions that you see here in front of you. I'm going to give a couple examples here. For the purpose of those examples, I just want to go over these definitions that we see. Ventilation we're going to define it as the process of supplying air to or removing air from a space for the purpose of controlling air contaminant levels, humidity, temperature within the space. I'm also going to use what we're going to call air changes per hour. As you can see there, what it is, it's the air change rate is a measure of the air volume added or removed from a space divided by the volume of the space. So what that means, basically, the air change rate means if I'm sitting in my classroom right now, how many times am I totally exchanging the air cycle in my space per hour? So according to the Harvard Chan School of Public Health, ideally we want to get 4 more total air exchanges per hour with good cleaning. 5 is kind of an excellent gauge, and 6 would be wonderful. So with that being said, also you're going to see one more component of this is the cubic feet per minute, also known as a CFM, which you'll see on the next slide. So that is basically a volumetric standard unit of flow. So we'll move on to the next slide, if you would, Patrick. I had already mentioned before the importance of indoor air quality during the 2013 and 2017 bond, but I think it's important enough to mention again. You know, we were highly focused on this, and I will just kind of throw a shout out right now to one of our former bond managers for making this a priority in 2013. And also in 2017, we were challenged by a former board member, Marcel Harmon, who was on the board for a few years. And not only that, he was a member of our facility planning committee, along with Shannon. So he did a great job of challenging our team to making sure we had good indoor air quality and healthy systems for our students and staff. So what we're going to do here is I have a calculator here on the next slide, but we're going to go through a couple systems here based on the 2013 and 2017 bond and just throw these numbers out there and calculate our air changes per hour. So as you can see there in the formula, the air changes per hour, the ACH, would equal the cubic feet per minute coming into the room times 60 minutes, of course, which would be 1 hour. And then we will calculate the volume of the room, which would just be the area times the height of the ceiling. So an example from a multi-zone system with rooftop units. So what I did is I took some numbers from an elementary school that we renovated in the 2013 bond. What I did here is you can see the RTU serves one classroom and one learning pocket. So I took the RTU per design documents was producing 2,145 CFMs times 60 minutes. We get the 128,700 number. The classroom and learning pocket dimensions added together are approximately 13,600 cubic feet. So basically, we take that air exchange rate, the ACH would equal the 128,700 divided by 13,600, and we get an air exchange rate of 9.46. We put the goal there in yellow based on the information from the Harvard School of Public Health is trying to do good, which would be the 4.0. In this case, we have a air change rate per hour of 9.46, which we feel pretty good about. In this example, with a multi-zone system, we are recycling the majority of the air in and out of the room. Approximately 20% of this ACH is considered outdoor air. So I'm going to move on to one more example. And many of our schools have what we call a VRF system, variable refrigerant flow with a dedicated outdoor air system, also known as a DOAS. If you've been around me much, I talk about it a lot. So our DOAS units are a wonderful addition to our schools. So this is just going to be an example of what we're doing at Lawrence High. So at the end of the project, the majority of the school will be a VRF with a DOAS unit. So let me just take those calculations here and walk through an example similar to what I did at the elementary school on the previous slide. So our VRF supply fan is simply producing 1,095 CFMs to circulate air within the space. Our DOAS unit, which is our 100% outdoor air ventilation, is supplying 440 CFMs at 60 minutes, as you can see, for 26,400. This is one classroom that is serving. So the classroom dimension, as you can see, is as follows: 5,952 cubic feet. We calculate those numbers. You can see the ACH is a 15.47, but in this particular case, we're primarily concerned about the ventilation. So the ventilation here, as you can see, the ACH equals 4.44. That 4.44 change rate is a total of 100% outdoor air, and which is a good, in my opinion, a good rate to have when you're dealing with 100% outdoor air. So any questions on the calculations before I move forward? So one thing I do want to talk about, though, through this design is in construction, we have the mechanical contractor who would be responsible for testing and balancing. So as we go through these projects, mechanical contractor A installs the system, and then he is responsible for going back and using his equipment to test the flow of these items and report that back as, yes, he met the specification or he did not. So testing and balancing is an important part of the process when putting in new systems. And it takes usually about 12 months to do that testing and balancing. We really have to go through a full seasons, all 4 seasons. One thing that we also did in the last 2 bonds, the mechanical systems and the indoor air quality was such a priority for Lawrence Public Schools, we hired what we call a third-party commissioning agent who comes in just to double check the work and hold our contractors responsible for their work. And that is just a double check to make sure we're going to do this. Sometimes it's difficult to measure air. We don't have the equipment within our schools to do it. So we feel the importance to have that work checked by the commissioning agent. Our 2013 project had a commissioning agent. Our 2017 project has a commissioning agent. I included those 2 examples simply because those are the blueprints that I have readily available to me right now. We also calculated examples for some of our older schools, Free State being one of them, and Langston Hughes. Both of those were approximately 20 to 25 years old. and we were getting in the neighborhood of 7 to 9 air changes an hour on those systems. I just didn't have the exact numbers to share with you today, but I did calculate those with my technicians. So, as mentioned below, as mentioned before, we feel like we're doing a good job of exchanging the air in our rooms. But what I do want to talk about, though, is we do want to improve, right? We always want to improve. We want to get better. One thing that we would love to do is get a better filtration system in our units. They were designed to house what we call is a MERV 11 and MERV 8 filters, which is MERV stands for minimum efficiency rating value, and it kind of is the threshold for how many contaminants that are being filtered in the system. So the description right now, if you see in many of your documents, are ideally we'd love to get to a MERV 13. Currently, we're 8s and 11s. Unfortunately, the way our systems were designed, they're just not suitable for a 13 filter. It constricts the air too much and could do long-term damage to our mechanical systems. So we are currently exploring options to get better in that area. But as research continues to evolve on aerosol transmission and ventilation, we will continue to adapt to the needs of our students and staff. I feel like our mechanical systems are doing very well from a ventilation perspective, but there's always room for improvement. So in an article that I've been reading from Branch Pattern Consultants, it speaks about how the mechanical system design and operation is fundamental to the indoor air quality. Many times these systems are hidden and confusing for occupants of the building and very difficult to explain sometimes when I get asked that question is, am I safe coming back to my school? So I can share these ventilation rates with you and share research from other entities who have been working diligently on this to try to provide some information to help us make decisions. So the technology is continuing to improve. Lawrence Public Schools will continue to evaluate all aspects of indoor air quality when systems are in their current state and in need of replacement. So in closing with this, I just really want to put a shout out to Henderson Engineers for helping me better understand our ventilation systems. They've been a good partner for us over the past several years. As I mentioned before, Marcel's been great. And then area facility directors I've also reached out to, and members of our Kansas Association of Department of Plant Facility Managers. We've been on a few WebEx calls just to talk about how we can do better and ideas sharing. So a lot of information to digest. With that being said, I think this would be a great time to open it up for some questions.
This is Erica. So first, thank you so much, Tony, for your incredibly thorough presentation. So I could tell a lot of work went into it, so I appreciate that. So my question is, as of today, do you believe, to the best of your knowledge, do all of our current schools have a ventilation system that would allow all staff and all students to return safely if they chose to?
You ask a good question, Erica. I believe from the numbers I've been provided, the specifications I've been provided, the information that we have. Well, one thing I did not mention was our building management systems, which is our controls program. So we have our technicians that can sit here locally at our facility and monitor many of these systems, and it gives us actual data on up-to-date data on how many CFMs are going through our systems. We can control our dampers. We can open them up further for outdoor air. We can close them. Humidity levels are rising. We need to control that humidity between 40 and 60%. In high humidity months, which hopefully we're out of those months right now, high humidity months, it's a little more difficult to open our dampers, and because we're letting more humidity in, and some of our systems have humidity control and some of them do not. But as we move into the fall months, I feel, as the numbers I've seen and I've worked with my technicians on, I feel comfortable with our ventilation systems as they are in moving enough air throughout our schools and our classrooms that I would feel comfortable with students coming back and staff coming back into space. And this is one combination. Ventilation, it's hard to isolate ventilation. It needs to go along with the other things that's similar to what Sonia talked about. Mask use is a very important part of this also. and making sure that we're wearing our masks diligently and doing all those other protocols that are important, 6-foot spacing. So in combination with all those, I feel comfortable telling you that our ventilation systems are moving enough air to meet threshold of 4.0 air changes per hour, and would feel comfortable with students coming back into the space.
Thank you.
Other board members?
Kelly, I have a couple questions. Tony, so I know that the work that we've done through the bond issues has put our facilities in a much better place than probably many of our peer districts are in. And for that, I'm very thankful. It has a lot of positive benefits, as you've highlighted, not only in this circumstance, but well beyond in terms of our learning environments, our workplace environments for our staff, and all of those things. I think I appreciate your answer to Erica's question. I know it's a little bit hard to answer that question, but I want to ask it a little bit different way, which is, I know we have a certain percentage of our spaces that we have upgraded our HVAC systems. Do you have an idea of what percentage we have those new systems in versus what percentage of our instructional, and I'm not talking about our operational spaces like our ESC or the facilities and operations, but just our school buildings. What percentage of our spaces have those upgraded systems versus what percentage that we're still operating with older systems?
So I do not have that exact percentage, and I do know approximately half of our schools have a full VRF or DOAS replacement, or a combination of or a partial DOAS and VRF system. I do not have those numbers right now that I have readily available. I would be happy to share those with you later this week.
I think because here's where I'm going with this. So, one of the things that we are talking about with bringing students back to school is that for some portion of their day, in order for students to be there for a full day, they're going to have to eat. They're going to have to take those masks off. How we decide to do that and in what spaces and under what conditions is going to be really important, because, like, as you mentioned, kind of the pillars of risk mitigation related to this are strict adherence to mask wearing, hygiene practices, physical distancing, and ventilation. And really when a lot of the guidance was written that came out earlier this year about school operations, particularly the KSDE guidance earlier this summer, the prevalence of opinion on the importance of aerosol transmission of COVID had not really kind of received the public attention, and kind of the opinions hadn't really coalesced around that as being such an important transmission factor. We were more focused on cleaning doorknobs and tables than we were on and worrying about shields and barriers and large droplet transmission than we were worried about aerosol transmission of the virus. And so one of my concerns is that we're going to do all of these wonderful things with masking and surface hygiene, et cetera, but then we're going to have a group of kids and a teacher in a classroom or some other enclosed space in our building taking their masks off for 20 to 30 minutes to eat lunch, and basically kind of undoing all of that risk mitigation work that we worked so hard to do. And so when you're not using those other methods for mitigating transmission, the ventilation issue becomes even more important. And so, I hope that before we make a decision and make a plan to have that be our procedures, that we would have really have from facilities and operations an idea of these are the optimal spaces in which to have students eat their lunches, for example. If we're going to have students that are unmasked for any portion of the day, these are the spaces that we should be doing it in because of these factors. And if it's those buildings that have those DOAS and VFR systems where we really have really ventilation. That's great, but that's information that I think is important. I think it's important for figuring out how we can do this safely. Sorry.
Okay, this is Carol. I'm so sorry. This is Carol, but I'm with you, Shannon, but I have to ask about the peanut allergies. Like how...
That's another question that's come up.
What are we going to do with the peanut allergies?
Procedures, but I think I really wanted to get Tony's perspective on whether it's even possible for us to identify those. Is it even a possible thing for us to ask? Can we identify those spaces?
Yeah. So basically, what it's going to take, Shannon, is just me diving in a little deeper. And as you know, we are, you said it, the research is changing. The importance of aerosol transmission has become a little bit more important. And I believe it's a good opportunity for us to have that conversation in our DLT and talk about that with curriculum and instruction and see what the plans we have are and how we can identify some of those spaces that may be better suited to eat the lunch in, excuse me. But yeah, so let me do this before I kind of jump to any type of conclusion. Let me just go ahead and take some time with my technicians and start to identify areas that possibly I could take to our curriculum and instruction and department and say, hey, here's some recommended areas that we have some good airflow, that we have good movement, optimal spaces to possibly do that. That's probably something we can work on in collaboration here over the next couple weeks and start to identify those spaces. And but as of right now, like I said, I could make some overarching comments based on the systems that have the total VRF and DOAS units. That would be the easy ones, right? Because we know those systems are moving some air. It would be some of our older spaces that we just need to sit down and dig into our multi-zone systems and see what that looks like. And then to Carol's remark about peanut allergies, I will probably let Darcy and Rick speak to that in their space. I know they have a plan for that and as far as lunch, where they're going to eat lunch. So I'm going to defer that one to a later time.
Okay. Thank you, Tony.
Tony, again, this is Melissa. I want to thank you for that information. I know board members, we're receiving emails about, we just want to hear about hybrid, whether we're going to do it or not. But hearing from you is part of the decision-making process. So making sure we have the air quality that we need and explaining that to parents, even though you want to hear either yay or nay, but this is part of the process. So I just wanted to kind of say that out loud for those who are wondering in the emails that we're starting to get about how is this relevant? We just want to hear about hybrid school starting. Well, this is part of the process. This is what we're trying to provide the necessary information to kind of help you understand whatever decision we make while we're making that decision. Because if we don't, then we're not giving you enough information. So please be patient, basically.
I think Shannon makes a really good point identifying those spaces. Because when I think about isolation rooms and quarantine rooms, ventilation is going to be critical for those students that do have to isolate or quarantine during school.
And one thing I did fail to mention, I apologize, is that we do have portable HEPA filters for our nurses' stations and our isolation rooms. Based on the guidance, some of our guidance from, I believe it was a Navigating Change document, and also from Sonia, those are two areas that we could have prolonged exposure with a student who is exhibiting symptoms. So we do have HEPA portable filter units for those two spaces in every school.
Tony, have we looked into what the cost would be to provide those for every classroom space that's going to have kids in it? Because I think that's another question that has come up. if we can't, because we can't, you said we can't use the MERV 13 filters in our systems, which is really what the ASHRAE standards recommend for risk mitigation for COVID. So since we can't do that, what would the cost be to provide those portable air cleaners across the district?
So from what I'm used just 800 classrooms as an example of what we approximate, and for a filter that would clean at least 2 air changes per hour through the HEPA filter I would probably use the 1,000 square foot model. You're looking at roughly $800 per filter per unit. So I haven't done the math. What is that? $640,000. I would say $640,000 to $750,000. And that's just purchasing the unit. Each one of those HEPA filters, I believe, is probably going to be in the neighborhood of $75 to $100. They would need to be changed out approximately every, I'd say, 6 months. So a pretty significant cost. And then the other part about that also is you talk about indoor air quality, and the noise component is a factor. Like I said, we just have to weigh our options. Is it worth having a portable filter in the space making lots of noise, because noise is considered a part of indoor air quality, because that fan is going to be running the whole time students are in there. Is it worth, you just have to weigh the cost benefit analysis of that. So with everything being said, Shannon, I would say you're looking at $750,000 to outfit all of our classrooms with portable units.
Tony, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, Shannon, do you have a follow-up question to that before I jump to something else?
Oh, I was just going to ask whether you think that, Tony, that doing that kind of portable air filter system in those spaces where we identify that we don't have the same level of ventilation with our new HVAC systems, would that be a worthwhile exercise to look into that?
Yes. And the other part about that too that I haven't mentioned also is if we're going to spend money in that manner, we need to look at a UVGI, ultraviolet germicidal eradication, possibly, or a bipolar ionization, which for that type of money, we could possibly get one of those systems in place also, which would filter the particles in the air. Excuse me, it wouldn't filter the particles. The UV light does eradicate. The ionization part of it just attaches to the virus itself, which makes the particles larger, which in theory makes our filters of MERV 11 being able to catch those particles, because it is now a larger particle. Just put the negative and positive charge together, makes the particle bigger, and it catches it through the filter. So the other part about that too is there's not a lot of studies on the overall health of that. So it's kind of like, think of it spraying Roundup in your yard. You're killing the grass and the weeds. And this is kind of a similar analogy. With ionization, we're killing everything in the air. We're kind of getting rid of everything. And I'm not sure, I haven't studied into it enough to know, are there good particles in the air that we're also taking out along with bad particles? Everything, obviously, it's a balance. Our air quality is a balance. There's not only bad stuff, there's good stuff in the air too that is helpful for us to breathe. So that's my hesitancy in moving forward with an ionization or a UVGI at this time. But Shannon, I think if we're going to spend that kind of money, I think we should do it more of a long-term solution. And we are looking into those. Like I said, I did not mention that. I did mention it. I've mentioned it to my other team. We need to choose one of those and explore it in more greater detail and decide if we can move on one of those methods or choose the portable air filters, which in my opinion is going to be more of a short-term solution versus the long-term ionization or UVGI.
And so I think that then my final question, I'm sorry, Kelly, would be, we're talking about a recommendation from administration that's a 3-week time frame. What is the time frame that you're looking at in order to really be able to investigate and potentially implement any of those kind of solutions?
My assumption would be, first of all, I don't have pricing on it. So I would have to get pricing, which either way, you're looking at portable air filters. I have pricing on that, obviously. I think it would be less expensive with one of the two methods besides portable units. I don't know. 3 weeks for anything, even getting portable filters in, is a stretch. So I can, like I said, we have met with a company who does the ionization. I haven't pursued it just because, like I said, I like to do make research-based decisions. And I can't find any solid research that shows ionization is a good long-term solution. I've seen articles on both sides. So
This is Carol. I'm so sorry. But I would just like to interject here that, I'm a bona fide tree hugger, but I'm concerned about the long-term effects on the ozone if we have these ozone purifiers.
Carol, I share the same concern as you do.
Thank you.
That's my hesitancy in doing those. It's been an option on the table. I just don't, at this time, I don't have enough data in front of me to make that decision.
All right, thank you.
So Shannon's question actually lends itself well to mine, which is it takes us in a different direction a bit. The question about the time frame. So initially, I think Sonia talked about how you had done a walkthrough of the buildings and had determined which way students would walk, the spacing for each room. I know you've gone through each room and calculated how many students can be in there, or that's information that you have. But I've heard from educators that their space hasn't been formulated to the proper 6 feet spacing, and that in some cases it almost can't be, because particularly like in science labs, for example. So if we say, I just know how long it took the university observing that to get our rooms all ready and to tell us where folks could be at. So what's the timeline for getting folks rooms prepped, and would teachers be charged for that, or who's going to be doing that?
Yeah, you ask another good question. I said we're full of good questions tonight. And so basically I'm using the formula, Kelly, of 50 square feet per student for the pandemic. That's roughly a 7 by 7. I just 7 by 7 space, and I rounded it up. And so with those calculations, majority of our classrooms are 730 square feet or larger. And I had the math in front of me. I can't remember. In theory, by the numbers, we should be able to fit 15 students in the space using those calculations. And but that's just saying that's perfect, like perfect furniture, perfect this, perfect that. We do have round tables in majority of our classrooms, which just makes the configuration a little different. But the whole point is, where are they sitting, right? You may have two tables touching each other on one side, but if they're sitting opposite of a 48-inch table, you're in theory 8 feet apart. And so it's just a matter of setting up a classroom. And like I said, on paper, I've crunched it on paper. On paper, it should work, but with many theories, we need to go out and test a couple spaces. And also depends on other manipulatives that are in the classroom. What else is in the classroom other than tables itself? I know teachers have a variety of items that they need to teach with. So there's going to be other factors involved, so that minimum 730 square feet could be reduced by a little bit based on other storage solutions and other items that are in the classroom. And but those also could be stored in non-used space also. So if you can factor that in, most of our elementary schools are 800 square feet or larger, so that's beneficial. Our high schools our goal through this bond, I believe, was 744 square feet or larger. If you remember the presentation from the 2017 bond, 29% of our classrooms at Lawrence High were below that threshold. And so one of the parts of the renovation was to get through that and make those classrooms bigger, so it'd be equivalent to our Free State classrooms. So yes, like I said, I've moved the furniture around based on square footage, and it can be done. It all depends on the furniture solutions and the classroom itself.
But I mean, how long does it take in terms of like, if we said, yes, go hybrid on October 19th, are every single room in the district going to be set up and ready to go for our teachers, or will they be given, what's the logistics of that? That's the question I'm wondering.
So the thought process behind it would be, obviously 15 students at max would be, let me talk elementary first. Elementary, I think we do have some classes that are fairly large, but majority of them are not quite going to hit that 15 threshold, which makes life a little easier. We have anywhere from 5 to 8 tables in those spaces right now. As you know, part of our initiative in the bond issue was collaborative mobile furniture, right? And so we bought a lot of that furniture to be moved around and for kids at a space. So to answer your question, we need to get an inventory on our current tables. We need to, it would not take long. I think in 3 weeks, if we had the right furniture on hand, if we had everything we needed, I don't think it would take much to get that set up.
Every room in our district could be ready at 7 feet by October 19th. And the teachers would not have to move, or they would have to move that material themselves.
Most likely, it would be another custodial operation, which that's kind of, like I said, they would probably assist in that. Now, Kelly, I'm saying that depending upon if we have enough furniture in our warehouse, in our stock right now. Like I said, if we have 8 tables in a classroom and we have 12 students come in, and let's just say that's across the board in 400 classrooms, most likely we're going to have to find different styles of furniture. And I've had a little bit of that conversation on my tour. Our learning pocket areas, it's just, we need a table. It doesn't matter what the purpose of that table is. Our schools have a lot of furniture outside of the classroom. How can we utilize that furniture in our classrooms to help with our spacing? So those are conversations that we do need to have.
Okay, so I mean this kindly. I'm just really, because I appreciate so much that you have done, but it's possible you would not be ready.
That's
19. Okay, thank you.
Kelly, can I just add something? A couple of things. Some of the rooms are currently being used by Boys and Girls Club. So there are kids in those spaces and they are social distancing. Some staff did go in and set up their rooms during those 3 weeks. So I think to Tony's point, it would be a matter of going to take a look. And you have to remember across the district, we have varying class sizes. So it just will look different, but I think we just have to remember we've had Boys and Girls Club in 7 of our elementaries, and they've been, their spaces have been set up. So some of those lessons we can learn from them. I'm not saying every.
But it's a really good point.
Yeah.
So what you're saying is like, it's not every building in the district, because some of them have already been arranged. And every room, the Boys and Girls Club, for folks watching, they're using every room in those buildings. So those rooms are 100% ready.
They're not using every room, but they have used several rooms, and it's just it just is dependent upon the number of kids that would be in the space. So when you think about 15 would be the max, right? I'm not talking about like larger classes like band and music, those are different. But at the elementary level, our largest class size, if all the kids are present, is 30. That's not counting kids who are 100% distance. That's not, so if we're operating on that, the most you would have would be 15. But in a lot of cases, it's fewer than that. So it just really depends on the school, the grade level, and that kind of thing. So yeah, I'm not to digress, but I mean, just to say, if we were going to go to hybrid, we would be ready. Not everyone would have individual desks and those kind of things, but we've talked about some other things that we can do to make the rooms ready. It just would depend on the room, the school, the grade level, and that kind of thing. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate it, Anna. Thank you.
Any more questions for Tony? Okay. Go ahead and press on then. So next up is questions that were asked by the board around non-instructional practice. So this would include transportation, also arrival, dismissal, breakfast and lunch, and recess. We're going to invite Ron May, the Director of Human Resources and Safety, to talk about transportation first. Ron?
Good evening, everybody. Ron May here, Director of Human Resources and Safety, as Patrick said. And just to touch on transportation, had a question from one of the board members regarding how we were working around activities, and we have been actually doing that with sports anyway, and it's been going fairly well. And so just to talk about real quick, First Student does have a cleaning guidelines that we have that they've shared with us and we've shared. And so buses are being cleaned every day. They're being also sanitized and wiped down between trips. We are seating students one per seat with masks on throughout the trip. Drivers are wearing a mask during boarding and deboarding. We're also keeping the seats behind the driver empty so that we keep social distancing from them, because by state mandate, they're not required. They can't wear a mask while they actually drive the bus. And then as far as they're going in, they're boarding from back to front, and then they're deboarding from front to back at the locations. One thing that we've also done with activities is we've allowed, well, we've always had a permission slip for parents to be able to transport their students themselves. We've, strongly discouraged people from doing that, except for in certain specific emergencies or cases, and we determined this obviously to be one. So if a parent has slip turned in within 24 hours before the competition or activity, then they can take their student there and back. Only their student. We're not allowing them to transport non-family members.
Thanks, Ron. And we'll ask Rick Henry, our Director of Secondary Schools, to talk a little bit about arrival and dismissal and breakfast and lunch at the secondary schools.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm Rick Henry, Director of Secondary Schools. Just want to try to answer some of the questions, some of the non-instructional questions that were on the list of questions that were provided by the board. In terms of arrival and dismissal, when students are entering or leaving the building, well, I'll start with entering. All protocols will be observed. Temperature checks, masking, social distancing when students are entering the building. In addition, when students enter and exit, they'll have designated doors for entering and exiting so that large grouping of students is minimized. Now, because each secondary school is unique, this will look different from school to school. So that's it. These overall general guidelines will be customized per school. In terms of for lunch and breakfast, we've had a lot of conversation about that already. But distancing will also be maintained during breakfast and lunch. Meals will be served in the grab and go style, so students will pick up their lunch or breakfast and then go to their designated distanced spot for consuming their food. Our lunch numbers will be small enough to appropriately distance our students. If we need to designate space other than the cafeteria, we'll do so. For example, if the weather's nice, students may take their lunches outside, or we could also use gymnasiums if available, or other open spaces. And I'll be happy to talk to Tony more about where he feels students could most safely eat. But at the secondary level, we do plan to use the cafeterias and other spaces other than classrooms, just because we have the larger gathering areas in our secondary schools. We'll also have processes in place for sanitizing these areas prior to the next lunch period. We are also recommending that at the high school level that lunch be closed for the purpose of lowering the risk of infection, because we know with the open lunch, students go out into the community for lunch and then returning to school, there may be an increased risk of transmission of COVID. So we're recommending that high school lunch be closed.
Rick, wouldn't there be less kids in that? Wouldn't you want less people in the cafeteria? I mean, I understand. I mean, open lunch is its own separate conversation, but it has been a tradition in Lawrence, and the kids know how to do it. So is it just because they'll be close together in the cars then, or wherever they're going together? Is that the thinking?
Sure, that's the thinking, and then whatever restaurant they go to, there's risk associated with that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Hey, Rick, is the lunch period itself? This is GR, by the way. Is the lunch period itself going to be shorter than it has been traditionally as well, or is it going to be the same time? Do you know?
We're still planning the 25-minute lunch period.
Okay.
We know that presents some challenges, but we're up to it.
Rick, if students don't comply with the social distancing required within lunch or other social times, is it going to be a sea of what's the? I always worry about over disciplining students. So how will we manage that?
Well, we're actually looking at it as an educational opportunity. We want to appeal to sensibility and healthy practices. We know that there may be some students who refuse to mask and distance, and we're going to have to take that a case at a time. We actually started that conversation today, so I can't give you specific details of where that landed because it hasn't landed fully yet, but it is something that we've begun to discuss. But we really hope that education of our students and healthy practices will be our main course of defense against students not masking or distancing.
This is Erica. I have a quick question. It's not so much about food as it is about drinking. So can kids have like a water bottle in their classroom, take their mask off, take a sip, and not have to go to this designated spot where masks can be off? I asked that question because I was made aware of, it's not a district anywhere near here, but kids are being denied drinks throughout the day. And consequently, kids are dehydrated by the end of the school day. So what's the plan for that?
Right. So we know hydration is really important, and we don't want to deny students water. And so our hope, we are planning to shut down the water fountains, like the traditional water fountain, like you would push a button and lean over and drink out of the water fountain, but leave the bottle filling stations open. And so our intent is that students would be able to have their bottles, and yes, they may take a quick sip in class, but yeah, we don't want to replace one health concern with another.
Oh, thank you. This is Carol. Thank you so much. I'm so glad you brought up about hydration, but I have to ask, just walk me through this, what this is going to look like for our football teams, transporting them to and from our games.
Well,
how many buses are we talking about?
Yeah,
how many buses?
Okay, I can defer that back to Ron if he has anything to add. But we know that we've already started using more buses for transporting. We're trying to only transport necessary, or we're not necessarily taking the entire squad to away games. We are trying to limit that as much as possible. Ron, I don't know if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, I can say that we've had a couple of away trips already. We've taken, I believe on both times, they took 3 buses, and I know LHS took 3 buses and 2 vans, which is, I don't have if I had to guess, it might be 1 extra bus, but like you said, we also we're asking them not to travel with non-necessary personnel, only the kids who are going to play and the people, coaches that need to be there to be a part of the team to make things work. So, oftentimes they'll take people that have injuries, or they'll take underclassmen that'll come and observe the game, but they're not doing that.
Okay, thank you.
And again, like I said, we're also giving parents the opportunity to transport their own students if they would like to do that as well.
Kelly, this is Shannon. I have a question for Ron. Ron, what is our busing situation going to look like if we move back to a hybrid learning model in terms of transporting students to and from school who typically would qualify for transportation? Do we anticipate having to have additional bus routes added in order to meet social distancing requirements?
Right now, we don't feel like we may have to add a few here and there, but for the most part, since we're talking about only half the students, then of course, there could be some kind of a strange anomaly where, this alphabet of the student also has most of the riders. So we understand that there could be a potential there for some anomalies, but for the most part, we really feel like that we're going to be able to cover it with the routes as the routes exist now, since they're going to be smaller amounts.
Okay, thank you. I think Carol had asked a question about allergies and lunch earlier. Carol, did you want to revisit that?
Yeah, that was me. I'm just really concerned about that food allergies, about what is that going to look like? Because I ran cross country, and I know that we had, track meets, cross country meets, and we would eat on the bus. So I want to know how is that going to be monitored? I don't know. I'm concerned.
We've had some preliminary discussions about food allergies and lunch and breakfast. We'll take whatever precaution we need to, whether that's additional spacing for students, whether that's a more private setting for students to eat. We'll do. We have safe practices in place already for students with food allergies. Whether that's arranged through Paula and food service personnel, administration, teachers, other staff members. We'll take whatever precautions necessary to keep people safe.
This is Sonia. If I could interrupt Rick for just a moment. The school nurses right now are contacting all of our students' parents of students that have food allergies, and we're speaking with them exactly to see their comfort level for their child eating within a classroom or in a designated space, and finding out exactly if we need to do anything special or do any type of specific strategy to help them, or if they don't have any concerns at all. So we're speaking to all of them to get their feedback right now.
Thanks, Sonia.
Are there additional questions on non-instructional procedures?
Kelly, I'd like to invite Darcy Kraus to talk a little bit about elementary. We have arrival, dismissal, breakfast, lunch, and recess.
Okay. I want to say before you jump in, Darcy, that I think it would be a nice break if it's okay with you all, at the instructional procedures, which is coming up. So just to let board members know, as this is going to be a long meeting, we'll take a 5-minute break after this. Thanks, Darcy.
Absolutely. I'm Darcy Krause, Elementary Director, and as I previously had shared, our non-instructional systems were commonly designed by all 14 elementary schools, and principals were then tasked with the big job of customizing every single facet to meet the needs and parameters of their respective campuses. And I can't tell them enough how much I appreciate their dedication to this, because it's an extensive document and we're ready to roll with it. So a few examples are the arrival, dismissal, and recess. All of those were components of that planning process. Examples of some of the safety accommodations would include designated doors for arrival and dismissal by grade level. We are actually modifying the entry time at the beginning of the day so that students can proceed directly into their classrooms rather than gathering in the common areas as in a typical year. Most students will eat both breakfast and lunch in their classroom, although some of our smaller schools are able to facilitate eating in the lunchroom without extending that breakfast and lunch period from bell to bell, and still accommodating those social distancing protocols that we have in place. Recess protocols are also in place. There was a lot of discussion surrounding this one, and we landed with hand washing or sanitizing occurring before the students go out to recess and prior to re-entering their classrooms. And I can interject here, that is something that the principals have put in place for whenever our little ones go outside the classroom, they're sanitizing. Whenever they enter, they're sanitizing. That is in addition to the hourly sanitizing breaks that we will be taking. And so this just seemed to fit with recess as well. Although students will remain masked while in the school building, they will be allowed to take their masks off at recess, but maintaining that 6 feet of social distancing. Students will be allowed to play on the large equipment and the small equipment, of course, still adhering to that 6 feet of social distancing rule as well. We have started with some staggered schedules that are being used to mitigate that crossover of cohort groups, and where more than one class needs to be on the playground at the same time. Principals have been establishing kind of those healthy zones that each class will be assigned to, and then of course rotating bases, because not every class can have the swing every time. There are many facets that have been considered and addressed within our non-instructional system document. It is long and very thorough. And actually tomorrow principals will be meeting to review the accommodations based on the board's decision tonight, of course, and determine the best mode of information dissemination and then a timeline to accompany it. Questions?
Darcy, this is Shannon, and I'm sorry if you said this at the beginning and I missed it, but is that non-instructional systems document publicly available?
So I have been holding the principals at bay with that. I bet I get 2 questions a day. Can we release it? Can we release it? So I would say not in its completeness or in its entirety, I guess I should say. Because we were in remote, the principals and I and work groups worked on this document back in July, and then we kind of put it on the shelf. We pulled it out, dusted it off, conferred with Samri and Sonia and Tony in regards to all of the protocols that we had originally put in place to make sure that they were still congruent with best practice. And so now that is exactly why we scheduled the meeting for tomorrow, because we have learned that when we link arms and lift together, that it helps our school communities, because they basically get the information at the same time from all of the building leaders, and that provides confidence and mitigates the the phone calls like, I don't know what's happening, because all of the principals have it ready to rock and roll. So that's the reason we're going to coordinate timelines tomorrow.
Okay, so I just want to point out to the public that the board has not seen that either.
Not in its entirety, no, but it is as soon or if we approve hybrid, they have the documents ready to roll.
Other questions?
No, this is Carol.
I have a question. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else? Oh, I have a question around, this is probably goes to both Rick and Dr. Cross. So if you have just thinking about everything that you've just shared with us, if you have an A through K roster and an L through Z roster, is that the way that we're all thinking about splitting the students? Correct? Like there will be an alphabet split, is that?
That's our initial baseline, Kelly. So A through L and then M through Z. However, for example, yes, except I was visiting, well, all of the principals could give you an example of where to balance classes in a more equitable fashion. We are looking at the composition of each one, and then kind of our next step is to look for students without siblings, right? Because one of the main reasons Dr. Stubblefield had us divided in that manner is so that we could assist in childcare whenever possible, right? And so we will be looking at those students that don't have older siblings, and we kind of have a filter by which we are choosing to move students if needed.
Okay, so that's helpful because a lot of parents have asked this question and related to siblings, but also teachers are looking at their rosters saying, here's A through L, and this has 20 students, and here is whatever. My alphabet is all off now in the anxiousness of asking this question, but that it's not dividing equally in the way that we would like. So there is a next, this is the starting point, and then there is this next layer thing, and other districts have done this successfully where they've been able to pretty much accommodate every family and split things up, correct?
Absolutely. And I appreciate your anxiousness. I know what that feels like. But the other thing is we will be, as advertised, opening up our window where our students can choose which learning model they or their parents would prefer them participate in for second trimester. And so some of our numbers are still nebulous. And so understanding that's our baseline, once we get all of those students placed again, then principals will go to work on equalizing those classes in a more fair manner, if you will.
So I'm going to ask this. I'm sorry that you can all hear my teenagers, but the next question I had related to that is this question I keep coming back to, and I don't mean to press you all because you really pointed out what I heard from teachers and what I see you all doing is you're working like 15-hour days. Everybody's spent, but I keep coming back to this timeline and finding the right timeline. So these schedules have not been built because you have to wait and see where families are going to be, correct? Like you don't know, you have an idea probably, but haven't divided it up.
Well, for elementary, the schedules are being built as far as, I mean, we were waiting to see which hybrid model would be approved, and then we'll fold in those types of things. But class lists.
That's what I meant. Sorry, I said the wrong word. Yeah.
That's okay. Our classes right now, our teachers have all of the students if they're in hybrid, right? And so it will just be a division of that. So it should not, I don't think that that's a heavy lift. We have a lot of heavy lifts, but I don't think that will be one of them.
So at the elementary level, that makes total sense to me. When you get to the middle and high school level, and I like the way that you guys do schedules, is it's amazing to observe. It's so complicated, and you don't have these nice little, this is my third grader, this is my fourth grader. You could have all this intersectionality between classes and grades. So in that, do we have that ability to ensure for our teachers that we'll have that ready? Which kids come on what day, ready to go within the next couple of weeks?
Yeah, we will. We know that we're going to have some minor adjustments to make because, as you said, each class doesn't fit neatly into the 50% of the alphabet model. But our principals have been through their class lists, and they've looked at rooms. They know already pretty much where they're going to have to make those adjustments, and so we'll be able to do that. It won't be easy, extremely easy in all cases, but we'll be able to do that. We've been talking about that.
That's helpful. Thank you. Additional questions?
Kelly, I just wanted to ask, so Darcy, you mentioned that there was a guidance document for elementary that has not been shared yet. Is there a similar document, Rick, for secondary that has not been shared?
Yeah, we have the document. Now, a lot of it is contained in the document that has been shared with.
Which is what?
The document on, I believe Julie, I think Julie Boyle's on this. I believe it's been shared on the Together Again site, but not the finalized document. No, it's still.
I spent some time today digging into what's on that Together Again site because I noticed on social media that the district has been telling people that that's where all the details are and they should go look at that. And it didn't look to me like much, if anything, had changed since we last talked about that in late July, at least as far as what's on the website. And maybe I'm mistaken the date, but I guess I assumed that everything that was out there that was being created to guide this decision was either on the website or had been provided to the board. So I'm trying to clarify to what extent is that the case or not.
So Shannon, I think the details that are on there, but some of the detail that is being asked when we shifted to remote, the task force and the administration was preparing for that. So as Darcy stated, they've started to look back at it and pull it down. So they will release those details, but to be fair to the staff and administration, we pivoted to 100% remote because there were details there that we needed to flush out in order to be ready to go. I think the broad things are on there, and I think both at the different levels, those safety precaution and those kind of things are in the Together Again overview, but just depending on the level of detail, it will look different at every school because every school is different. So those are the kind of things that, if Darcy or Rick, you can tell me if I'm mistaken, they will be released because New York is going to look very different than Quell. So they're taking that very thing and then they'll work out what it looks like at the school and release that. Is my understanding of it because, I asked some of the same, that level of detail. They just now are getting back to it, given that we are now considering going to hybrid.
And I appreciate all that. And I know that when the board made the decision to say 6 weeks of remote learning, that was a pivot from what you've been working on. And so I appreciate that. I think that what I'm trying to get at is that, we're here tonight being asked to make a decision on the whole shebang of plans for what we are doing. And what I just heard and what I'm concerned about is that there are written plans that you all have put together, some of which are complete and some of which are not, and some of which the board is not seeing as part of this decision-making process. And so I want to have a complete understanding of what things are going to be pushed out to staff that the board hasn't seen that are part of this decision tonight. And it sounds like there's a guidance document for operational things related to elementary. There's a similar one for secondary. I'm going to have the same question when we get to the instructional part of this conversation in a little bit as to what there is that's going to be provided that was not provided for us in advance to review tonight.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I'm just saying that they had to pivot. And when we received all of the questions from the Board of Education and provided those answers, I think that some of that level of detail was not asked about. And so I know that they have been working tirelessly on those things. And they also have been balancing just the natural things that occurred during the school year. And I know it's a COVID year and I know it's different. And I'm just speaking my truth. We're not necessarily used to this level of detail going to the board. And so I apologize because I did not provide that sort of direction to this team around those levels of documents. And so if that's going to hinder the decision, they can have that ready probably by the end of the week. But that's not the direction that they received, just given all of the things that the teachers who are on the task force, the administration who's on the task force, with them balancing what they just have to do in their regular job. So I own the fact that I didn't give Darcy and Rick that direction to bring those documents forward.
And I appreciate that. And first of all, let me start off what I'm about to say by saying I know how hard all of our staff are working on this. I know it is unlike anything you've ever been asked to do. So, and I am appreciative of that in every sense. The struggle for me is that as a board member, accountable to the community and our students and our faculty, I am being asked whether I am reviewing all of those kind of details and what knowledge I have, and do I understand the full plan before I vote to make this transition tonight. And I'm going to reflect on this a little bit as we continue our conversation in the meeting. But in this moment, having heard what was just discussed, and kind of the structure of how things are playing out in the presentation tonight, you all are spending an incredible amount of time answering questions that everyone on the board had. And for that, I am very grateful because it's very necessary. But if on top of that, there are other things that we should be looking at, I am concerned about being asked to make a decision before I see those things. And so I'm going to have to think about that. And that's why I'm asking the question, because I think it's incumbent upon, I feel that it's incumbent upon me to have a very clear understanding of the direction that I'm being asked to vote in favor of giving to administration as to how we proceed. That's, we're all in the middle of basically redesigning the entire way we deliver education more than once because of this pandemic. And those, in a normal year, we would never have to look into this much detail about any of this because we all have this baseline understanding of how school operates in a normal year, in a normal circumstance, not in a pandemic. We kind of all know those things, right? And so I'm not going to have the same kind of questions about details, and I'm not going to be asked by the community to respond to concerns about those details because we all kind of have the shared understanding of what it looks like. We're not in that space. And so, yes, I'm asking for a lot more detail than I would normally ask for in most board decisions, but at the same time, I feel like that is part of what our job is in this circumstance when we are being asked to basically vote on completely reimagining and redesigning how we deliver instruction to students at every level. So
I can appreciate, Shannon, why that's part of where you're at. And just in fairness to our colleagues, it might not be where other folks are at in terms of what they require to make decisions. But I think I can see, why that's an important piece. And I to make sure that we're moving the meeting along, I think the point well made. And now if we might need to do this thing, which is collect ourselves and perhaps take a break, if that's agreeable. Patrick, Kelly, are you okay with us taking a break right now?
It's your call, Madam President. Yes.
That is me. I am Madam President. We should all say that more often in this country. So I will say yes. I'm calling a 5-minute break. We will come back at 7:56. Thank you all very much.
This is Melissa. I'm here.
Hey, Melissa. GR's here. Shannon.
Erica.
I'm here. Carol and Paula?
Yeah,
I see Paula.
Hold on.
Paula's here.
All right, everybody's here. We're ready.
Yep, I'm here, my dear. Carol.
Okay, welcome back, everybody. We're now going to move into instructional procedures. And just a few words about some of the questions that board members had were about how hybrid learning will be different from remote learning that our students are currently experiencing. Darcy and Rick are going to talk a little bit more about secondary education, and we'll be walking you through their schedules and delivery models. But if the question is purely about instructional standpoint, setting aside health concerns, and the question is hybrid or remote learning better for students? The answer really, it depends. It depends on the student's preferred modality. Teachers have shared that some students who did really well in traditional face-to-face are not excelling in remote, and vice versa. It also depends on the content. As you might expect, some subject areas or content lead themselves better in online environments. Others are more challenging. It depends on the task. Laboratory instruction or collaborative work has limitations, but lectures work well. And finally, it depends on the teacher. Just as some students are more comfortable learning in a traditional face-to-face environment, some of our teachers have adapted more quickly to remote learning. I want to express our teachers have worked really hard to develop new skills for teaching remotely. Whenever you're learning new skills, though, we got to anticipate that our pace will be slower. It'll be slower as we learn new technology. It'll be slower as we develop new norms for behavior, instruction, and assessment. What I can guarantee you this evening is that our curriculum instruction team is ready to provide support to our teachers to help them provide high quality instruction. We did that through 3 weeks of preparation for remote learning, and today we started distributing copies of the distance learning playbooks to all 920 classroom teachers. The text includes topics on teacher-student relationships, teacher credibility and clarity, instructional design, assessment, and grading, and it's a reinforcement to the professional development provided earlier this year. We're going to continue to work with our building leadership and provide high quality professional development throughout the school year as we address these really unique challenges for our teachers and our students. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Darcy, and Darcy is going to walk you through the hybrid schedule for elementary. I think.
Sorry, internet jam, Patrick. I apologize. So, good evening again. This slide depicts basically a generic representation of our elementary hybrid schedule with the AB pattern that mirrors that of our secondary counterparts. The items that are identified under each one of the learning models are not sequential, but rather a compilation of structures and strategies that may be employed throughout each day, but varying in composition from class to class, and as Patrick mentioned, from teacher to teacher. One thing that has definitely not shifted, and that is the state's expectation that all of our scholars, regardless of the learning environment that they are in, have access and opportunity to the same rigorous curriculum, instruction, and learning activities as their counterparts in a different learning environment. But it is worthy of note, as Patrick mentioned, that we do anticipate a slower progression, understanding that we are still very much in the process of recapturing that lost learning. Every single person is going to be navigating a new learning model, and there's varying levels of support that our caregivers are able to provide our scholars in the remote component of this hybrid model. We've learned a lot of lessons within complete remote, but hybrid will be a new combination, and we will have to learn to juggle those challenges as we encounter them. The modality of delivery is definitely where the art of teaching resides. I've had the opportunity to bounce in and out of quite a few classrooms during remote instruction, and the teacher's creativity never ceases to amaze me, often going above and beyond those minimum requirements because they love our kids. It is definitely not a binary choice for the teachers, meaning synchronous or asynchronous, but rather a robust mix between the two. Within the scope of the minimum expectations that have been outlined, teachers will have the autonomy to determine the learning model or formula, if you will, that they believe to be most efficacious in meeting the needs of the students in their classroom. As in any typical year, collaborative conversations are highly recommended to ensure that students within the same grade level and within the same school have comparable learning experiences and expectations. Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday will follow a similar configuration for staff. Wednesdays will look a little bit different. As noted on the chart, all students will learn remotely on Wednesdays. Hearkening back to what Tony was discussing, we took heed to his request about teachers not being in the buildings on Wednesdays and are wanting to offer that opportunity for them to teach remotely on Wednesdays, as well as their students learning in that manner. Understanding that teachers are navigating students in 2 different learning environments throughout the week and all the challenges that will create on Wednesday, teachers will have not only the opportunity to work remotely, they will also have an additional 90 minutes of personal plan time that is outside the master agreement and 120 minutes of professional development time included in their daily schedule. That is not inclusive of the PLC time, which will remain in the afternoon as structured now. And I believe, unless you have any questions, I will turn it over to Rick, who will provide you with an overview of the middle school and high school.
Hey, Darcy, I have a question.
Okay.
Yeah, not so fast. So on Wednesday, with all students and staff being remote, would that imply that when we went to the hybrid model, then on Wednesdays we wouldn't continue like the food distribution at our school sites and things like that because there would be no one there to distribute the food?
Yeah, great point. And I had it in my notes, and I apologize for overlooking that, GR. I have worked with Paula, the principals. We brought her into one of our team meetings, and she and her crew have bent over backwards. We actually have a practice or system actually in place where our teachers will be able to take orders, if you will, for those students needing breakfast and lunch for those days that they are completely remote. It was a huge consideration for the AB pattern instead of the AABB because of that 5 days that we talked about, even though instructionally that's not optimum. It was truly the food choice that was the tipping point for us and making sure that our little ones are fed because we know that's a need.
Okay, thank you.
I just wanted to add about that. Paula, this is Anna. Paula just sent me a text and said they still would offer grab and go as well if need be. So they would provide it for kids to take home with them, but they still would be able to do grab and go.
Darcy, this is Melissa. Can you, I'm sorry, can you repeat that last reason why you stated about why an AABB wasn't, besides the 5-day period?
Well, the 5-day period actually had two components to it, Melissa. One was the instructional lapse, and especially since we're dealing with a lot of babies, really, and that's 5 days away, it's much more difficult to provide instruction. I'm hearing from a lot of parents right now who are struggling with that remote component, and to provide instruction for that length of time was one of the considerations. But what I mentioned was the food component was huge in making sure that we could provide a healthy breakfast and lunch. It was much more feasible to do it for 2 days at a time versus the 5 days.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Yeah, I have a couple, but I wanted to give others an opportunity to go first.
Paula, Erica,
Okay, if nobody's jumping. All right. Okay, so I'm still struggling to understand what our teachers are being expected to do on a day-to-day basis in the hybrid model, and in along with that, how much different will the experience be for those students that are on their remote days or that are staying in remote learning versus what they are receiving now?
Yeah, great question. Okay, so what we are asking teachers to do, and Dr. Stubblefield charged myself and Rick with meeting not only with administrators, but with a lot of different work groups. And what we found, Shannon, is it what Patrick alluded to, there's no good answer because there's pros and cons for both. So landing in a compromised area, what we have asked of teachers is that on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday, they are asked to provide the opportunity for 3 live touches with kids, one being the morning meeting, and one being ELA, and one being math. However, ELA and math may be at the teacher's discretion. So they may choose, because one of the pros that many of the teachers shared is that if you're giving direct instruction on a content, if you can have your remote students WebEx in at the same time and then let them work independently as the ones in front of you are, then it doesn't feel like double duty. Other teachers had a differing opinion of that. They didn't want to navigate both systems. So again, trying to find that compromise where the entire host of the instruction is not left to the caregiver of those students that are remote. But they can choose whole group, they can choose small group, they can even choose to work with kiddos individually. So there's that autonomy within how they make those live opportunities occur on Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. On Wednesday, we've asked for 2 live touches, one being the morning meeting. So we have that SEL thread throughout the week that is consistent. And the second one is the teacher's choice. We also have some things such as the counselors, which we are looking at possibly building in on Wednesdays. I have asked, for example, our ELL, our specials, all of that, we have meetings starting tomorrow because they have plans ready to integrate into this Gen Ed system. But prior to the board's approval, we didn't want to go any further and assume that this is what you would approve.
Okay.
Oh, and the distance learning. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Carol. Daryl, I'm sorry. This is Carol, but I have to ask because I'm a licensed social worker, but I have to ask, what kind of mental health supports do we have for our teachers right now? I have to ask. What is in place?
I mean, I kind of feel like she didn't finish talking about answering the first question.
So, are you wanting me to finish answering Shannon's right now about the distance learning?
Thank you.
Yeah, I think that'd be great.
Okay.
This is Melissa.
Okay.
You're not muted, Tutu.
Our distance teachers are going to maintain the same expectations that we currently have in place, which is one more touch on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. And then they are going to be able to participate in the 120 minutes that we've allocated on Wednesdays with their homeschool so that they can also be part of the professional development that is ongoing and that we hope to take advantage of during our Wednesday sessions.
Okay, I think I'm really confused by that, Darcy. And here's the reason why. So we have a subset of families that have said, I'm distance learning for the whole year. And from what Anna said at our last meeting, those students have been assigned almost kind of to their own school, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then we have a subset of students who have said, if the district chooses and decides it's safe to go hybrid, we'll go back into the buildings.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have the subset of students
Calendar committee had moved everything back. Our trimester and the 6 weeks provided kind of an awkward 2-week limbo period. So Dr. Stubblefield gave us permission to go ahead and move that opportunity to choose back just a bit. And so starting, if the board would approve whichever model, starting tomorrow, parents, the window comes open and they say, hey, I would prefer my child be enrolled in distance learning all year. So I don't even care if you come back full on. I want my kid to be in distance learning all year. And those are what we call our year-long distance learners. Then we have our hybrid learners, and those are the ones that are vacillating back and forth between the A and B schedule. Both sets of teachers have the same guiding documents that they are utilizing, the same curriculum that they are utilizing in order to meet the progression that we have set forth. However, as Patrick noted, we're realistic. We have a lot of different challenges, not to mention the SEL issues, littles coming back to school for the first time in 6 months. So we know there's going to be a lot of teaching and retraining, and our pace will be slower. But both sets of teachers are working off the same curriculum, the same guiding documents, and the same pacing schedule.
Okay, but you do have a set of students now, and I know this because I happen to have one of them in my household in elementary, where I selected in that opportunity that we were given earlier this fall that I wanted her to be distance learning for at least the first trimester.
Right.
And that at the end of that trimester, I would be given the opportunity to decide if I was going to continue that for another trimester, or if I was going to go, if we went hybrid, if I was going to go into the building. So for those families that made the choice that we made, are you saying that once the board decides what we're doing tonight, if we are going to a hybrid model, that then the choice that those families like mine will be asked to make is either go back in person or transfer to the year-long virtual? Anna's shaking her head no. This is what I don't know.
No, I think, Shannon, we're just saying if the board makes a decision, any family will have the opportunity to say, I want to go distance or I want to come back. If you like where you are, you don't have to change. Your teacher won't change. Nothing will change for you. I should say, so if you made that decision and you say, well, I'm going to stay, you would be committing to stay until February, because there's a 2-week window that if we don't do that, then you'll be making a decision 2 weeks after everybody else. So we're opening it up and saying, based off this, because the trimester ends like November 5th, we come back like October 9th. It's like a 2-week window. So when we originally said trimester and those kind of things, we weren't 6 weeks. Well, I don't think the decision had been made to delay the start. So that it was just, in order to not have multiple transitions for staff and families, we're just going to do it all together. So if you want to stay, you will be committing to stay until February. So that would be the change in that. But if you want to come back, you can come back with everyone on October 19th, if that's the decision that the board makes.
Okay, so before anybody talks again, people are having trouble hearing. You have to mute if you're not the speaker.
Okay. So what I'm having trouble understanding, though, is how that lines up with what we're saying to teachers about what they're going to be doing, right? So based on that chart, my kiddo can't be a full-time virtual student and stay in a classroom at her building and
I got you, Shannon.
Participate in it like that. If all of our teachers that have hybrid kids are doing the schedule that you're saying, and my kid is no longer a Quail Run student, for example, my kid is going to have to transfer to the virtual school. So I want to point out that was not made clear to families when they made that choice. Although I'm not surprised that that's the decision point that we are at, frankly, but I think that's going to come as a unwelcome surprise to people in this conversation.
Shannon, I believe we did share it at the outset. I'm not sure because I can't quote line and verse, but I know having talked to a lot of folks on the phone, because we knew that you're exactly right. We have 17 distance teachers. So if you make the choice for your child to go to distance learning at this point, the teacher will shift. And if distance learners choose hybrid at this point, their teacher will shift. All of those shifts will occur on the 19th of October. The 2-week thing, which is uber confusing, I get that, but that's the reason we eliminated it, was so that we wouldn't have those kids kind of hanging out in that nebulous area and then 2 weeks later shift them after everybody had already done so.
Okay, so I'm just going to say, and again, I love you all. I've worked with you for such a long time, you know that. But I'm on the school board, and it was not clear to me. All right, and so this is not about me personally, though. I'm trying to advocate for the hundreds of people I've heard from in the last week and a half around this issue, who are now kind of like, this is all kind of suddenly becoming like, oh, this is not what I expected. This is not what I thought. This was not what I understood. I have to bring those perspectives to the table for the people in the community who are reaching out about these issues. So that wasn't clear.
So I think, Shannon, what we said was, if you're a distance learner, you weren't guaranteed to get a teacher from your school. It worked out for some families, but there are kids who don't have teachers from their home school. And so we have some teachers who are distance teachers for a variety of reasons. And some of them will be distance teachers regardless of what happens. And if your child happens to be with one of those teachers and you don't make a change in your decision, that won't change. But because staffing is always driven by student and family choices, it wouldn't matter if we did it the 2 weeks to avoid the disruption or after the potential. So we have 400 kids who are in distance. If 200 of them decide to come back, there has to be some shifts because the staffing has to follow the students. And so that's why we generically said, if you, at least this is what I thought we communicated, was you would be assigned to a teacher from Lawrence Public Schools. There are kids who are not with teachers from their home school. And in some cases it worked out as much as we could. We tried to work it out, but when you look at the makeup of the groups of kids, they're not all from one school. So just depending on the choices that families make, there are some shifts. And so again, that was one of those things where we generically said, you'll have a teacher from Lawrence Public Schools, but there are kids who are not connected to a teacher from their home school currently, just because how things worked out on the front end.
So, and I appreciate that. But I will say that if there are families that are in the position that I'm in tonight, I have no idea, based on what happens at this meeting tonight, who my child's teacher is going to be in October. Because my child is assigned to a classroom in her school that she ordinarily attends with a teacher who ordinarily attends her grade, who ordinarily teaches her grade level. And so if that's the case for me, I have to imagine that I am not the only one that is in that situation.
Right, and I think you're absolutely right. In the cases where we don't have to change kids, where we don't have to change teachers, we won't. We will absolutely do it. But if of those 400 kids who are distance learners, if they decide to shift, but if they all decide to stay and a bunch of students decide to go to distance, it won't impact your child. Your child and everyone else's child will keep their teachers as long as none of those students that are there or enough of them do not leave. Like it would have to be, if 20 decide to leave, it probably, just depending on the grade level, and I'm just saying, it all just depends on who decides to stay for the distance learners. And that's the reality of it. And then the other component is, which we couldn't get into, it really depends like who's there by preference or who's there because of ADA, because the ADA teachers more than likely will stay. So, but we can't disclose those kind of things. And I know this is new to us all. And some of these nuances, we had no idea until we started to look at it and to look at the breakdown. Because ideally, we would have had all distance learners with a home teacher and all the numbers would have worked out like that. But it did not. So there are some students who are tied to a teacher who's not their homeschool teacher, that if there's a bunch of people that transfer, that can go to somebody else that's not necessarily their school teacher. That's a reality of the situation. The way to avoid that is if you're going to find several other teachers to hire to accommodate that and then figure out that, but that's so unrealistic cost-wise to do that, unfortunately.
Dr. Field, I'm sorry to interrupt. I do want to say, I think just to put, because we have to keep moving this along, we have several other points we need to get to. Succinctly for folks at home, that you will have choice, you'll be informed about that choice, and you can make an informed decision about whether or not for you as a family it's okay to move with another teacher, or whether not for you with a family it's not okay to move. No one's going to be forced into that situation, correct?
No, based on it is their choice. And in visiting with Julie Boyle today, the fact that the teacher will change, most likely will change, if they make a change in learning models, that is going to be expressly stated.
Right. Okay. And if you're changing about the trimester, we're not looking at a significant impact on, and I'm not being dismissive to our elementary ed teachers, but instruction, the child can shift into another. Okay.
That's the reason our pacing is the same.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. That makes good sense. Are there other questions related to the elementary hybrid model.
I just want to clarify that what we are going to be asking teachers to do is to teach face-to-face in person at the same time that they are also being asked to teach remotely. Correct?
They get to choose the mode that they do that, with the exception of the 3 requirements. So they may choose just to do those brief interactions live, provide those live opportunities, and then they may choose to put the rest of it online on their Google site. And what our requirement is from the state is that we have to provide the same instruction and the same learning opportunities to both sets of learners. We can't have a deficit with one model versus the other.
So right now on a typical day, an elementary kid is getting anywhere from 4 to 5 live instruction sessions.
Yes.
On a remote learning day.
Yes.
I don't know. Is there a minute expectation tied to that currently?
Yes. Well, we said 15 minutes was our preferred number, but I know some of my kinder friends are talking, it's 8 minutes here and that type of thing. And we understand that because we're dealing with littles.
Somewhere around an hour to an hour and a half maybe of live instruction time currently in the remote model for all students.
But Shannon, I'll tell you, a lot of our teachers are going above and beyond that.
They are, for sure. I'm just talking about bare minimums. So on a remote learning day, in the hybrid model, what is the minimum that?
Yeah. Great question.
Provided?
So we didn't put any minutes on it. And another difference is that currently our teachers are required to have their WebEx open bell to bell so that parents can interact with them or students at any time when they're not directly instruction. That is not the case moving into hybrid. The minute requirement was also taken off. That was part of that compromise. So it's just the 3 live interactions on the Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, 2 on Wednesday.
Thank you for that clarification.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions, board members? I have a simple question. The PD time that you mentioned and plan time, will that be applicable to special ed?
Yes, it's the principals are chomping at the bit because it will be everyone. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Okay, if there's no more questions, we're going to pick it up with middle school schedule and ask Rick Henry to join us.
Hello, everyone. Rick Henry again. Before I jump into some other information, I'd like to make just a general statement regarding both middle and high school. I applaud our teachers and staff and administrators for the work they've put in to getting us to where we are right now. It's been a lot. We understand that the work of teaching, of educating is more complex than ever. And for this reason, we want to provide staff with as much autonomy as well as support at the same time as we possibly can, should we move to a hybrid model. We know from talking to teachers and administrators in other schools already using a hybrid that it's challenging, and that there are different ways of successfully instructing and connecting with students in this model. If we move to a hybrid, our immediate first step will be to engage building leadership teams in each secondary school to discuss effective strategies for teaching in hybrid. We'll then share these strategies with our educators for their review and feedback. We know that our partnership with our building leadership teams and other staff members as well will be critical at this time. So Darcy described the AB pattern in her report about elementary, and that's the same model that secondary is proposing in the hybrid model. This would maintain consistency for families who have students at multiple levels. So just to review briefly what Darcy said, 50% of students would attend in-person block classes on Monday and Thursday. So that those groups would be remote on Tuesday and Friday. The other 50% would attend in-person block classes on Tuesday and Friday and would be remote on Monday and Thursday. All students would attend all classes remotely on Wednesdays. We know, as in the elementary, there will be a slower progression as teachers and students grow accustomed to the new model. We know that collaboration, PLCs are going to be more critical than ever. And so we have done a lot of work already trying to relay the foundation for the PLCs in this new world we live in, as well as provide for collaboration time. We will ask that middle school teachers check in with their at-home students at the beginning of each class period for the purpose of connecting, helping them be organized for the class, taking attendance, and perhaps leading them through an introductory or some sort of bell ringer activity. We know that there will be different looks to different classes. We know, for example, that some teachers will provide more direct instruction to the at-home students than some of their peers, just because they feel more comfortable with it. We know that some teachers may provide instruction with their at-home students alongside their in-person students. We know that for some other teachers that it will be a growth opportunity, and that they'll still need to spend more time, maybe chunk more time with the students in front of them, and then chunk a little bit of time for the students who are at home, because we know it's challenging monitoring students in front of you and monitoring students at home at the same time. Again, we understand that this is really uncharted territory for many teachers. So I'd like to reiterate pretty much what Patrick Kelly mentioned earlier. We're committed to supporting our teachers and students, and we know that it will take time for most to feel a measure of comfort in this teaching and learning model. Would you like me to move on to high school and then answer any questions, or do you want to take it by level?
Board members?
I would appreciate it if he just goes to high school.
Very good. We can do that.
Yeah, thank you so much. I would appreciate that.
Okay. So for high school, you're going to see a lot of similarities. So many aspects of the middle school model are the same for high school. For example, the AB block schedule is similar to what I described when I talked about the middle school. Again, we would have 50% of our students in person on Monday and Thursday, who would be remote on Tuesday and Friday. The other 50% would attend in-person block classes on Tuesday and Friday. Their remote days would be Monday and Thursday. And again, all students would attend all classes remotely on Wednesdays. We would also ask that teachers engage all students, both in person and at home, each class period. We know that teachers' comfort level will be different, and that some will choose to at least to start with, will choose to provide more of the what we would call synchronous. Not supposed to use that word. Sorry, Julie Boyle. More of the synchronous learning. Others would provide opportunities for their in-class students that might look a little different from the activities they provide for their at-home students. The goals for those students would be the same, but how they get to those goals might look a little bit different. And remember that teachers will see students in person on alternating days, and so that that touch base with them then is a time when they could also provide work for the next day for those students. As I mentioned earlier, if the hybrid model is approved, our first step will be to partner with building leadership teams to develop strategies, activities, and tools for engaging all students. Then we'll share all of this information with teachers in the district to help guide their efforts. I know you'll have questions, but I want to be really transparent. Instruction in the hybrid model it's new for all of us, and we won't do everything right the first time instructing students in the hybrid model. However, collectively, we will develop models, strategies, and tools that will make this the best process possible for our students, staff, school families, and community. With that, I'm happy to try to answer your questions.
Anybody want to jump in?
Yeah, this is GR. I just have a quick question, Rick. So Darcy had mentioned that the elementary school teachers would get increased plan time and PD time outside of the master agreement. Is that incorporated into the secondary schedule at all?
We were able to build increased plan time into the high school schedule. Middle school teachers have a little bit more plan time already than others, and it was very difficult to squeeze more into their schedule. But we were able to put more plan time, approximately a little, well, we have to go in 2-week chunks, but in a 2-week time period, it would be approximately close to an hour and a half of additional plan time for high school teachers.
Okay, thank you.
And what do middle school teachers already have? Can you be real specific about that?
Middle school teachers basically teach 6 of 8, and high school teachers teach 6 of 7. So that inherently provides a little extra time for them.
You say it in minutes.
I could if I had those minutes in front of me, Kelly. I apologize.
Okay. I'll tell you why I'm asking. I really want to see students in front of teachers, and I think there's value in that. My orientation as a social worker who's worked with kids informs me that in-person time matters. But this instruction of doing both hybrid, I mean, you're planning for a digital learner and for a in-person learner, so that there has to be some workload issues. And is the state not allowing us to give teachers? I mean, I'm like Carol, very concerned about whether it's sustainable for our teachers to keep the pace. I don't know if people at home understand. I mean, we're talking about.
This is Carol, and I'm worried about burnout. Frankly, it comes down to burnout. Thank you.
Well, we're trying to emphasize that we know that the pace is going to be a little bit slower because it's a new model. We're trying to emphasize patience with teachers, and we're trying to. Yeah, I'm being transparent. It's a lot.
I get pacing, but let's say you're teaching an AP curriculum. I mean, paced a particular way. Or you're taking you're teaching a Jayhawk blueprint class. That's a curriculum that waits for no one. I mean, having watched kids go through it. So, I mean, maybe it will. I mean, I appreciate the generosity. I'm reflecting it, that I'm frustrated that teachers can't get more plan time as we are asking them to do, truly, if we're being honest, twice as much work. Or at least it looks that way. So when we look at that and the value of having that in-person time, which I think is so incredibly important, and will the instructional time improve? I mean, so there's 2 things happening, like the social emotional support and the in-person value. I'm gonna assume there's also instructional benefits to the in-person. Is it enough to offset what we're asking teachers to do? That's my reflection back to you all.
Sure, and that's exactly why. Well, that's one of the important reasons why we want to engage our building leadership teams and our teachers in the buildings, because we want their viewpoints on this as well. We want to hear from them and allow them to share lessons that they've learned already in remote learning, because some of that will transfer over to what we'll be doing in hybrid. But also finding that unique balance. And I think that's what you're talking about, that balance between what's important for our students, that connection piece and that face-to-face learning time, balancing that with teacher workload. And that's exactly why tomorrow I'm going to start planning for engaging our BLTs. We talked about that at length, and I met with high school administrators twice today, and we talked about that at length and how critical it's going to be to engage them. And as Patrick said earlier, the pace. I understand the blueprint. I understand AP courses, but the pace is going to be different. And I for a lot of teachers, it will be a learning curve that we'll have to allow them to have a little bit of time for.
So the best practices related to hybrid education really would preclude simultaneously instructing someone at home and somebody in person. I mean, in terms of like what hybrid means in terms of the pedagogy, there's a problem. Correct? I mean, this is the model that I see people doing around the country. So I'm not trying to. Mm-hmm. And honestly, this weekend I talked to teachers for whom this is working to some extent, but I talked to teachers who, are also having to. Like you're saying, it's a new thing. We're looking at it. But is anybody finding a way to do in-person contact with students that would not require this kind of? Is there something that we could be doing that would allow us to both check our students in person and not require this mode of instructional delivery?
So I don't know. And this is Melissa. Maybe I don't know what Eudora is doing as far as AB. I think you said AB, but one of the school districts 437, Washburn. Like with the middle school and high school, my understanding is if they do it like back to back, so AA, BB, and my understanding is that, they check in twice when they're not there. And then they have like Google Classroom, they have tutorials, videos to kind of get them prepared. And then when they go to school, those next consecutive days, they have like 2 days essentially to make up to get that work done that they do at the instructional level. So whatever is, not to say if you started on Thursday and maybe you had to come back and revisit because you didn't get to complete that, you do it on a Friday. I don't know, from what I hear from students and some of the teachers, it seems to be working, but I don't know what that looks like. I haven't heard about what it looks like from a middle school, from an elementary school level, if I'm being quite honest. So like essentially those teachers are not teaching live and remotely at the same time.
So I'm really glad that you brought up the issue of pedagogy and best practices here, because I think I want to even take a step further back from that and really just ask the very honest question: what problem are we trying to solve by doing this? So Patrick, early in your presentation, you said, there are things about remote learning that have been really good for some of our kids and they are thriving. And there are things about in-person learning that are really good for kids and they thrive. And those are maybe not the same sets of kids. So my question is this: what we are really concerned about are all of the safety considerations, which we haven't talked about any of the data around COVID in our community. It's not on the list of stuff that was part of this presentation. The health department did not provide any additional information beyond what's publicly available to help us look at trends or have any conversation about that. So kind of, putting that aside, but assuming that the whole reason that we are talking about remote versus hybrid is we have this safety concern. that is overriding our ability to do things in the way that we normally do. And that remote learning is not inherently bad for all kids or bad as compared to the hybrid model. What is the problem we're trying to solve by making this shift? And are there ways that we could be solving that problem differently that don't have these other problems of workload for our teachers? And from what I can tell, based on what you've described about what teachers are going to be doing on those remote days in hybrid learning, the kids that are on the remote days are not going to be getting as much support or instruction as they currently are getting in an all hybrid or an all remote model, excuse me. So to Kelly's point, what is the real issue that we need to deal with? And is the hybrid model, I'm at a point in this conversation where I really have to ask, is the hybrid model really the best way to address those issues? I know we have heard from families who are struggling for reasons that don't have a whole lot to do with remote learning. And we've heard from some families that for whom their kids, it really is a struggle and it's not the best thing. But I've also heard from, I'd say, way more families and teachers and other people in the community who are saying, this is not as bad as people would make it out to be. And there's really a lot of benefit to staying the course and figuring out other ways to deal with some of these concerns that people have brought to the board.
So Shannon, I'm just going to check that just a moment, because the people that are coming to you are people that can reach out to you. I just want to point out that who we need to be checking are those kids for whom their parents aren't reaching out to us. So there is value, I think, in coming. And I think you see that particularly if you highlight the example of English language learners. We can't go on pretending like in-person remote learning with the screen off is the same thing for them as in-person learning. So there are values to it. I'm just asking, is this the way it has to be done for me?
Right. And I'm not suggesting that we don't acknowledge that. What I'm saying is it really the right decision to push everybody else for whom this might be working, including our teachers, into doing this in order to solve the problem that you just identified and some of the other issues that we are hearing from and not hearing, from people in the community about.
Shannon, this is Patrick. Let me say this. I wish it was as easy in our work as identifying a problem. It isn't, in my mind, a problem. It is many problems. And it is many values that we're trying to balance in determining what's best. That's what you're trying to do as a board as well. You hold up one value and the solution seems simple to that one value. And then somebody else introduces a different value and that solution loses all its strength and support. I think that's really the challenge that we've had. Kelly brings up a great point, I think, about the difference in AP courses and KU Blueprint and how can they be the exact same. It is a testament to our teachers that they are working so hard to hold up those standards. It's a testament to our IT staff and our administration. We're all trying to make this work with the resources that we have and not lose anything. And I think that's the hardest thing that I have as we try to come up with solutions, is really identifying not so much what I want to make sure we have, but what we don't lose. And it's really hard to lose those things. And that's the real challenge before us is, Melissa points out, what if we go AA and then we go BB? Those have other repercussions when we do that. A kid goes AA and then they're not in school for 5 days. So, what does that look like? I wish we could isolate the one problem and solve that one problem, but it's deeper than that, and it's more difficult than that for me. The challenge that you all have as board members is huge here, because you're presenting, well, what about this and what about that, and not that we haven't thought of all those. I mean, we certainly haven't thought of everything, but for each one of those, we can present another challenge that introduces, and That's difficult for our teachers. That's difficult for our parents. That's difficult for our human service providers. It's just really challenging. So I appreciate the question. I'm not quite sure how to answer your question of what's the thing we're trying to solve, because I think we're trying to solve a lot of challenges and a lot of issues.
And I guess what my frustration with this model is that for as many issues as it may solve, it creates a whole host of other issues that we currently don't have. And so, and most glaringly for me, the safety issues, right? And I think that's, I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that is participating in this meeting. Our staff does not feel like we are adequately prioritizing safety issues in the hybrid model. And I'm really struggling as a board member with how to respond to that, because I also understand all the difficulties that you have from a human resources and service delivery perspective to accomplish the things that we need to accomplish. But, what problems are we solving at what cost?
Specifically on the secondary level? This is Melissa again, Patrick. I appreciate that. And my concern about when it came to safety was specifically like the tidying up of by doing the AB. So that was the concern that I was having, from the sense of being able to clean and prepare for the next group of students the very next day. But I've feel like, what you said is very true, Patrick Kelly, about, we could do the what ifs and things like that. At the same point, I'm not trying to go back and forth. I feel like, in a sense, in some of these things, we're not going to be able to please everyone, and we have to do ultimately what's best for kids, if it's safe, and we have the safety measures in place. We had issues about not starting remotely, but then issues about you're not letting our kids play sports. And then, just case in point, Shannon, you mentioned that scenario of the potential of some kids, if they do choose remote, that they're not going to get their, they may not necessarily get a teacher from their school, if that's the case. Well, if people bring that issue, aren't they worrying about the safety concerns more than about what teacher they're going to get, especially if the teachers are required to still teach the same content? I am a little nervous about what the workload, and I hope that that's tightened up on how they would do, if there's some students that are going to be asynchronous learning, or a lot learning while the teacher has classroom scholars in their classroom and remotely. I mean, I don't know what that looks like, and I know in some instances, in different situations, not instructional, I've seen things like that. But and I think that's where that item that was pulled from the microphones and the things, maybe it will be addressed more in that situation of what that's supposed to look like exactly. But I feel as the instructional part, is that, kind of what Dr. Stubblefield was saying before, there are certain levels, and I know everything is new to us, but we hired a superintendent to lead this district as far as the instructional pieces are concerned. And yes, all of the unknown. We have Patrick Kelly, we have our
I can't even think of names, Darcy and all of them, to take care of that aspect. Is that, maybe I'm wrong? Is that our job as the board to tell them how they're going to teach it? But they are presenting that information to us as far as the hybrid, the live and the video teaching. I mean, I don't know. I know our resilience is stressful. I've been here from 8 o'clock at meetings off and on teaching my kids, and it's now, I mean, pretty much 12 hours, give or take a few hours. You know, and it's been 3 teenagers. You know, it in some instances, for lack of a better term, it sucks. But, you know, at the end of the day, I feel like, you know, most teachers come on board because they want to change, they want to be able to impact our youth, and we're going to make it work. And we just have to trust that the administration is going to weigh everything and do what's best for kids, whether we like it or not.
So I'm going to disagree with you a little bit, Melissa, in terms of what the purview of the board is. We hire our superintendent to implement and manage and do the administrating for the district. But it is absolutely the board's purview to make decisions about programs, about facilities, about safety plans, about the terms and conditions under which our employees work. And I think that all of these things that we're being asked to sign off on in terms of creating an entirely new way of delivering instruction in our district are within the purview of the board to ask questions about, to ask very probing and difficult questions about, to push our administration to understand thoroughly exactly what it is that we are signing up for. Because like I said earlier, we all know what a normal school year looks like. We don't have to ask these kind of questions about detailed questions about service delivery. This is completely different. And so I don't think that this is unnecessarily stepping into the wrong lane in terms of what our board needs to be concerned about. I am very concerned about the expectation on teachers about teaching remotely and in person at the same time. One quote from one of the communications that I'm sure we all got was, teaching in person under good conditions is challenging. Teaching remotely under good conditions is extremely challenging. Trying to do both simultaneously is completely unrealistic. And that was a common sentiment that we are getting from our teachers in our district. And so I think we have to acknowledge that and address it before we make this decision. And I'm really struggling with that.
So I'm not negating that. I'm not negating the fact that safety is an issue, and I understand that. And instruction. The instruction, to my understanding, and maybe I'm wrong, is that we're still teaching those standards. How they go about it, how we go about making sure they meet those standards. You know, you have to differentiate. Like, you know, you may have a student, you may have to differentiate a little bit just so they can get to that point. Some may be behind, so you have to put interventions in place so that they can get to that level. And I said the same thing. I think you're saying the same thing that I'm saying. I am concerned, or I do want to know, like, what that looks like as far as the logistics of being able to do the live teaching, the teaching with students in the classroom and the live teaching. But as saying, okay, when are you going to do this? How many minutes are you going to do that? It's all in that remote learning plan. Like, we have a certain percentage of, from K through 2, what they recommend, a certain percentage of how many live synchronous teaching you should do versus asynchronous. So that's where I'm talking about those little nuances like that. I don't feel like that's the board's.
So Shannon, I do want to just offer something that I do think should be taken in consideration. And then I know Dr. Lewis actually has some things he wanted to add. I do want to offer one of the problems we're trying to solve is from the social, emotional, mental health, and the stress that's been put on families who don't. Some have been able to advocate for their students, but some aren't. Darcy and I spent a little over an hour with Boys and Girls Club this afternoon, just talking about, depending on, if we continue in remote, what does that look like? And if we go to hybrid, what does that look like? And a bleak reality that we have to face, I don't care what model the board decides. Boys and Girls Club, I know they send you some information about the number of families that they're serving. 70% of their staff are college students, and they will be gone in November. So for those families who are relying on Boys and Girls Club for any sort of support, that's going to change drastically from November to February. That's a problem we have to solve, regardless of what model that we choose. They also share some additional information with you all about what it's like for those students who are showing up there. And that's a problem we have to solve. It doesn't matter which model that we're in, the ESL situation, we don't I've gotten emails saying, can we just expand Boys and Girls Club? Because that would help some families that need more support with childcare or a safe place for students to be. Or when you think about, I saw an email where there's a mom with 6 children, single mom. We don't have the structure or the resources to provide a consistent place for those students currently. I don't know where we're going to find the staff, and I'm just being completely transparent. We opened 3 student support centers, and we're scratching and clawing to do that. But the bulk of Boys and Girls Club, Parks and Rec, and different people have stepped up where they can. But we would be remiss if we think that come November, when KU schedule changes from November to about mid-February, because even if they come back February 1st, historically with Boys and Girls Club, it takes them about a week or 2 to come back in. So that's a problem that needs to be
can't solve Boys and Girls Club staffing problem. And then some of those people are AmeriCorps, so they will not leave November because it's a commitment that they make. So just to be clear, we can't comment on their staff.
No, I'm not saying we can't solve that. What they share with us is they will not be able to do it. So that is a part of, and they're serving a lot of our families who are not contacting you, who can't advocate for themselves. I'm not saying we have to solve their problems. Then those students who are with them, that's the problem we'll have to solve.
For the purposes of this meeting, everything you said spoke to me, just so you know, that you're speaking my language, but the AmeriCorps piece, the Boys and Girls Club piece, I don't know that we can really we can't problem solve for them. So I don't want the board to have that burden in addition to the one we're solving.
I don't want that. I'm saying those kids will be displaced, and that'll be our problem.
100%. Yes, I'm with you.
Not Boys and Girls Club, the kids. That's our.
Okay. So we've talked about some of the philosophical, the value statements that we have to consider. Anna has, and Dr. Stubblefield and others, Melissa have talked about the issues relating our most at need kids. And Shannon, you've talked a little bit about what are we getting from this particular instructional model, and is it enough to be able to say it's worth what it'll disrupt? So we're looking at a lot of different things, and I brought up the question of, does it have to be this particular way? Because I would like to do all of those things. So hearing from Patrick that might not be possible, but wanting to make sure that we allow our patrons who are waiting an opportunity to have their voice. I do want to move on to human resources, unless the board members we have not heard from want to take a moment to share their thoughts.
Thank you, Kelly. This is Erica. I have a few things to say. So first, I'd like to say that I appreciate Dr. Lewis and his team and the tremendous amount of work you've put into this reopening plan. You've graciously navigated the district and the families, staff, and students throughout these challenging times. And I just want to let you know that I appreciate everything you've done. So during the course of the last few months, especially with all the emails, I've had to personally recenter my why. Why am I here? Why am I serving on the board? And the point is I go back to the district's website, I read the mission, I read the vision, and the purpose of why we're here. We are here to make sure all students are achieving to their highest potential, to their highest level. Not just the students who do well in remote, not just the people or the students the parents who know to contact the board. I am here to represent the people who don't necessarily voice their opinion. And so keeping that in mind, this is not really a question to answer right now, but regardless of which learning model we choose, we have to make sure there's a plan in place to protect the kids who do not do well in remote learning. And that will mean going to school. So we have to center those kids and we have to protect them to prevent any further slide in their academic and educational achievement. That's why we're here.
Others who haven't contributed. Yeah, if you want, you don't have to if you're not in that space yet.
No, this is GR. I'll just respond to your request and say that I have thoughts to share, but I will wait until the presentation is over. So I appreciate the opportunity, but I just want you to know that I'm not going to take it, but I am listening and paying attention.
This is Paula. Erica, I appreciate you saying that. Those are very strong and very hard to follow, and that does center the work that center the why that we are here. And I'm still formulating my thoughts too. So I am listening and paying attention.
Hello, this is Carol Cady Blackwood, but I follow the same sentiments, but these are some tough decisions because we have to listen to everybody. So thank you.
I really appreciate this dialogue from my colleagues, and I'm going to ask, and just how genuine everyone is being and the hard questions we're asking, I appreciate it. And then I'm going to ask that we move on so we can continue to talk about the next couple of slides, which are very related to the logistical questions we've asked and also the equity questions we've raised.
Okay, so the next section is about human resources, and I'm going to ask David Cunningham to speak just a little bit. David's our Executive Director of Human Resources and Chief Legal Counsel.
Good evening. Thank you. So in the context of the questions that the board posed, we pulled some that we thought really needed to be focused on related to this situation. COVID cases and have they occurred? When they do, what do we do about it, et cetera? Yes, they have occurred. We have had both staff and students have positive tests for COVID-19. And so we have had to implement procedures to make sure that the buildings, the families, staff, et cetera, are notified about those situations, not with specific information that identifies anybody, but we do provide generic information, and Julie Boyle's done a great job of getting that information out when it is appropriate. As Sonia mentioned, we do pay attention to close contacts. We work with the health department, et cetera, and those folks that are required to do so quarantine as directed by the health department or their medical professionals if it's an individual that's affected. So HR comes into play then as we look at the situation, and then we have to apply the appropriate leave situation for that individual. if they're required to quarantine, then they're entitled to some specific leave under the federal laws, and we provide that on the backside, so it's not coming out of their particular leave bucket. The other piece that we are also looking at are those staff members who have identified the need to take FMLA. There's another provision that allows folks to take up to 12 weeks of FMLA leave, and we're working with those people to identify when they would need to be gone, for how long, et cetera, and then make sure that that's in place. With respect to staffing, we've of course been meeting with people that want to meet with us, and this ties in a little bit into the communications piece on, I think, the next slide, and I'll get to substitutes in just a moment, where and we've divided between elementary and secondary, and HR worked pretty directly with elementary staffing to accommodate those who had indicated and provided documentation of an ADA accommodation. And then secondary buildings are the primary conduit for getting information to staff on those situations, because the way in which they're organized is a little bit different. So I'm certain there are people out there that feel like they haven't heard anything. We have provided generic information to those that have met with us. And if they feel they need more, they're certainly welcome to talk with us further, and we will clarify any questions that they might have. So that relates to our staffing and then communication with the staff. Sorry about that, Patrick. I got a bit out of order in my thoughts. There is definitely going to be a substitute shortage this year. Morgan Hunter has confirmed that. They have about, I think, 175 as compared to 200 and some odd, 230 or 40 subs. I don't recall the exact number off the top of my head. So yes, there is definitely going to be a shortage this year. When there is a sub that is unavailable for a situation, then administration will work at the building level to cover that absence internally. And there are some mechanisms in place to do that. The master agreement does provide compensation in those situations. And so, it's we try to get the sub if we can. And if not, then we will cover the classes. We may have some administrators that are in the classrooms many times, particularly at the elementary level. I think also at the secondary level, there are administrators that are covering classes when necessary as well. So classes will get covered, but yes, that's going to be another challenge. One of the questions really dealt with the concern that we have for our staff members that won't necessarily feel comfortable coming back to a building. They would prefer to continue working in a hybrid mode, and we understand that. We respect those concerns. Unfortunately, we're not going to be able to accommodate all of those preference requests. We have been able to accommodate some. We had the need for additional staff in the remote setting with distance learning staff beyond what the ADA accommodations needs were. And we were able to move some of the preference into those situations. But realistically, if we were to use somewhere in the neighborhood of 60%, and I just focus on elementary, we've had conversations around how do we cover supervision in the classroom and et cetera. And it's just going to be very difficult, if not impossible, not to have a teacher if we have kids present at the elementary level. So if we were going to have our existing staff work in a remote and come into the classroom from a remote setting and kids are present, you almost have to have another teacher there dealing with things, whether it's a sub or a hired teacher. And quite honestly, with sub shortage and the inability to hire people, that's not a very practical situation. And so this analysis may look a little bit absurd in terms of, it could cost us over $5 million if we were going to try to do that. But in the context of putting some perspective around what the needs are in relation to supporting kids in the building, we need to have our certified staff present. And so we're not going to be able to accommodate all of the preference requests. And I'm not trying to minimize their needs, their concerns. But as a practical matter, if kids are present, we need to have our staff present. So I think that pretty much covers the HR-related topics that we thought were relevant to this presentation.
So David, just to be clear, if we move to a hybrid model and a teacher has significant concerns that don't rise to the level of ADA accommodations, but would cause them to say, nope, I simply can't do this. Basically, their choice is to take that FMLA leave that's available under the CARES Act, right?
Well, the FMLA would apply if they have children under the age of 18 who are remote students. In other words, on the remote days in hybrid model, or if they have kids under school age and their daycare is closed, then they're eligible for that FMLA.
But
if they don't meet that condition, then they don't qualify for FMLA.
They could also take regular FMLA leave if what their problem is that they need to care for a loved one who has a high-risk condition and they can't be exposed to COVID.
If that person is actually ill, then they could take family illness leave, true. If they are not ill, they may have a condition where they're stable. Maybe they've had some health condition that has compromised their immune system, but they're otherwise stable and not currently ill. Then that would not be a qualifying family illness situation. They could talk to us about taking an extended leave of absence if they would like to do that. But again, I now have to replace that teacher.
Okay, so it's in the circumstance, because I think this is an important consideration. In the circumstance that a teacher has either a child with that's at high risk, but not currently ill, but at high risk if they were to be exposed to COVID, or they're caretaking for a parent who is of an age that, if your parent's over the age of, say your 80-year-old mother, she's inherently in a high risk category because she's 80. There are no leave choices for those people other than an extended leave of absence.
That's correct. That would be an option. This day we were talking about staff, particular situation where they qualify in the preference category, not the ADA category, because the person who has the health conditions that place them at risk is not that individual. It's a family member, and they're in a real quandary, and we're trying to figure out, are there other options that might be available? Are there other positions for which they're qualified that they would fit into? But I can't accommodate 60, 70% of the staff because I don't have that many positions available. So yeah, it does present a problem. And there are going to be people that just do not want to come back to work in a hybrid or any kind of in-person setting for this year. But I only had 17 teachers that I needed for the distance learning piece. And so between ADA and some of the really high needs preference with qualifications that were necessary for those positions, we were able to fill everything. And so I don't have a good answer in terms of how do I accommodate all of those people's requests if we go back into a hybrid model. If we stay 100% remote, obviously that solves that challenge. It creates other challenges, as Patrick was pointing out.
Okay. Is it also true that if we move to a hybrid model, that people who are currently taking advantage of that CARES Act leave will lose that opportunity?
No.
Because they're able to send their kids to school on those days.
On the days in which the students are in session, they would not be eligible for the 12 weeks of FMLA. then we would treat it like an intermittent FMLA situation where for 2 days they would be in the building working, and for 3 days they might take leave under the FMLA provision and be with their children when the children are in a remote setting. So that would then fit that definition. So that would extend that 12-week period that they have available because they're only using 3 days a week in that example.
What if we're not talking about an employee? What if we're talking about a parent of a student of ours who is currently using CARES Act leave because we are in a remote learning model? If we move to a hybrid model, do those families automatically lose that ability because there is an in-person option?
I believe under the way in which I've read the federal law, if they're employed with somebody else, let's say they work at KU or they work for one of the other companies here in town, then they would be eligible for EFMLA for the period of time that the students are remote. But for the periods of time where they're not, they wouldn't. We're doing it from an employee basis, not a student basis per se. So I think the same rules are going to apply to other employers as well. If they meet the law. Now, there are some employers there that the law doesn't apply to. So that's not an across-the-board statement. You have to have certain criteria in terms of number of employees. Educational institutions are separate in that group, and we're covered under that act. But there are companies that are not going to meet the qualifications to have a requirement to provide that type of leave to some of their employees.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Dave? I have a quick one, Dave. The quarantine issue.
Mm-hmm.
So our colleagues in Eudora, excuse me, not our colleagues, I've been using that word a lot tonight, and it's getting late, our other USDs in our district. So Eudora is having has had some issues. Baldwin has had an issue. And from the superintendent in Baldwin today, this quote, "What is pressing us more than other factors is we are reaching a staffing threshold. We have very few substitute teachers that will work at this time, and we have several staff members quarantining. We are covering for now, but if we lose many more staff members, we have to shut down a class or a school or possibly the district." So this is not new. I mean, this is happening here in our neighborhood, in our county. And I know we are a larger school with different issues, but we have had, since this school year started, COVID cases in our buildings. When this happens, it'll be disruptive. And I get the question to the board is around one, safety, that there may be COVID cases, or likely will in our buildings, but the other one being when you're, to your point, when you're in remote, you don't have these significant disruptions. But I'm just wondering, in your field, have you talked to other folks in neighboring districts to kind of problem solve around this issue?
I have not talked to other districts to problem solve that. We have recognized that two things. One, we have a shortage of subs, and some of those subs would certainly be interested in subbing in person. They're not interested in subbing in a remote or electronic format. So that limits the number of subs that we have, regardless of the model, in a sense. But the other piece is our capacity to cover internally. While maybe not the best solution, we do have that as a solution, and we have done that in the past also. We have used plan time. We have also split classes. That may not be practical in a hybrid context because of the limitation of the number of kids in a classroom, but certainly on a day that, while we've been in remote, that can be a possibility as well. And so, again, it's that balancing kind of piece. So it could be that Dr. Stubblefield's in a classroom covering if we don't have plan time subs or something like that. We would even draw from ESC to cover classrooms. And over the years, that's actually been something we've done. We've had other periods of time where we had sub shortages, and we had ESC administrators actually out in the buildings, because they also were once teachers, obviously. So we've done that before and can augment where we need to in that sense as well. Yeah, it's going to be a challenge. I'm sorry?
No, I was just saying, to your point, Dave, we've, in KCK, we've done that as well.
Okay, so that's the sub issue is systemic. So it's
Yes.
beyond Lawrence. It's everywhere.
It's everywhere. I think everybody is in the same situation as we're in at this point in time, and we'll see things could improve in January. I mean, we'll be optimistic and hope they improve, and that doesn't become as much of an issue, and we will move forward.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the final presenter for this evening is Dr. Lewis.
Yes, thank you, Patrick. I also want to thank this entire team, the task force, again, for their work. And I do want to reiterate a point that was made earlier and just kind of remind the board that, yes, you did hire me to do a job, and as superintendent, and a superintendent that also has 4 kids in this district. So trust that all the details that you want to know, I want to know, and either I or myself or Dr. Stubblefield or Patrick have asked those questions. And if we don't ask, the team has already thought about some of those. Now, will we think about everything? No. And so we appreciate the opportunity to answer some of those questions tonight. And also just remembering that we planned a school year during the summer, shortly right after the summer. Started school September the 8th, then continued to plan another model of education while also monitoring and providing support to schools. And so at the same time that we're planning what hybrid could possibly look like, we're also monitoring and providing support to the remote setting as well. So I just wanted to share that. And I'm sorry, Patrick, you can put the slide back up. It's a slide that we've all seen. We've seen this slide before, but I just wanted to remind everyone that we are still committed to ensuring that all of our students have the same likelihood of meeting or exceeding those expectations in reading and math. And just a reminder, those historical inequities, that has been in public education in general, coupled with the disruption and the impact of this pandemic, the renewed discussions around racial justice, all require us as educators to examine how we've been interrupted. And understanding this, we are moving with a sense of urgency. I mentioned earlier tonight, through our district common assessments, we are assessing and we want to find out where our students are so we can compensate for that interrupted learning. We want to acknowledge that the real possibility of continued online learning or some sort of hybrid, but most importantly, we want to be able to accelerate the academic instruction of those that are most impacted. We must also acknowledge the inequities of some of the data that's on the screen, particularly from our Black and Brown students, our Indigenous students, and students that are living in poverty, those that are lacking language proficiencies, our special education population. These are the ones that are often deprived of instruction. They're often deprived of supports and other opportunities to be individually, to be collectively successful when it comes to academics and social and emotional well-being. And I think we all know that what this social isolation has done in this pandemic is really put a microscope on some of the things that we already know exist, like those inequities. And those things are compounding them and adding new layers of trauma and stress and other levels of anxiety. The next slide, it's a recent study from 4 states that I found, and it says that 9 out of 10 parents are worried about their children falling behind academically due to coronavirus-related school closures. 8 out of 10 parents said their children are experiencing heightened stress levels. And there was a second national survey that indicated that close to, I think it was 60% of parents are concerned about their child missing that important social interaction at school with their friends. On the next slide, we know that there are many factors to a student's academic performance. including individual characteristics, those individual family dynamics, how students were raised in their zip code. And we acknowledge that there is no true replacement for that organic interaction, that organic interactive environment that is created by, and I've seen it, by our skillful teachers and our inquisitive students. However, we look at these projections in this COVID slide, the impact of the COVID slide are concerning. Educators can expect to see an equivalent of 6 months of reading learning loss for students at that pivotal 4th grade milestone, and as many as 14 months of learning loss at 6th grade math skills. And we talked about, I think I mentioned this at a previous board meeting, despite best efforts to narrow those student equity gaps, we can still expect to see as much as a 20% additional gap between our highest and our lowest performing students across all subject areas. There was an analysis from the Brookings Institute that predicted that students will be substantially behind academically when school resumes, particularly in math. And so this will cause us as educators, as teachers, to have more variability and more differentiation for our students when they do return. Next slide. If we look at the impact of the COVID-19 gap by some subgroups, in this report, there were unequal impacts, and stark unequal impacts, predicting that a January 2021 mass reopening of in-person school would mean close to 7 months of learning loss for all students. But if you look at some of these subgroups that were mentioned in this report, and these were the only subgroups that were mentioned in this report, our Hispanic students, over 9 months loss of learning, our Black students, over 10 months lost learning, and for our economically disadvantaged students, 12.5 months, close to 12.5 months of lost learning. And in the study, they also looked at what happened in Katrina in terms of those students being out of school, and cited that it took nearly 2 full years to make up lost ground for that lost instructional time. And so there again, this will cause us to, and our teachers to differentiate instruction when they do return. There was a recent survey by American Promise Alliance that found that more than half of the young people are much more concerned, as more than usual, about their physical and mental well-being, as well as their families. And so the sooner we are able to get our scholars back, the better. Next slide, Patrick. And so if we look at our attendance data, and this is attendance data from the first 3 weeks of school, we're beginning to see some of those early indicators of those gaps. And this is just the first 3 weeks of school. While we have an overall pretty good attendance rate, if you look at the very bottom, about 5% of our students that have 5 or more absences. But if we look specifically at some of those subgroups within the race and ethnicity, the percent of students that are missing more than 5 days. And we know our counselors, our Burt Ness staff are reaching out to these families. But what really stood out to me was when we look at our students that are on reduced lunch and free lunch, 12% and 20% are missing more than 5 days. And we know what that attendance, those are those early indicators really for students dropping out. And that's what we definitely want to prevent. Next slide, Patrick. And we all know how competitive I am and how I want Lawrence Public Schools to be the premier choice for families when it comes to educating their children in this area. But we also have to be a good fit for our families. And what this data is showing us is how some families are voting with their feet. And so there are over, I think, close to 15 codes that we can put in when students transfer. But what you see on your screen are just 3 codes. And we can make assumptions as to why people are disenrolling from Lawrence Public Schools to homeschool, disenrolling from Lawrence Public Schools to go to another public school in the state or private school in the state. But the number of homeschool students, it's at an alarming rate of increase. And it could be for a number of reasons. We know parents decide, okay, I don't want my child in a public school setting, with this virus. That's fine. But if we look at what it looked like in 2019-20 and then 2021, a total, just in these 3 areas, a total of 278 students that are left. If you multiply that by our per pupil state aid of $4,569, that's $1.2 million that pretty much has left the district. And that kind of equates to about 20 certified staff there at $1.2 million. And so when we look at this, this is a critical issue. It's a critical issue in terms of employment. It's a critical issue in terms of losing kids. So what we don't want is this to happen. And so this is just preliminary. Obviously, we'll know more once we get our SO 66 after October the 4th, and we'll definitely keep the board informed on that. Next slide, Patrick. And so by following all of the necessary precautions and urging appropriate social behaviors, I do believe that we can make this happen. I tried to find a picture of this gentleman smiling, but he doesn't smile much. This was recently, this past Friday, he spoke to the Missouri School Board Association and made the statements there that are on the screen. Yes, teacher safety, that's the critical issue. And I totally understand and get the anxiety around in-person learning. I appreciate all of our staff. You all are essential, because we educate all future essential workers, and we have educated all of the essential workers. Our teachers should be essential workers. And I wish I could tell you that there'll be no staff member to contract the virus, but I don't know that. And I would be lying if I said, when we move to hybrid, no staff member will come. I would be lying if I said that. So I don't know that. But what I do know is the impact of students not being in school in front of our caring adults. And that third critical issue is our students are falling farther and farther behind, which will cause them to end up dropping out of school. And there again, that's what we want to prevent. Next slide, Patrick. I think this is the last slide. So the goal for us, and I go back and I appreciate someone making this statement earlier, I think it was Erica, is going back to our why. Our goal is to ensure that equitable conditions are there for all learners in all of our schools, with students being at the center. Obviously surrounded by a caring community of educators and parents who have been amazing during this process. The picture on the left is a student desk that I have right here in my office, and I talk about this desk often. And many of you know why I have that desk in my office. It's a constant reminder for me or whoever's meeting with me around this table, what's in the best interest of the student in the seat? What's in the best interest of the student in the seat? We are all here for students, all of us. All educators are here. All board members are here for students. We are here to serve our students and to serve our families. So when I think about what's in the best interest of students, what's the most equitable decision? I'm certainly glad I'm not a board member to make that decision tonight, but I want to help you if I can. This is an opportunity for us to do something different. I often talk about this. This is really a huge opportunity for us to do something different, and an opportunity to move from that one-size-fits-all model. This pandemic has really presented a huge opportunity and really dropped it in our lap, really. And so when we think about it, a return to normal may do more harm than good. And I don't want to go back to normal, the way things were pre-COVID. I really don't. Business as usual will get us back to where we were before the pandemic. A system that was just plagued with inequity and disparity. I just do believe that education can be renewed and revitalized. And I still believe that Lawrence can lead the way. This hybrid model gives us that opportunity. It gives us that opportunity to have smaller class sizes. It gives us an opportunity to really meet the varying and unique needs of our scholars and our families. It gives us that opportunity for students, and I often say this, it gives us this opportunity for our students to be the CEOs of their own learning, because they feel empowered when they have some kind of choice. It gives us that opportunity to do what I say we all should be doing, is leaving a legacy. Now, this will mean for our students increased social and increased focus on social and emotional learning, more supports from adults, raising our students' voices, more engaging parents, because parents have now seen what our teachers have seen every single day pre-COVID. We will continue to address the whole child, but most importantly, we will confront those historic and present inequities. I'm not going to accept I just can't. I refuse to accept a can't do mentality. I'm sorry. I just can't. And I want to challenge all educators to go back to your why. And I'll tell you, my why was renewed this morning when I visited Eudora schools, to be in a space with students that were not even my students in Lawrence, to see teachers engaged in learning. And if I'm being completely honest, the teachers, they did mention the challenges of hybrid. GR will tell you, they mentioned the challenges of hybrid, but then they shared that can-do attitude that I've seen in this district, that I've seen from every single teacher in this district, that we can do this. We can do this. And so we have that can-do mentality when it comes to our kids. There was one teacher in Eudora that even stated, I didn't know how much I missed my kids. And so if I needed that much, imagine how our scholars need that interaction with their classmates. We realize that this path is going to require a new set of approaches to learning. It was mentioned tonight. It may appear and it may will be additional workload. It will require a different mindset. But I will tell you, as your superintendent, I stand ready to support all of our school leaders. I stand ready to support every single educator. And you know, I've said every single educator, doesn't matter if you're certified or classified. I stand to support every single educator in responding to this unprecedented challenge that's before us, that I really believe is a huge opportunity for us. So with that, I think Patrick has the next slide.
Okay. Patrick, do you have some concluding thoughts, or you just have the next slide? Okay.
Nope, just the last slide.
All right. I appreciate that, Dr. Lewis. I'm sitting with it for a minute. The next thing we have on up for us, now that we've heard the district's report and presentation and proposal to us, is to hear from to hear from the community about what their presenting issues are related to the decision in front of us this evening. I'm going to ask, it is 9:45 and a school night. Do board members need a minute before we have folks join us? We have to limit some of the patron commentary in terms of the amount of time we can make available, but we will hear from folks. So do you all need a break before we move on?
This is Paula. I'm okay.
I'm good.
Okay. All right, we'll move forward with patron commentary. I have a again, lost the, here we go. So two folks that are here, we allow 5 minutes. We're asking you if you can, for everyone involved, not just us here, but the folks that are up with us, to consider your time as we go through these public comments. So here is the audience participation. The USD 497 Board of Education welcomes patron comments and thanks you for taking time to talk to us about our policies and procedures. We set aside this time during the regular meetings to hear from the public. This is your time to share your opinions. However, complaints about specific staff or student will be heard by the board in executive session in order to protect the privacy of the individuals to be discussed. While you are not required to share your contact information, we ask for that information so district staff or the board can follow up with any specific concerns you may have. The board president will invite comments on topics not included in the agenda at the beginning of each meeting, and now we are moving on to related agenda items. So I'm asking that we limit comments, if at all possible, to 3 minutes. I know you've prepared 5 minutes, so if you can't get it in, we understand, but that's our ask. With that, let's see. Lindsay, I don't see you listed here, but I know, Lindsay Buck, are you here? A representative of the LEA?
I'm here.
Hey, thanks for waiting for us. We're ready. If you would like to start this off, we appreciate hearing from you.
Yes. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for all the dialogue that's going on. I'm going to try to talk very quickly to get through the LEA statement. My name is Lindsay Buck, she, her pronouns, and I'm the interim president of Lawrence Education Association, which is our local union of over 660 educators. I'm reading a slightly abbreviated version of the LEA position statement on school reopening. The LEA calls upon the USD 497 Board of Education to continue to prioritize health and safety of educators and their students. The LEA has been collecting survey data and input from educators for the last 10 weeks and have identified common expectations around these plans. Specifically, we request you to take action on the following items. 1, extend the period of remote learning through winter break to continue to keep the risk of spread and outbreaks to our educators and students minimal. LEA recognizes that remote learning is, as it currently stands, is not perfect, and we are interested and willing to be partners in finding new and creative ways to make remote work better for everyone. 2, hire more paraeducators to support special education needs and include them in remote learning as quickly as possible. 3, allow classified staff who can complete job duties in remote environments to do so if they choose to help reduce the risk for exposure and spread. 4, continue to monitor and enforce strict adherence to safety guidelines for anyone who enters school buildings. 5, adopt safety and leave language through the negotiations process. 6, ensure that scholars and staff members have access to the internet and technology they need to succeed, including purchasing more hotspots for students who need them and laptops for substitute usage. 7, in order to keep issues of equity at the center of our focus, we ask the board utilize input from community and district groups, such as the parents and caregivers of special education students, the Special Education Advisory Committee, the Parents of Color Advisory Team, Native American Student Services, and the Equity Advisory Council. 8, continue to provide meals and food security to our students. And 9, if the board is interested in moving to the hybrid model, we ask that you reach out and ask questions to other districts comparable to our size who are currently in the hybrid model. Prior to making a decision, LEA requests evidence of a successful hybrid model that avoids outbreaks, allows ample teacher planning time and preparation, does not expand teacher workload, and does not reduce the already limited options for childcare. According to our weekly survey, 70% of our educators continue to choose remote option as their first choice for teaching at this time. Educator and student safety continue to be the top 2 priorities amongst educators. What educators have heard from others in surrounding districts is that teaching in the hybrid model has been overwhelming and daunting. Like remote learning, hybrid is not an ideal solution. Hybrid teachers report feelings of inadequate teaching, which is rooted in splitting their attention between in-person and remote learners. The workload of having 2 types of classrooms leads to double the amount of work to create and implement engaging quality lessons that reach all learners. Even with mitigation efforts, we are seeing cases and quarantines pop up in our school community. Our educators are rightly concerned about the ripple effect that even just one positive case could have on them and the learning environment. They are worried about the current substitutes shortage that will only get worse when outbreaks and quarantines occur. They are worried about running out of leave days, especially our early career educators who don't have many days saved up yet. If educators choose EFMLA, retire early, or resign as a result of being forced back in-person learning environments, that will only further decrease the number of available subs. There are educators who are scared because they have risk factors and comorbidities, but don't know whether or not they'll be granted a remote teaching option after the first 6 weeks. Or they're terrified because they live with or care for family members who are at risk and worry about spreading the virus and causing harm to their loved ones. We are coming up on cold and flu season. As temperatures start to drop, our educators will be forced to solely use indoor teaching spaces. Educators need 100% certainty that our ventilation systems across the district are adequate. Each building needs adequate staffing to thoroughly clean and sanitize buildings to the extent that medical experts and the CDC guidelines recommend. Furthermore, educators deserve a plan that prevents them from burning through accrued leave days to quarantine, to take illness days for COVID-like symptoms, or worse, for actually contracting COVID-19. To our community, our district leaders, and our board members, over and over again, we hear from educators that remote learning is so incredibly hard. We hear that educators are putting in more time and effort than they ever have in all their years of teaching. They are mentally and physically exhausted, and some express they're not sure how they can keep up with the demands of teaching right now. They are constantly concerned about the emotional well-being of their scholars, and they worry about how screen time is affecting them. They worry about student engagement levels and if their tireless efforts are futile. They hear and deeply empathize with the frustrations of our school families. So when we survey educators weekly and ask them what teaching model they prefer, please understand how conflicted our educators feel, because they absolutely want what's best for their scholars. And at the same time, they want to stay alive and safe. A vote to transition to hybrid means the health, safety, and lives of our educators and scholars are being put at risk. Instead of the chaos and upheaval that a new hybrid schedule will inevitably bring, we strongly believe that we are better served through working together to address the flaws, to identify the flaws in our current model of learning. We are ready to support this work so that we can meet the needs of our scholars and school families while keeping everyone as safe as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Hannah?
Hi, I'm here. Can folks hear me?
We can.
Okay, great. I'm also going to read our statement, and then I have a bit more context after the statement. My name is Hannah Allison. My pronouns are she and her. I'm the chair of PAL CWA, and here is the statement that our membership voted on, and then, like I said, I'll add additional context at the end. We request that the board vote to extend and improve remote learning through winter break with a focus on supporting our students with disabilities, our students who are Black, Indigenous, and people of color, our LGBTQIA+ students, and our poor and working class students. As a part of this vote, we request that our district provide continued professional development and training based in restorative justice, disability justice, racial justice, and trauma-informed practice so we can better serve our students during this time of crisis for our community, as well as continued training and support for using remote learning technology. We ask that our district ensure that paraeducators and instructional staff are empowered to work with our teacher teams to provide individualized support to students with IEPs, as well as to provide support to all students. We ask that our district hire enough paras and instructional staff to meet student needs so that as many students as possible, especially our students with IEPs, have individualized and collective instructional and emotional support. We ask that our district create better access to temporary IEPs for families whose young people need some in-building services. We ask that our district treat paras and instructional staff as trusted partners in the education of our young people, ensuring that we are employed full-time in supporting the education and social emotional well-being of our students. And finally, we ask that the district provide equitable pay for and respect for all classified staff through the bargaining of our first contract, including a defined list of duties that constitute a job description. And then I also just want to add, as the chair of PAL, how hard our paras and instructional staff are working right now to provide support and instruction for our students. And we are doing this with so little support for us as workers and for our own families. Some of our classified staff are the families you all are talking about who might not contact the board. We have paras and their kids who survive on food stamps and free and reduced lunch because we make so little money. We have paras who have had to sleep in their cars or on a friend's couch over the summer because they couldn't pay rent when they weren't getting paid. And we have paras who would be crushed by the bills, even with our health insurance, if they contracted COVID-19 and had to go to the hospital. Many of us are older adults, or we are immunocompromised, or we have children with asthma, or we have sick parents we care for. And already during these 6 weeks of what was supposed to be remote instruction, we were sometimes told to go into buildings even when it wasn't necessary and could have put us and our whole community at risk. Just like our students, when we are safe and supported and respected and financially secure, we can do our best work. But right now, that is not happening. Already, not all of our buildings are being fully cleaned and sanitized, even with the incredibly hard work our custodians who make very little money, and we heard tonight that we don't have enough of, even with that. Some of our buildings have actually had major ventilation issues in the last year that were not mentioned tonight. And not all school staff are properly wearing masks, and we don't have a plan for temperature taking as a part of busing. We also haven't discussed how we will adjust all of these procedures for our specialized classrooms for our students with disabilities, where there's a huge difference in the way that we work with each other and our proximity to each other in those rooms. There are also positive cases in the Boys and Girls Club programs that happen in our school buildings. So because of all of this, we don't believe that having our students and staff in buildings, even on a hybrid schedule, is safe for our community. We also know that during hybrid education, educators will be asked to work essentially 2 jobs, and we as paras will be full-time in the building, and instructional staff will be full-time in the building, but with even less time to spend on one-on-one instruction and support for our students. And that one-on-one instruction and support is what our families so desperately need and what we want to provide, and is our job as paras and instructional staff during this crisis. And we know with your leadership as the school board and with the input from all of the stakeholders in our school community that we can improve and extend remote learning, and we can even fix some of the problems we had before this crisis and reimagine our schools to be places of support, care, growth, and transformation for our students. We ask that you vote to extend and improve remote learning until winter break.
Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you. So the last 2 speakers represent the district's union, both for the classified and certified staff. We're moving on to other folks, and some of them are also staff. Michael, are you with us still? Michael, I can see you there. I just can't hear you. So if you want to send me a chat, if you're having trouble being connecting, please do, and we will come back to you. So just jump in at any point, Michael. Okay. And I'm trying not to mess up names, so please tell me if I get this wrong. Is it Tay Edwards?
It's Ty.
Ty, thank you. I apologize.
No problem. Hey, go.
Yep, that's it.
All right. Well, I want to first thank everyone, the teachers that I have contact with through my students. My 2 students are Deerfield students, are doing enormous amounts of work, as all of you have talked about, as are a lot of the people we've seen, of course, on this call. I want to thank Erica and Dr. Lewis, especially for their focus on equity. That was one of the things that I wanted to speak about at this event, too. I'm a scholar who studies disease and its impact on marginalized populations. And one of the things we know is pandemics in particular erode equity, right? They exacerbate hierarchies. And I think one of the questions we need to ask ourselves is, this is a climate change issue, right? We're in a climate change crisis. And so how are we going to address equity in a climate change crisis? And I'm a person who wants to encourage you to think about in-person education. My family needs in-person education. Many of the families that I interact with need in-person education for their children for a variety of reasons, many of which you've mentioned. And the reason why that's important is that's a constituency that's not being served, right? All of the children who need remote learning or would prefer remote learning are being served. Staff and teachers who need remote learning are also being served, but those who need in-person learning are not being served. And I think we have to think about when is it the turn of those students to have access to education. I also want to challenge the LEA and the Paras Union. Of course, we all understand why teachers would not want to and why staff would not want to put themselves at risk in a COVID pandemic environment. This makes perfect sense. However, I would like LEA and the Paras Union to make a proposal of how they would ensure equity for the students that are at risk. We need your input on how we can serve those students. And if we end up going remote for the whole year, shouldn't we have just decided then in the summer that every student was a virtual student and furloughed virtually everyone to save the money for when we return? These are the things we need to think about if those are the choices we're making. We could have opened the schools then with the saved money and staffed them with other people so that students that were at risk could have been in the buildings. These are the things we need to think about when we're kicking the can down the road. In sum, the things that annoy me the most, however, are that it seems that we live in a community that isn't prioritizing in-person education for our students as its number one choice. Our city and county officials, and especially the health department, seem to be prioritizing college student in-person learning over children's in-person learning. And most appallingly, prioritizing 10,000 people at a football game this weekend over our children going to school. I think we need a coordinated plan amongst all of the elected officials in this county that the number one priority in our community is getting children in person in school who need it. And every single choice we make should be directly connected to that. And if it undermines that, or it at all allows for spreading of coronavirus that could limit our children going to school, then we need to not make that choice. Then we would all be taking
I hate interrupting you. I just hate it. We're at the time, and I got to move on to other people to make sure that they have time. I appreciate your coming. What you said was important. And we're going to move on to William.
Kelly, I see that Mr. Staley is now available and unmuted also, just so you know.
Great. Glad to hear that. William? Okay. Michael, can you start?
Sure. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Appreciate all your hard work. I know it's been a long haul. I want to bring up some public health points. I was the lead author of the Santa Clara County Public Health Department Pandemic Response Plan back in 2012. It has been activated twice now, so we've got some experience from it that I hope will be helpful to you. First point is contact tracing resources. Capabilities for contact tracing in Douglas County are in short supply. This is not a complaint, but just an acknowledgement that it happened. Parents received phone calls from the Kansas Department of Health and Environment in mid-September relating to exposures that occurred in one of our high schools in late July. So our health departments are at risk in their ability to perform adequate contact tracing, which is a vital component of public health response. The definition, and there's 5 points here, so I'll make them quick. The definition of close exposure is sort of problematic. Conventional wisdom is that if you're 6 feet away from somebody wearing a mask and they've got the virus, that you are not you're not closely exposed, so you don't get contact traced. You might not even know you're exposed. That's a problem because most of us are wearing something far less than an N95 respirator, and 6 feet may not be enough for contact lasting for an hour or more. So keep in mind that distance, barrier, duration of exposure triumvirate as you make this decision and as tactical things are implemented as we go back to school at some point. Social distancing works. The infection rate is 16 times higher among those who frequent public venues. So it's important that we consider whether or not 6 feet is adequate. Fourth, risk communications. When you rely on human behavior to reduce risk, it's important to employ a communications program to reinforce exposure control guidelines among both students and parents. I know you've all experienced the fact that COVID-19 has been a little bit politicized. It's important that whatever decisions are made are communicated and enforced broadly, and that requires good risk communication in order to do it. The last thing I want to point out, and hopefully this will be a little bit of good news regarding testing. I serve on 3 different COVID-19 task forces in 3 different sectors, and more than one provider is about to release a relatively expensive, non-invasive, real-time test for COVID-19. So perhaps in the not too distant future, this would be a game changer in terms of exposure control and knowing who's testing positive and who's not. So again, I appreciate the time and thank you for your hard work.
Appreciate that you came. William?
Good evening. I'd like to begin by saying thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'm a parent of 2 children, one in elementary school and one in middle school. Tonight, we're asking for a choice to weigh the risks and benefits of our on-site education for our children. Distance learning may be working for some, but not for others. The best person to determine this is each individual parent or guardian. Each child has his or her own unique needs, and this cannot be a one-size-fits-all solution. There is room for both options if you allow us to choose, dependent upon our particular situations. We ask that political affiliations are put aside and instead a decision is made based solely on what is best for our children. We cannot stand another 6 weeks for some kids to fall further behind in their education. We cannot stand another 6 weeks for some kids' mental health to further decline. And we cannot stand another 6 weeks of social isolation for these kids. The first 6 weeks of school, our voices were not heard or considered. Today, we plead with you to allow our kids to go back to school in person. Please do not underestimate the effect you will have on the lives of these kids with the decision you make tonight. Allow the parents to share that burden with you and allow us to make a choice. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Alexandria?
Good evening. All right, first off, I appreciate you letting me speak this evening. I might be coming from someplace totally out of line, but this is my opinion and this needs to be spoke on. My son is a special education student. He has an IEP and we are basically getting no in-person services without school being in place. He's supposed to have a pair with him during all hours of the day, which is obviously not happening. Everything has turned to screen time where that is everything that we have fought against is the screen time and the dysregulation that brings. He is begging to go back to school. He is starting to dislike school. We did so much remediation. He had to repeat a whole grade, and I am so scared of how much more remediation or what's going to happen now that school has been out for so long. I feel like transfers need to be allowed into districts where kids can go full time because this is not something that is feasible or working for my family. He needs the assistance and he needs the help. Hybrid is just going to create another problem. For SPED students, I think it's extremely important that we make the room and make the time for them to be in the building. Whatever it takes, this will cause more dysregulation, a more chaotic schedule for transportation, and finances, and then finding childcare. We're spending $200 weekly for help. I worry about all these children getting left behind. When more surrounding cities and schools bigger than Lawrence are back in session, and not just hybrid, because that's not the answer. We're going to have to learn to live with this and how we're going to cope with it. And teachers, they are essential. And I don't think that we are remembering how essential it is, and it's taking a toll on families and these children. And I don't think that it is being acknowledged how we are just leaving them behind. That's all I got.
Thank you. I appreciate your comment and sharing your story. Christy Langley? Okay, Christy, if you are here and pop back on, please let us know and we will make space for you. Chris Orlando, it's nice to see you.
Hi. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Chris Orlando. I'm an 8th grade American history teacher at Southwest Middle School, and I'm speaking to you on behalf of a group of my Southwest colleagues who have some grave concerns regarding the possible transition to a hybrid model in October. One of the first activities that I did this year with my students was engage them in an activity in which they investigated the 1918 flu pandemic. Students quickly learned that though the loss of instruction time, a reduction of extracurricular activities, and serious challenges at home were all important issues, they were not the focus of pandemic survivor stories. Instead, it was the loss of life and the enduring impact of losing a parent, a friend, a grandparent, and yes, even a teacher, that hung like a cloud over every newspaper article, diary entry, and letter that my students and I read that day. The legacy of that pandemic shows how large groups of people forget their shared past. And as I told my kids that day, what we learn from history is that most people don't learn from history. My colleagues and I hope that this will not be our approach to the current pandemic. We ask you to please consider the following when you're making the important decision tonight. First of all, the hybrid model is a short-term solution and an inconsistent one. The hybrid model will yield 2 days of in-person education a week and 3 days of remote learning. In the middle school block schedule, where kids only attend half of their classes on block days, that means I'm only going to see my students in person once a week. And the entire class would only interact in the same format 1 day a week, and that would be on Wednesdays, which you guys know is only 35 minutes. There will also be instructional time lost whenever we change the schedule or adjust to the inevitable quarantine scenarios. Just look down the road at Eudora and the back and forth that they've had to go through. This will be a drastic change from our current circumstances, which, though not perfect, do allow classes to interact together on a predictable schedule 3 times a week. I don't believe that the school district has adequately communicated this reality to parents who have had to make tough decisions and will continue to make difficult decisions about hybrid learning with little to no information about what it might actually look like. If we transition to the hybrid model, there will also be an emotional cost on parents and students and teachers as we live in constant uncertainty over how and when these quarantine transitions will take place. With cold and flu season approaching, will families be able to discern the difference between those symptoms and COVID symptoms? Will families who are depending on school for daycare send their kids to school even though those symptoms are present? No teacher wants to be responsible for an outbreak in his or her classroom, especially when we know, despite what was said earlier, the inconvenient truth that it's impossible to have students socially distanced by 6 feet in some classrooms due to class size. Second, creative solutions could and should be developed by district administration for those students who do need additional support without endangering entire school communities. We do know that a small percentage of our families are in need of more support than we're currently providing. We get that and we respect that. Many of these students are the same students who require intensive support regardless of the learning model. What we've observed so far is that kids who are not engaging with the learning remote model are largely the same kids who do not engage with in-person learning. Would the hybrid model really be a solution for this? It doesn't seem very likely. However, we are optimists and we believe that creative solutions could be found that would address these students' individual needs. Could the currently empty buildings, for example, be used along with support staff who might prefer to work in person to space those students out in a building with district Wi-Fi and supervision, but still allow them to access the same classroom teachers through the remote tools that they're currently using? We'll have to figure out a way to provide extra support remotely even if we do go to hybrid, because we have high needs and at-risk students whose families have chosen the remote option. Lastly, we believe that it's simply too early to make such a drastic change to the hybrid model. My colleagues and I don't believe that there's enough data available yet to truly evaluate how distance learning is going. We're only 3 weeks in, and we've had parent conferences to connect meaningfully with families. We've seen dramatic improvements as teachers are now able to use WebEx breakout rooms for individual instruction. That's been an absolute game changer. It seems wise to build on these successes before we make a huge change again. Consistency is key for our middle schoolers, and if we're being honest, it's really important for all of us. It's for these reasons that my colleagues and I believe that the best option at this point is to stay the course and to stay remote, to continue to build our capacities as remote teachers and staff, and to pinpoint those families who really do need more support and provide it without jeopardizing the safety of entire school communities. After all, we have no vaccine, no antivirals, not enough substitute teachers, no real way to adequately test students and staff and follow up with necessary contact tracing, no clear understanding of the lasting impacts of this virus, no reasonable expectation of lowered community transmission rate as we head into cold and flu season. But what we do have is a remote system of teaching and learning that's improving each and every day. And we have you, the elected school board, who's in the unenviable position of trying to answer the question, is it really safe to send thousands of our students and staff back into our classrooms during the middle of the worst pandemic we've seen in 100 years? It's a contentious and controversial question, to be sure. But since I'm having to participate in this meeting tonight via WebEx rather than in person because of issues of technology, but more importantly, health and safety reasons, I think you already know the answer to that. So thank you so much for your time and dedication to all the students and staff of the Lawrence Public Schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Kenneth?
Yes, I'm here. My name is Kenneth Prost. I'm the director of the Lawrence Child Development Center, and we're really concerned with the hybrid model and the possibility of cross-contamination. We have 60 to 70 other children within our center that could be at risk from the 15, 16 children that we have doing remote learning. It would also make it much more difficult to contain the spread of infection because of the cross-contamination. We don't believe it is a good idea to go with that method at this time. But we do think that there needs to be a combination between full-time schooling and full-time remote learning. With the full-time school being reserved more for the children that are special needs, that we as a center don't have the staffing to be able to give them the specialized care that they need and the attention. But if they have their paras in the schools, you can still limit the class sizes to be much, much smaller and give them that specialized attention so that they're not falling behind in their education. The other recommendation, which we would really appreciate, would be to allow children that are attending a center or other places like that to be classed with the same teachers. Right now we have 16 children. Most of them are kindergarten, but only a couple of them share classes, and we have schedules that are just crazy. We don't have the staffing or the means to be able to assist them with their homework and their projects. We're spending all our time just trying to get them to their WebEx meetings and being there for that. If at least they were all in the same class with the same teacher, same schedule, it would free us up to help them with their homework easier. If we could also get a para or something like that to be able to come out to our establishments and help us with helping those children do their assignments, that would be beneficial as well. We don't get any assistance right now to help these children, and the parents need to be able to go to work. And it's the hybrid model, it's too risky for cross-contamination. It's going to make everything much more difficult, and making things easier for the online learning. If they're all in the same class, they can all watch the same screen, and we can help them with their homework and help them with their education. We are educators as well. We're not specialized in elementary education, but we can follow the instructions of the teachers and help the children with their education. And that's it. That's all I have.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Stephanie Johnson? Okay. Is it Rakeen Hofer? Matthew Hall.
Hello, my name is Matt Hall. I'm the father of two children in the Lawrence School District. I'm also the Secretary Treasurer and Business Agent for Teamsters Local 696. We represent many essential workers in the Lawrence community. UPS drivers, sanitation drivers in the city of Lawrence. And most importantly right now, we represent the school bus drivers for First Student. First, I'd like to start by thanking all the board members for your guys' service. I know you guys don't have an easy decision tonight. And thanking all the staff for the district for all the work they put in to get us this far, especially my 7-year-old son's teachers that kind of put up with an angry 7-year-old and keep him on task during Zoom meetings. I didn't really want to talk to you guys about the decision you guys have to make tonight. What I really wanted to address is if the district does decide to go to a hybrid model, is making sure the commitment for safety for school bus services is upheld and put it one of the highest priorities. Even though we represent all the school bus drivers in town, no school bus drivers were part of the task force. No representative of their union was part of the task force. I know that your guys' vendor First Student was part of it, but none of the line workers that are going to be actually doing the work every day were part of that. One of the things my members have talked to us about and they're very concerned about is the district does have a plan to take temperatures at the schools themselves. So every single child and every single person that comes into the schools will have a temperature taken, but there's no plans to have temperatures taken when they're going on the buses. For us, this is a safety concern. It's making it so a segment of our children and a segment of our workforce is being put at a higher risk than a different segment of our children, segment of our workforce. We recognize that doing field temperatures, doing temperatures en route does put its own set of new challenges if that were to happen in areas of concerns. What we'd ask for the district is to work through those with us, work through those with the school bus drivers, work through those with First Student, and make sure that we're putting safety if you guys do choose to go the hybrid model above all else. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. We have.
But this is Carol. I'm so sorry. This is Carol, but sir, can I please have your name again?
It's Matthew Paul.
Thank you.
And we have his contact. I can share that if it's agreeable to.
Right, thank you.
Please do. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Jessica?
I'm here. I'm coming. Sorry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Lawrence School Board. Thank you, District Admin. My name is Jessica Rohrberg, also known as Miss Jess to my students. I apologize. I'm really nervous, so if I get a little glitchy. I'm speaking tonight as a district-wide employee and also a mother of a kindergartner and a second grade student at Lawrence Public Schools. I want to start with my perspective as a parent. Since school closure in March, we've taken our responsibility for our community very seriously. We unenrolled my oldest daughter from our swim team, and our family outings ended. We've tried to prioritize back to in-person school, but unfortunately, the majority of our community has not. I was heartbroken for my kindergartner to start her school career online, but after I moved past my sadness and frustration and opened myself up to the possibility of amazing things in this remote adventure, I found myself very pleasantly surprised. Since I'm working full-time at home, we've prepped a great deal prior to the start of school to provide independence and learning. There's been a big learning curve with technology, but by the end of the second week, they were doing great. The time you allowed their teachers to develop their online platforms has been obvious and priceless, as my girls' teachers are delivering unbelievable levels of interactive instruction and are now running breakout groups to meet my girls where they are in math and reading. Mrs. Korn and Mrs. Duncan, thank you very much. As a family that has taken this pandemic very seriously, we fear return to building, especially at our current 8% rate as we move into cooler indoor focused months and cold and flu season. Consistency has been a blessing to my girls as they continue their learning. I also appreciate the direct attention they receive in all remote instruction. This is important for them, especially as young learners. Seeing and interacting with their teachers inspires them to do their work, and I know that a change to hybrid will decrease their direct attention of their teachers if they're required to pay attention to in-person and simultaneously remote. As a parent of 2 girls in the Lawrence Public Schools, I ask you to support continued full remote learning. As Miss Jess, a physical therapist serving 8 public school programs with services also delivered at 5 private sites, I've seen the challenge and also the beauty in remote learning. I was blessed with the time to develop my online asynchronous platform, which I started week 1 per direct instruction. I'm happy to say now I am meeting my minutes 100%. Week 2 started my synchronous PT work as well, and I would be lying if I said that week 2 didn't end with a great deal of frustration and serious doubt about remote learning. I had only a 28% attendance rate to my live sessions during week 2. Parents were very apologetic and reported being very overwhelmed, assuring me that they would be present in week 3, and they did not lie. My week 3 attendance skyrocketed to 93%. It was amazing and inspired and uplifted me to power on. My students are attending and participating well with online instruction, which relies very heavily on parent involvement and movement cueing. One huge unexpected blessing has been time to be face-to-face with parents while working with students. It's one thing to hear about my services in an IEP meeting or goal review. It's another to see it played out in real life. SPED services were never meant to be provided in the isolated vacuum of the school setting. They were meant to be developed there and then through parent education taken into the home setting as well. Only with this high cooperative teamwork can true generalization of skills really occur. Remote learning has provided me a wonderful opportunity to strengthen that model, and I'm very grateful for that. These amazing supportive parents are one of my many heroes during this difficult time, and I feel very blessed to work alongside them in this model. As an educator in the district, I'm asking you to support continued remote learning. This model is keeping our students and staff safe and providing interactive coaching and intervention with parents to better our students' function and generalization in their everyday. Our teachers are working tirelessly to put out the best remote learning product they can, and asking them to continue to put that product out for remote learners while simultaneously putting out a live product for in-person is too much. I've already had wonderful colleagues quit as a result of the stress, and I don't wish to lose any more. I know how important consistency is, and right now, they know what my services will look like for the next 3 weeks. This consistency helps build trust, relationship, comfort, performance, and progress. Schools in our county are bouncing back and forth between hybrid, online, back to in-person. Our neighboring Douglas County school districts are showing us how this will likely go for our students. They're smaller districts, and they don't have KU housed at their heart. As USD 497 employees, we're frequently encouraged to think outside of the box and avoid a one-size-fits-all scenario. I challenge the district administration and the school board to lean into that directive now. It's my request that we stick with remote learning, and within that, identify and address the individual needs of our students experiencing challenge, both in general and special education, with a focus on equity. The service of these most impacted students may need to look differently during remote learning to meet their needs, and I believe that teachers are prepared for that. I personally have already participated in a unique delivery model with one student that was not benefiting, so I know that this can be done. Let's continue our initial actions to keep students and staff safe. Please let us not forget the employees in the district that will be taking the actual risks after the decisions tonight, the ones that will be with the students working in the classrooms. They are tired and stressed, yet still hopeful. I am tired and stressed, yet I'm still hopeful. Thank you so much for your time, for your thoughtful care and consideration for our staff and students, and I wish you peace in this very difficult decision.
Thank you. Roxanne Hicks.
Oh, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Hi. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. I am a parent of a high school student, and I would like to encourage the reopening of all schools. Remote learning is not working for all students. Children are already burned out from sitting on their laptops 6 to 8 hours a day. Parents are burned out from working and teaching their kids remotely. In-person learning may not be suitable for some families, which I completely respect, but families who want their children in the school building should also be respected. We were not created to be isolated from each other. We were not created to be alone and confined to a basement, bedroom, or living room on a daily basis, especially as teenagers and young children. We were not created to have relationships with people through a screen, with that screen time exceeding over 8 hours a day, with school and homework and many times longer. We have been told for years to limit the amount of screen time because it is not healthy. Students need in-person learning, in-person school to develop academically, mentally, socially, and emotionally. In-person school is essential for our children's overall well-being and for their growth. Remote learning causes multiple issues for the overall well-being of all students, and it strains working parents and low-income families. Technology is a great tool, but it cannot be a substitute for human contact in real-world situations and problem solving. Keeping schools closed puts some students at risk for abuse, suicide, and depression. And the mental ramifications from all of this could be great and beyond our comprehension. Remote learning, even if not intentional, creates inadequate learning environments and increases the chance of children falling behind and learning less. This inequity widens the education gap, and it doesn't give all students access to educational tools and trained educators found only in a school setting. The American Academy of Pediatrics states, and I quote, "The importance of in-person learning is well documented, and there is already evidence of negative impacts on children because of school closures in the spring of 2020, end quote." And the CDC states, and I quote, "Aside from a child's home, no other setting has more influence on a child's health and well-being than the school," end quote. As time goes on, the number of students attending remote classes will start to decline. COVID is not going away, so how do we move forward? The private schools in Lawrence are making it work, as well as the surrounding school districts, and I believe we can too. We all have a voice and a choice to choose what we need for our children's education, and in-person learning is that choice for many families. I am asking that you consider the needs of all students and all grade levels. I am asking that in-person school be made available for those who would like to have that option. Thank you very much for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you. I think we have maybe one more speaker here. Missy? Elise just reminded me, Christy Langley, are you here? We can see you, but not hear you.
There we go. Now you can hear me.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I actually want to 100% agree with Roxanne Hicks. I second everything that she said. That was my exact heart in getting on here today. I did not have anything prepared because I've never done this before. All I know is that I am a mother of 4 boys, and having all 4 of them home and all of them being on screens is not working at all. Being stuck to a computer for 8 hours a day on top of homework, then there is additional on top of it. They are struggling because they do not learn this way. They need that face-to-face interaction and to be around other people. I also have friends that have come to me who have children with IEPs and special needs who are struggling greatly. And so this is not a one-size-fit-all. And I thank you so much, Dr. Lewis, for everything that you said. I really, really appreciate your heart for these children, because that is what it comes down to mostly. And so I think about all the suicide rates and everything else that is going to be way higher than the COVID rates in my books. And then you think about also all the children that are maybe getting mistreated and hurt at home. And that worries me too. And so I think about the COVID versus everything else that is going on. And I just don't think that keeping children home is the safest way, along with working parents and then having to leave children at home alone. So I vote that we open the schools 100%. I also do not believe that hybrid is the answer. I think that opening the schools full time is the answer. If people want to stay home, let them stay home. That is their choice and what they want to do. But let us who need our children back in the schools, open the schools back up for them. Thank you.
Thank you for showing up tonight. I think we have I believe this is our last speaker, if she or he is still here. Missy Peterson.
It should be Stephanie.
Stephanie, sorry.
Stephanie Johnson.
Yes.
Actually, she's actually out for a moment. I'm the husband. I just wanted to, I'll take her place for a moment. My name's David Johnson. I just wanted to say that during their earlier presentation, I think one of the things that seemed to be missed is the entire reasoning behind the distance learning or the hybrid model is due to COVID-19. And it seems that the other priorities, you know, whether it be school lunches or anything like that, seems to be more so than protecting the children. I also just want to also throw out that the hybrid model is not the most ideal situation. It seems to be either open the schools fully, deal with the COVID-19 the best you can, or give the choice to the parents to send their child to the distance learning program. I'll just keep it short and sweet due to for your time limits. Thank you.
We appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, so we will now move on from patron commentary to considering the motion in front of us. Is it possible, Patrick, can you pull that slide up that you had with the motion so that folks at home can see it if you're still with us or someone that has access to that?
Yeah, I'm here. Give me just a sec.
Or sleeping, one or the other. It's 10:40. So the recommendation in front of us is to consider the approval of transitioning from a fully remote learning model to a hybrid model effective October 19th, with the administration determining the parameters and structures of the model. Additionally, that the administration develop a systemic phasing plan for returning to fully in-person learning model, and that the Board of Education authorize administration to take appropriate adjustments to the learning model between hybrid and fully in-person as conditions warrant based upon all relevant factors included in the Douglas County School Reopening Guide. So this particular motion is before us, but it does not have to be the one that moves forward. If we, as a matter of procedure, if we determine that we need to move from this particular motion to avoid any confusion, I have asked that we take a short break and that Dave provide consultation, legal consultation with, it can be up to 3 board members in a breakout room if we need to make that change. It might not happen, but I just want to throw that out there that will be the process of thinking. So, I mean, the process in terms of creating a new motion if we need to. Can we start with a conversation about whether this particular motion is agreeable to us as a majority vote? Just as a quick pulse, are there folks that are?
I'll start.
Yes.
So I'll be brief. I'll try to be brief. So I just want to thank staff for all the work that they did. I specifically want to thank Dr. Lewis for what he had to say at the end of the presentation. It was that was pretty powerful. And being in Eudora with him this morning was also a pretty powerful experience. To see that and to see a hybrid model working, to see staff coming together and to make it work. As I sat through the meeting tonight, after everything that came through, a couple things really hit me, and so in the effort to be succinct, there were still a lot of questions and still a lot of answers to questions that were asked tonight that were along the lines of we don't know, and we just started talking about that. In a lot of ways, I think the meeting that we had tonight was a meeting that we should have had 2 weeks ago, and we're kind of behind the curve. And I really like Dr. Stubblefield's analogy of the airplane. It's a good visual for me. And the analogy of building the airplane as we're flying it, as we've been known to say and to use. Where I'm at with this motion at this point, and where I'm going to fall with this particular motion, is I think as a district and as a community, I think we're ready for a hybrid model. I think we're ready to bring students and staff back into buildings, but I'm not willing to vote on a motion for a plan that isn't fully formed and doesn't have the support of the staff that I think it needs to have. I don't think we need to build the airplane as we fly it. I think we need to prove that the airplane flies. And I think we need to get as many people on board the airplane as we possibly can, and they need to attest that it flies. And so for me, I'm going to vote no on this motion because I don't know that the hybrid plan is finalized. And I don't know that to some of Shannon's concerns, that enough information has been shared not only to the board, but to staff, where staff has had a chance to fully digest it and to follow through and to really think about what it's going to mean and to plan for it for us to be ready to go. For me, I would like to see it finished. I'd like to see people on board, and then we'll vote and pick a date. That's where I'm at.
So before anybody else jumps in, just to say it would be helpful, because what I'm hearing, I heard a couple things from GR, and I just want to make sure that I heard these things correctly. You are not opposed to a hybrid model or in-person learning. You are concerned about the current condition of the plan.
That is correct.
Okay.
The current condition of the plan and the current condition of staff buy-in of the plan in its current state.
Is there anyone who has a different opinion?
I'll speak up. Who's Melissa? Want to go next?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to a different. Is Melissa?
I was fine. I just need time to process.
Okay, I'll jump in then if Melissa needs another minute. Okay, so I have a few things. I think the most, there are two things that are very concerning about the discussion we had tonight. One, we did not even talk about the COVID data in our community. So I did ask for additional data from the health department when the board was asked to submit questions in advance of this meeting a couple weeks ago, right after our last meeting. I asked for some additional data that would help me better understand the trends and where we are headed potentially. Because the 14-day rolling average charts are not particularly helpful in this moment because of the large number of tests that KU did all at once. So that doesn't really tell us very much. To see that declining chart over 14 days doesn't really tell us very much about where we are headed next week because of that huge spike. So it was disappointing to me that none of those questions about data were answered by the health department. So I did some additional digging to try to give some context to where we are as a community. The spread of I looked at some data that I was able to get about where we are at in terms of actual numbers of cases per 10,000 residents, per 100,000. I shared that with the whole board. The context for that is this, that there are other ways to look at the risk of transmission in the community. And for instance, this data about how many cases we have per 10,000 residents we're, depending on how you calculate it, according to the health department, we're somewhere between 34 and 44 new cases per 10,000 residents. There are some states that are saying that if that's where you are at, you should not be considering in-person learning at all for your secondary students. And that was one of the resources that I shared with that data. If you look at just the last 7 days, we've had 201 new cases per 100,000 residents in our community. There was a timely piece in Education Week that came out in the last couple of days, where they had a pandemic expert talking about what are the things that school districts should be looking at and what are the things that we can go of. But what he said in that was that the generally accepted threshold that most people are reporting is that you should have less than 30 to 50 new cases per 100,000 person population over 7 days. So we're pretty far above that metric currently. I think that it's important for us to still place the seriousness on the severity of the pandemic in our community. And I know we heard from a lot of the comments tonight that, you know, other communities around us are doing different things. Well, they're not experiencing the same level of community spread that we are. In fact, the community spread has gotten so bad that the health department has now changed the way they are reporting data, because they're saying there's no point in differentiating where you caught it from if it otherwise, because community spread happened in Douglas County. So I think that's a really important factor to consider, and I'm sad that we did not spend some time talking about that tonight.
No, thank you, Shannon. This is Carol, but you know, I would like to cite the 20. I'm so glad you talked about the Douglas County Health Department, but I would like to point out the 2018 Douglas County Health Department data, that the research they put out, but they cited that the Black, Hispanic, Native American, Asian, and multicultural populations are uninsured at rates higher than both the white populations and the county average. And I've had a very close relative who was given a referral from the Haskell Indian Health Center. They got a referral to go to the hospital, get a COVID test, and then they were denied, and they were billed $1,500 for that COVID test. So what is that going to tell the other people?
Well, and I think you raise a good point that that we also haven't really talked about at all, which is the risk, the higher risk that this virus presents to the very communities that we are also concerned about in terms of learning. So that's a very real concern, and it's not one that we have spent about as a board yet. All of that.
I have the letter. They gave me the letters where it was billed $1,500 for one test.
That's unfortunate. But all of that being said, I personally think that we haven't seen enough evidence that hybrid is going to be a better learning environment in terms of the quality and quantity of instruction that students are going to get from teachers, particularly if we are asking them to do 2 jobs at the same time by instructing students both remotely and in person, to overcome the safety risks that we are going to experience from bringing those large numbers of people back into the buildings together. And I think that, you know, while I completely agree that we have to be looking at what is best for students and what is best for their instruction, but part of that metric has to be looking at the working conditions that we're putting our teachers under.
Correct. It's a toll on our teachers.
They're not going to receive good instruction if our teachers are not in a workplace environment and in a structure that encourages and supports them to do that. In addition, I do think we need to think about whether bringing everyone back into the buildings right now with the state of community transmission will actually do harm to our long-term goal of getting everybody back in the building. Because if we are increasing transmission of the virus within our school communities, that delays us doing the thing that I think we all eventually want, which is for the virus to be at such a low transmission rate in the community that we can finally get back to having all of our students in person. So for those and a whole bunch of other reasons that I won't go into right at this moment, I am not in support of the motion as it's written.
So we have an idea where Shannon is at, or not an idea. We have a really good picture of where Shannon's at. If you are not talking, can you, if you don't mind, can you mute for a minute so we can make some space for some other folks? And then Carol, I think I understood that you are along the lines of Shannon in your thinking.
Correct, because I fall back on the 2018 Douglas County Health Inequity Report, where the data shows that our most minoritized communities are going to suffer from this. I just alone, I have the bill for someone who had a referral from Haskell to go get a COVID test, and then they were billed $1,500. They were denied, and they had to go through hoops to get that bill.
So for you, a component is related to the health disparities.
Correct.
So I have a varying space, but I want to give others a chance. Anybody ready to jump in?
I need to say before I'm finished, which is that I would very much be open to some in-person options for those students that need them if we could come up with a plan that is more targeted towards needs rather than, because I do see that what the hybrid model is just as much a one-size-fits-all as what we're currently doing. And I would like to see us be more targeted in meeting the specific needs that have been identified. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Other board members?
And I'm in line with Shannon on that one. This is Carol.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Paula. I do agree with the motion as it is. Stand with. I'm sorry, I'm going to turn my video off.
That makes sense. Yeah, we started hearing you. Got it.
Connection is very unstable. Okay. And I don't want to minimize the risk to the risks that were expressed to us through email.
Hey, Paula, I'm going to jump because you're coming in and out. Can I?
And I do.
So I want to make sure that, hey, Paula, we're having a hard time hearing you, and I want to make sure we do. I'm going to call you.
I want to make sure that we're centering. Back.
Okay. Would somebody tell me if they can hear Paula adequately?
No, not.
No, I cannot. This is Carol.
Joe, is there a number for Paula to call in?
There is. I'll send it to her.
Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thanks for your help.
I mean, this is Melissa. maybe the unpopular opinion, I would agree with the recommendation. I will say this, when we started our remote learning, we had a program that we were going to go through, and it took us 15 to 20 of our professional development hours during that time frame that we had. And lo and behold, or whatever the expression is, maybe 2 to 3 about 3 days later, we were told that we will not have access. It was a little bit over our, they weren't able to allow us to get the software at that capacity. Like, we have to push that on hold. And we had, after spending 15 to 20 hours of training on this program, we had to adjust and use the programs like Google Classroom, Seesaw, all those things. And with that said, is like, I know that they have, that there seems to be some concerns about the instructional method. So at minimum, they can sit there and give them a plan right now and it can go by the wayside, and apparently there is a plan in place according to some of them. It's just a matter of releasing that information, and it's still 3 weeks to get people prepped on this issue, right? I try not to speak super, I try not to center myself, but in my circumstances, but I do. I have a kid. Still in in school, and being a person of color, being a male, and enthusiastic about some of the classes that he wanted to take and can't take, and I go through a cycle of I want to do this. Well, I don't know what I want to do anymore with my, as far as a career. And it's concerning because they're a junior, so they're concerned about those issues. We get daily reports from the task force. We get emails. I know that a lot of the situation, like I think Ty Edwards said about, a lot of the cases are from KU. I just read an email not too long ago from the Boys and Girls Club, Monica, and even those staff members who had COVID cases, according to her, she did not get a report from any of the parents saying that the students contracted, COVID as a result of maybe even a staff member, because they put those safety measures in place. So I think, I think if we're putting out those safety measures, they're wearing the mask. I think kids are not the ones. I feel comfortable. I trust Dr. Lewis. I trust that he's done the research. I trust, that he's done the best that he could with the information that he has, and I don't want to discredit the whole team. So I trust that he and his team did the research necessary to make this decision. That's, I guess, all I have to say.
Appreciate that, Melissa. Paula, are you back on?
Yeah, can you hear me better?
Yes. Okay,
good. I'm so sorry about that. That's how my evening has been going with my connection. So I was just wanted to say that I agree with the motion as it sits. And I also want to acknowledge that I'm not minimizing the risks that it presents, or minimizing the words and the statements that were read by the LEA and the paraeducators. I did read both statements, and I did spend some time thinking about that, thinking about what was thinking about the extension of 6 through the end of the school year, or through the semester and the end of till the winter break. But I also think about, there's one parent in particular that had sent pretty strong email that had really made me take into consideration of those parents that are struggling. So and then again, centering back to what is important, which is that face-to-face contact with our youngest children. And I don't see that, how I interpreted the motion is that our administrators and Dr. Lewis are going to put a plan in place that do take into consideration the data, that will take into consideration LEA and paras and our students and families. And honestly, I was getting discouraged up front with the lack of transparency from the elementary guidance, or the lack of elementary guidance being provided to us. So I think everybody had brought great questions, but I'm still going to stick with the motion as it stands. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Kelly. One of the things I know, there was a concern about part of the motion, and I actually inquired about it, and that's why one of the reasons why I feel confident in it is when it's talking about the board authorize administration to make appropriate adjustments, and I think they addressed that ahead of time in the presentation previously, is that there are some schools that have low numbers. So in the instance of like, maybe say there's a I think Dr. Stubblefield said like a 15, not saying that we're gonna put 15 students in a classroom, but if we could fit, if there's 15 students that can be socially physical distance within the classroom, and there's only 15 students in that class, I think that's what it's alluding to. So that would be technically considered, and maybe correct me if I'm wrong, district leaders. So if in that situation, the administrator would probably say, okay, this classroom could have, all of the students, there's only 15 or there's 12 students in that classroom. So it's not like saying, an administration is going to just say, okay, well, I'm deciding that we're going to have everyone come back to school, even if there's, it says it warrant based on the relevant factors. So I think, I saw some kind of emails alluding to that a little bit, and that being a concern, but it's not, it won't be made without sound judgment.
This is Erica. So I do not support it continuing fully remote. I'm not sure hybrid is the best choice. Maybe it is, maybe it's not. I'm just not certain. But I am sure that 100% remote is not the right choice. I would support a more phased plan, prioritizing our youngest learners and students that truly with the highest need and that they need to be prioritized. That's where I stand right now. Do have a question. So with all this being said, I just looked up again where we are as a community as it relates to the gating criteria, and we are on that chart. So would the district prioritize the chart by following that, or is that like a consideration, guidance? Like, where are we on that?
So right now, the gating criteria is a recommendation. If we required that they follow it, things like football would not happen right now.
That's right. Thanks, Kelly.
Does anybody from the district want to take a different position on what this motion says?
Kelly, this is Shannon. I know I'm not from the district, but I do not believe that the language in the motion would limit administration to following the reopening guidance. So in that vein, if this motion were to pass as it's written, and our test rate, positive rate went over 10% and we had increasing cases, the district could choose, the administration under this motion could choose not to put us back in remote learning.
Correct.
That is my interpretation of the language. I'm not comfortable with that at all. I mean, you know, I'm not comfortable with what kind of where this is going anyway in the motion, but just as a matter of if other board members are going to
stick to the question that Erica posed around what the motion, how it could be interpreted. It could be interpreted as a recommendation, which is a discussion for whether or not that's agreeable or not. We have that's the way that it's been utilized right now by the district and by districts around us. So I'm trying to do get an idea of where we might find some consensus so that the district can move forward, and we are sounding a little bit split. I will say, and I have publicly said that so as a person who has done telehealth myself, and which is not what you all are doing, but it's my reference. And when I do in-person work versus when I'm doing work with people remotely, my ability to assess someone and to intervene with the challenges that they're facing is profoundly different. And I'm thinking now about in terms of the fact that we are in a pandemic, and I'm working to not let that cloud my judgment. So I did research. And where are we at right now in terms of our understanding? Part of the reason we delayed 6 weeks was so that we could assess what's happening in other districts and what can we learn from them while we've been in the remote model. And it's very early data, but the early data, and it's been published in reliable sources, and there's peer review articles around it, suggests that the community spread from a school to the larger community is not necessarily a high risk. It's not that we cannot possibly say that it's not going to happen at all, but that's what the early data looks like. It's not like this virus. That's what we know right now. And we could see changes. And we do know that we have to consider both the needs. I mean, what the board has been talking about is in terms of both the needs of the safety, accounting for safety. And I also understand that we are looking at accounting for the social emotional needs of our students, which is why I'm bringing up those 2 points. For me, I am extremely concerned about intersectionally marginalized youth and whether or not we can meet their needs in a fully remote environment. Families have shared with me that they are struggling to keep their child engaged, that they don't have the bandwidth, the skills, or the knowledge to participate in their kids' education, that it is accelerated beyond their capacity to respond. I am very concerned about our most at need families. And for me, I'm very concerned about our young learners. I have seen images of kindergartners trying to stay engaged, and I've seen our kindergarten teachers doing the coolest stuff, and sometimes it's working and sometimes it's not. But some in-person experience for our young learners seems very critical when we think about what Dr. Lewis says to us about closing the opportunity gap. And early childhood education is kind of where it's at. And that's neurological. That year passes and it's hard to catch up. And that weighs on me. So for me, when I look at this motion, I think it's imperfect because I think the district administrators are doing a crazy amount of work. You have not demonstrated to me that you're really ready to keep middle and high school kids safe in a fully hybrid model for me. Meaning that if we have a high school teacher that has teaching 6 of 7 and they've got maybe 60, 70, and sometimes more kids going through their room, and those kids are going around to other rooms, And that to me, this model does not account for what our union is telling us that teachers are concerned about. I don't think we've accounted for that yet. So when GR said, I need to see the plan, I actually am somewhere between Melissa and GR. I don't need to see the whole plan, but I need to know there's like the start of it. I do think that that our elementary buildings, like going back to what Anna said about the Boys and Girls Club having already set up some of those buildings, that we have made leaps and bounds there that we can build on. And so for me, what I would like to see is similar to what Erica's saying, is a phased in approach. So our kids with functional needs, that they maybe are the first people back. I was talking to a special education teacher who said to me, it would be very nice if I could have my kids in the building first. And they had a couple weeks there. We have we haven't talked about the good things that are happening in the district right now, as much as I wish we had focused on, because I have heard some really great things that are happening remotely, and our teachers are just catching up speed and learning how to do that. But I do want to highlight one other in-person thing that's happening in our district. We have teachers that have dedicating their time at New York Elementary, where they received a grant to do so. And I'm really proud that we have this in our district. There are children that are going there between 3 and 5, some of our highest need kids, and getting some instruction time without any screens. And what was described to me that was going on there was like really the kind of stuff that gets me up and like makes me want to sit here at near midnight to talk to you all about education. Like I would get up and do this all over again if I could serve those kids. So I think there's some in between here where we can give the administration some wings, some trust, but maybe not the whole way. And that's where I am at. And I know, like some of you have said, this is probably not popular with some folks. But I, as a social worker, I can't, that's my guiding principles. There's no way that we are fully serving in a way that we would be proud of our families who are gaining proficiency in English, our lowest income kids, our students with functional needs, our kids that are experiencing the digital divide. We have kids that are up at our high school trying to get access that allows them to fully engage in their education. We just can't go on acting like that's not happening, or that black screens are enough, that our teachers aren't struggling in that way. But I do think asking our teachers to jump to a fully hybrid model on October 19th is unfair. And I do think waiting until the quarter or waiting until the trimester makes sense. It gives the district a little bit more time. It allows us to build relationships with our teachers and educators so they can be part of that planning. So that's where I'm at, and I think I've taken up too much of my time, and I need to think about if there's some, now in my role as president, is there some in between that you all see that you could live with?
Kelly, are you asking us a question?
I mean,
or to administration?
Yeah.
Okay. We can do whatever is the pleasure of the board. We made our recommendation, but we can absolutely, and if I'm speaking out of turn, I'm just saying whatever we're charged with, we will work to make it happen.
Kelly,
I do think you probably want to take a look at a calendar before you say trimester, quarter, because they don't always align.
Yeah, so I have looked at that, and it's real close.
Okay.
So yeah, I did, and I'll let other people verify that. But I am trying to find a space where we can give directions and families know what's happening next and teachers know what's happening next. The other thing that strikes me about moving into a hybrid model, if ever that happens, that teachers are going to need days in order to get ready for that. We can't have them going at this speed and say, now today you're in hybrid. We in my opinion, we would have to build in days and extend the calendar, and that also probably involves a conversation with our union, and it's something that can certainly happen at a different space. But I am concerned about saying, we've given them enough time to move to a different model.
Hey, Kelly, this is Carol. I'm just really concerned about our teachers and our students, because I myself have underlying health conditions. I have a heart condition and asthma. So I hear the arguments, and I'm lucky to be here because I have a relative that's buried at the Haskell Indian Cemetery. She was 12 years old. She had tuberculosis. She went to school, didn't come back. So we have to, I think we should be very careful, and I do agree that we need to be very cautious about how we're going to phase in the hybrid model. Thank you.
I don't know if this would bring in any solutions at all, but maybe I'm rambling because it's almost 11:30. We do have another opportunity, October 12th, I think it was, to meet again. And I'm not saying, I guess, to maybe firm up some of these questions that we have still pressing today. And I know that maybe we need to give teachers and families some idea of what's going to be happening. So with the answer to your question, I guess I'm saying I don't know what that meeting halfway, what that would look like for administrators and the board, and honestly, I still standing with the recommendation before us, with the October 12th date of having a phase-in plan, and see what that looks like from there.
Paula, I think I was thinking the same sentiments as you, but I don't know if this is something that we can do. I'm kind of talking towards Dave. If we did change the recommendation, could we change it to something like model effective October 19th, like under the stipulations that the hybrid plan will be introduced like next week, since they say that is there. You know what I'm saying? So if it's there, like the plan, implementation of the plan would be distributed to staff, and the training or whatever preparation that they need will begin to take place by the beginning of next week, because that will essentially be roughly 3 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks to make that plan. I mean, when we were preparing for remote learning, how many weeks did you mean you have? I think I had about 2 weeks.
We gave our staff 6 weeks to get ready for remote learning the first time around. So I think, Kelly, you asked for ideas to try to find some common ground. It's a little bit hard for me because I am definitely not even close probably to anybody else on the board right now in terms of what I think about this. But what I did hear you say, a more phased approach. I heard you and Erica both say more focus on young learners and those kids that are in most need first. I heard GR say that he really wants to see a more fleshed out plan, and more attention paid to getting teacher buy-in. I also feel very strongly that whatever we do, whichever way the plan goes, we've got to work on that aspect of it, because ultimately doing the best thing for our students is making sure that our teachers feel prepared and ready to do that, right? It's not going to happen by itself. We've got to get to a better place in that particular conversation. I don't know how to bridge that gap because obviously they're very far apart from where
So
administration is. So
what if, I mean,
they asked for Christmas. Perhaps we've set a target not that far out, but also not October 19th, which is just not, it doesn't seem like gives enough time to plan for a transition where things are not already completely fleshed out.
So go ahead, Erica.
No, it's Melissa.
Oh, Melissa.
My concern with, I'm just going to go back to that. Like, I know we said the most vulnerable population first, and then my concern with that, thinking about that and thinking about equity, our most vulnerable population right now could be the individuals with suicidal ideations that don't have an IEP or 504. So
I think, Melissa, that you make a good point. So I think a piece of the how you identify what the highest need is, that's not something that the board has to define. The board has to say to the district, you must do something different with our kids that you identify as such. So it might be that is exactly the population that they need to be spending time with. As an example, if you have a population of people that would benefit from students and families that would benefit from a porch visit, you are doing those. That if you have our youngest learners in early childhood education who might benefit from individual meetings or appointments with special education staff one-on-one, that those are happening. So I think that the idea is not for us to define who all those kids are, because they are many. And thinking about what Erica said and trying to do right by them is we give the district latitude to begin to serve kids where they're at and based on what they need. And then additionally, that in that phased in approach, we could say, whether it's the quarter or the trimester, which is the date furthest out, we could say by that date, you begin to phase in our K through to and early childhood learners. I mean, just as an idea to get us going with that hybrid. So, and I do believe that's what our neighboring districts are doing, like Topeka, for example.
The other thing that you could use as a target date, Kelly, would be the Thanksgiving break. It's not that long after the end of the quarter, so that would be another option for administration to consider as a target for whatever action we're going to end up taking. I had a thought, and it's so late it left my mind.
Erica, do you want to jump in with leadership guidance?
So I appreciate your comments, Shannon. So if we did that, I would still want to prioritize that need the help, and keeping them in remote for another 4 weeks is not okay in my mind.
And I think that that's something that if our administration had a plan to come back to the board, that would be a good place to start and consider that. I remember the other thing I was going to say, which is that a more phased-in approach also gets at some of the concerns I have, which is the level of community spread. And there were some things that Ms. Edwards said in her public comment. One thing that I wholeheartedly agree with is that our public health officials in the university have done no real work in being partners with us to try to tamp down community spread so that we could make this happen for our school district. We have been left in the most unfortunate position that we could possibly be in by circumstances that we did not have input into creating, with the way that the university has handled back to school and other issues. And, I've expressed a little bit publicly my just incredulity at the idea that we're going to have a homecoming football game with 10,000 fans in our community next weekend. At the same time that we are desperately trying to do the right thing for safety for our students and staff so we can have school. I agree with that and perhaps there is political pressure that we as a district and a board need to bring to bear on some of those issues. So I think that's something to think about too.
So if I do think what we could do, rather than passing a motion tonight is to give direction to the board. And I don't think I agree with Erica. I don't think 2 weeks is okay. I don't think it's right to the community that we don't make a final call tonight. And maybe it does require a motion. We can certainly get consultation on that. But what we could do is ask the district to come back to us with a phased plan, which gets to what GR was speaking to. And I am counting 5 votes here, I think, for a move toward a hybrid model. It's just how we do that.
Kelly, can I make the suggestion that perhaps this would be a perfect opportunity for us to use a special meeting?
Yes, that's what I was about to propose. So my recommendation is that we do ask for the district to come back to us with a phased approach to moving to a hybrid model of learning with an emphasis on serving students most at need and those buildings that they can account for safety the most. And that we have a meeting to approve that plan.
Hey, Kelly.
Yeah.
Can I also add, where possible, that it also includes within that phased-in plan, even if it's just a sketch, but a way of, like they outlined the learning tour of how they're going to go about getting staff feedback. I don't, if they're going to tell me how they're going to go about getting it and then how they're going to present it back to us before the phase is implemented, then I would feel much more comfortable that I'm going to see that feedback. So with enough time that if we need to adjust, we can adjust. Does that make sense?
It does. And I also think that the next meeting we have should not burden the administration with a full report, but rather just an outline of what it is that they would do.
Yes, I agree.
I don't want them spending more additional resources putting together a full report. Shannon, if we do a special meeting, what is the amount of time we have to give public notice?
Actually, it's not a requirement to give public notice. It's a requirement to give notice to board members.
Okay.
And board members can choose to waive that requirement. So, typically, if you're going to do a special meeting, I think it's best practice. It's like 3 days or something like that. But but board members can waive their notice. Board members can waive the obligation to be given notice of the meeting. So you can call a special meeting and have it that day or the next day if you have an emergency situation. So there's a lot of flexibility there. And you as board president can call the special meeting, or 3 board members can get together and call the special meeting. So that's within your purview.
Okay. So with that in mind, then we can instruct Elise to contact board members and find an agreeable time within the next week or a couple of days. Is that doable, Dr. Lewis, to come back?
No.
Okay. It's not. Okay. For you, like, to come back with even like this is our proposal for a date.
I mean, I don't know what we're coming back with and if it's going to make a difference. I mean, I'm just floored.
Dr. Lewis, you have 5 votes for a hybrid.
Totally floored.
You have 5 votes for a hybrid model of learning. So don't get floored. We want to do this.
Call the roll. And let's get those 5 votes.
Not with the motion that's sitting there. Did
we get kicked out?
Oh. Dr. Lewis, can you, when we ask you to, is it possible that you could come with a phased approach to a hybrid model within a short period of time? Is that doable?
I'm asking, my team has been working their tails off, and to ask them to go back and come back with another plan.
Yeah, my understanding was that
kids can't wait. I have kids that are getting involved in detrimental activities because they're not in school. And we as adults are not making decisions with the best interest of children in mind. Let me know what you want me to come back with. I can take it to the team.
So when you all hear Dr. Lewis's frustration, where does that put you at in terms of I know Melissa and Paula are right with him.
Well, yeah, because my understanding is that was the plan that they came up with. So is it the plan that the plan that they had as far as the remote while live teaching? Is that what we're trying to, as the board, trying to get pushed past?
So I agree with Dr. Lewis that we 100% agree that we need to be in front of kids. What I think is reasonable is that what didn't come to us is how are we going to keep not just the teachers, but the kids safe in a middle and high school model when you haven't accounted for, it's not to say that I think that you won't do that. I'm saying I didn't see it this evening. There was a lot of conversation where I heard, well, we don't know yet. So it's a lot to ask us to say in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah, come on with the plan, and we'll see how it goes. I mean, I am so wanting to be where you're at, Dr. Lewis. So I want to understand how we can get there. I mean, I want to build a space when you hear the board saying we don't feel fully comfortable, but we're really close. How can we bridge that gap?
So a plan that outlines how we will keep kids safe?
We had asked one thing we asked about was a plan that demonstrated that it wasn't a one size fits all, that you had accounted for, that we might do something different with different groups of kids based on their needs. And that if we, are others wanting to jump in?
Because we're in a one size fits all plan right now,
and we want to move.
I don't know. I mean, it's been like hours, and maybe my brain is, maybe I've just imagined this a little bit too, because I'm just when you talk about the middle and the high school, was it the cafeteria that was the concern, or
no? That you can pause students at the elementary level. You can keep the same group of kids together at an elementary level, and you can really account for a lot of the safety concerns that our educators have talked about. What hasn't been fully flushed out at the middle and high school level is the schedule. So if I don't know what the schedule is for the kids and where they're moving or who they're interacting with, I don't feel like I can say to a science teacher, standing in front of our building, our kids, that yes, it's okay for you to be in a building with 700 people and 72 people coming through your building for 5 days. Coming through your room 5 days a week. I'm not there yet. I didn't hear that yet. For me, and that is to me something that should not be. I am very clear that I would like to see certainly kids that have functional needs and early childhood education, and I would like to see FaceTime with kids, and we've seen our neighbors like Topeka doing a phased approach to make sure that they're really accounting for safety. It's piloting a level to see that you've gotten it right.
See, Kelly, I think Dr. Lewis is accounting for safety. I think he has. Sometimes when I hear we talk, I feel like I must have been in a meeting, because I didn't hear that. With all the exception of elementary, that was a little dicey and a little choppy to me, and things were not as transparent in that in her report out. And I think that's. I think for me, it's just getting comfortable with the uncertainty that we are facing and going to face. We are not going to have a perfect model, and we're not going to please everybody. I have enough confidence in Dr. Lewis and Anna stated that we'll do whatever whatever you all want us to do. So they have the capability to turn these things around, turn this around pretty quickly. So with that said, and if that meant anything, I mean, I'm still standing with the motion as it is today, as it is written right now.
And then Kelly, to your point, I think my thing is like, we're talking about the young learners, and then just this whole experience with them, and being able to, do the online learning. But then on the flip side, talking about the detrimental students, like these high schoolers, like on my teacher page, for example, some of these young teenagers and middle and high school students, unfortunately, who get caught up in these gangs. I think within this past week or two, there's at least 3 or 4 individuals young folks that died by getting shot or stabbed because they're roaming around. So like, if we still have to address getting those, especially our adolescents, in school to potentially eliminate some of those things too. So I think, I don't know if it's a matter of saying, okay, when we're transitioning to classrooms, like having some transition, some like this group if you're on this side of the hallway, you go this way. I don't know. But I feel like we won't know until we actually implement it. And I feel like I think, these kids aren't trying to get sick. I don't know. I just think that, like, kind of back to what Dr. Kelly said,
yes,
there's going to be something. And if you're wearing masks and you're just going straight to your class and you're not dilly-dallying around, we do this when we're in the grocery store. We walk past someone real quickly, or, some of them are going out. And, if you walk in past someone, you're just going straight to do what you have to do, and your mask is on, your mask is not coming off while you're transitioning. Once it's on. I don't know.
So
Kelly, part of this is...
Wait a minute. 1 second. I'm sorry to interrupt, because I want to make sure that we're on point and that we heard what Melissa had to say and what Paula had to say around trusting Dr. Lewis, trusting the team to create space. What we have, GR pointed out, was a union, 2 unions that aren't quite there yet. So wanting to build that bridge, GR, when you listen to Melissa and Paula, based on what you have said, it sounds like you are leaning toward a hybrid model. And Dr. Lewis is clearly making a plea. Where does that move you?
I had the conversation with Dr. Lewis this morning about what my concern was, and my concern is still the same. I think we can get buy-in, and for me, it's not even buy-in from the union; it's buy-in from staff. I view those as 2 very different things, and I think we can get buy-in because there were things that we heard tonight for the very first time. And a lot of it alleviated some of the concerns that we had in some of our emails. But I think staff needs time to digest, and I think we as board members and as a district need to do our due diligence in some ways to sell this plan to them. I can't think of a better way to say it. But I think that's significant. I'm not saying we need to take 3 months to do it, because I believe we can do a hybrid model. I believe we're ready for a hybrid model. I think we're safe for a hybrid model.
So what if I pose to you that it is Dr. Lewis's job to sell it?
I believe it is Dr. Lewis's job to sell it.
Okay.
My concern at this point is I don't know that he can sell it to successfully implement it, to get staff to successfully implement it by October 19th.
Erica, do you have a different opinion? You are also on the fence.
So are we saying that we can't get our kids back in school because we don't have enough teachers to do so? that what we're hearing right now?
I don't think that's what anybody has been saying. What we are saying is that we have a real problem with our staff and their feeling of capacity. Even if we are going to say, okay, we're moving to a hybrid model, we have heard overwhelming feedback from staff saying that the expectation to teach remote learners and in-person learners all at the same time is overwhelming, that 3 weeks is not enough time to prepare for it, and 3 months might not even be enough time to prepare for it. I've talked to board members in other districts where they are doing this, and their staff is, to the extent that we've heard from our staff that remote learning was really hard and they are working incredibly long hours. The same thing is true for a hybrid learning model. If we're going to tell our staff they got to go from one to the other, they need time and support to do that. So, that's in addition to the safety concerns that they have, there is also the concern that they don't feel they have the capacity to pull this off. That is the overwhelming message I took from all of the input that we have received. And so, that is something that we really have to contend with in order for our students to have the best possible learning experience in the middle of this pandemic.
So,
people are saying that we're not. I'm sorry. My thing is,
can you reassure or alleviate some of the concerns? And I don't, for some of the folks that for some of the things that you're hearing from us.
Yeah, if I didn't sell it tonight, maybe I need to go sell used cars or shoes or something. We came with a plan. This is not the first time that we've talked about safety issues. We've talked about safety months ago. And we think about, getting buy-in from staff. Well, to get buy-in is going to require time to meet with them, which means that they'll be away from their students, which is putting their students farther and farther behind. And I don't know if we'll get, I don't know how much buy-in we're looking for. It may be a vaccine before we get by. I don't know.
Okay. So I think it's important, and that we owe it to Dr. Lewis and to Dr. Stubblefield, and to our teachers and our students and families to consider what he is saying, and to minimally consider emotion. And take a vote.
So I want to offer just a perspective, Dr. Lewis. I know how frustrated you feel. It's very obvious. This is the first board meeting that we have had since July where we have had unlimited time as a board to really dig into these issues, ask an unlimited number of questions, have an idea of where administration thinks they want to go, and then debate it as a board. So we've had lots of work sessions and we've heard lots of things. But I think GR is right. I think this meeting probably should have happened 2 weeks ago, so that by the time we got to tonight, you had a better idea of where your board members felt that there were things that they didn't quite have a comfort level with, or just where we were all at. And I didn't know until tonight where everybody else on the board was at. It's the first time we've had a real fulsome conversation about it. And so I think that is really important. Our board needed to do that. We needed to have a conversation as the 7 of us board members and you, so that we could kind of lay it out all out on the table, right? And so our community could see us lay it out all out on the table. And we've done that. And we kind of have some contours of where people's where people's sticking points are. We need to come up with a resolution that that we can all kind of get behind, right? And that means even I have a lot of really serious concerns about this virus that I have shared repeatedly. You might convince me to vote in favor of a motion that is thoughtful and deliberate, and that I feel like I have all the answers to all the questions that I needed to have answered before I vote on it. And I think that where we are tonight, Kelly, respectfully, is that we really are not ready to vote on a motion. I think
I understand
Kelly, can I say something?
Sure, please, absolutely.
I'm getting flabbergasted myself. We as a board decided this date to have that report and to make that decision. We as a board, when Dr. Lewis and the team came and had a hybrid plan, as I stated before, we as a board decided to override that plan and go to remote because of what we've heard from the union, et cetera. Some parents, most of the time, these are parents and people who have some privilege. Like we said, those people that are not sending the emails, because they can't, whether it's work, they don't have access or whatever. We're not getting that feedback as much. We're hearing from other people who've heard from other people. We're sitting here saying hundreds and thousands, hundreds of these people saying this and that, and we don't have a solid plan. We do have data from LEA of what the teachers that took the survey, how they felt about the matter. Right? Unpopular opinion. I am an educator, and I know educators in USD 497. They may not, I know of the educators that I know, and I feel like I know a little bit close, they may not like it, but they're going to adapt and overcome for the kids. That's why many of us enter this profession. We don't do it for the pay. I mean, really, I'm one of those people. I know educators, I feel hard, like with paras, they get paid a little bit. I know educators who are skimping by the skin of their teeth. I've been in that situation. So we don't do it for the pay. I hear a lot of privilege in a lot of these conversations about remote. I don't know. At the end of the day, I feel like we bombarded or, I don't know, intercepted this, and we're doing it again. I mean,
so Melissa, that's a good point. I mean, that gets us to a space where she makes a valid point that we made this decision that we would give them until October 19th to demonstrate that they could keep our kids safe, to see what was happening with the virus in our community after KU came back. The gating criteria indicates that we could be in a hybrid model.
Kelly, can we take advantage of your suggestion earlier to recess for a few minutes and have a group of people try to hammer out some language that would get at some of these concerns that we could actually talk about? I mean, if you really want to have a vote tonight, I think that that's necessary. Otherwise, we're going to end up crafting it on the fly, and it's not going to be any better than, it's not going to meet people's needs. So, I guess I would also say, to the point that Melissa just made, again, we heard a lot of feedback for that meeting, and I think one of the things that motivated me was that we heard all this feedback, and then we didn't hear a response to that from any of the presentations that we heard. It's a frustrating place to be as a board member when there's the elephant in the room that you want addressed and it hasn't been addressed. So, I'm going to just put that out there because I think it's important from for everybody to remember how we kind of got to that space in the first place.
Yeah, can I offer something?
Please.
It's 11:53 p.m. I think most of us want to end this meeting before Tuesday. It sounds like that what I heard from most of you is that I want something phased, hybrid. To try to do that tonight, I think everybody's kind of in an emotional state. So I don't even know, like crafting a motion to come back to be debated.
Yeah, I agree.
I'm just offering that perspective. I think families and teachers and kids have tuned in all night. It sounds like October 19th at most would be a phased approach for hybrid, is what I heard, unless I'm hearing wrong. And if people go to bed knowing that, or because otherwise I think you all will keep talking because there's not consensus around.
I agree with you, Anna. I do want to say that I am I am at a space where my opinion is moving very much in line with what Dr. Lewis is asking from us. I am wanting to support a superintendent who is incredibly talented and who I trust very much. I am terrified in doing that because of the emails and things that we have gotten and the number of people I talked to this weekend that we might get this wrong. If I can hear from you, Dr. Stubblefield and Dr. Lewis, that you will respond in a way that alleviates the fear and the anxiety and the issues that our unions have brought up, I can some assurance of that. I am a vote that you could have tonight with Paula and Melissa. So if that exists and is on the table to talk about, we can certainly do what Anna has said, which is just say, this is not our night. I want to do the equity work that you have raised.
Ellie, this is Erica. Respectfully, of course, we can't really lead with fear. Have a district that has put in a considerable amount of work. I still say, I don't know if hybrid's the right choice. I do know remote is not the right choice. So given the choice, I would choose hybrid over remote for everyone. So with that being said, I'm at a point where we can get more information, but that's just more time the district's not focusing on the kids we're saying we want to center our decisions on. So sending the district on these rabbit holes is not beneficial to anyone, especially our students. So to drag this out any longer, especially thank you, Melissa, for providing the timeline that you did and that the board asked. The district gave us this timeline, adhered to the timeline, and now we're asking for more information. It seems like we're just sending the district on this.
Agreed.
Yeah.
So, the way that you have framed it, the frustration I can see from Dr. Lewis, who I want the community to know that I trust 100% to do what's in the best interest of kids and our staff. I am willing to vote to honor who I know is someone that can lead our district in a way that protects our kids. So I know that is not everyone on the board, but I do think we can move to at least take a vote.
So, are we back to talking about voting on the motion as it was presented, or are we?
That's my suggestion, that we look at the motion as presented, if there is someone willing to make that motion.
I don't even, I think I can, I think I lost it in the middle of trying to charge phones, but if someone could pull it up, or I'm pulling it up right now. Again, I apologize for the
While
delay.
Melissa is pulling that up, I do want to acknowledge that this has been a very challenging meeting. I want you all, the community, to know that we have put in hours and hours and hours of research into this decision. I've read more peer-reviewed articles than I can count for. I have talked to so many people, and where I am landing is on making sure that we are accounting for our kids with the most need.
Kelly, I'm ready whenever you.
Yeah.
I move the Board of Education approve the transition from the fully remote learning model to a hybrid learning model effective October 19, 2020, with the administration determining the perimeters and structure of the model. I further move the administration develop a systematic phasing plan to fully return to return to a fully in-person learning model. I further move the Board of Education authorize administration to make appropriate adjustments to the learning model between hybrid and fully in-person as conditions warrant based on all relevant factors, including the Douglas County gating criteria.
This is Erica. I second that.
Kadu Blackwood. This is yeah, Carol, but I'm comfortable with this, and I'm gonna have to go with no for now because we're gonna have to see how this plays out. So no. Gordon Ross.
I'm going to say that this vote is in spite of my immense trust for Dr. Lewis and my support of a hybrid model, but I'm going to vote no.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kimball.
I'm going to vote no, but I do want to encourage that the issues that we've raised in this discussion tonight be addressed as we move forward. This motion passes.
Smith.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Motion passes 4-3.
We still have to move on to the camera.
Yes. I think that we can, because of the need for them in a hybrid model. To someone have their, can someone make a motion on this particular item?
This is GR, I got it. I move the Board of Education approve the contract with CDW in the amount of $164,957.50 to purchase headsets and cameras to be paid with COVID funds.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kimball.
No.
Smith.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Hill.
Yes.
Kadu Blackwood. Yes. Gordon Ross.
Yes.
Motion passes 6-1.
Kelly, I just want to make sure it reflects and for the record that the reason I voted no is because I believe that asking teachers to teach remotely and hybrid in person at the same time is the best thing for our students or our staff. And so this equipment wouldn't be necessary if we weren't planning to do that. Thank you.
Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 All those opposed? Okay, meeting adjourned.